Celine nodded, her eyes glowing with fierce resolve. For the light. For the world. With renewed determination, the group surged forward, cutting through the shadow creatures that swarmed around them. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the crackle of dark magic, but they were undeterred. The southern gates were within their reach. But the closer they got, the stronger the storm became. The ground beneath their feet trembled, as if the very earth was resisting their presence. "We're almost there," Kieran said, his voice low but filled with certainty. Lyra felt a strange sensation deep within her, an overwhelming pull, as though the gates themselves were calling to her. She knew, in that moment, that the heart of the storm was not just a place. It was a power, ancient and dangerous. And only by confronting it would they have a chance to save everything. The gates loomed before them now, towering and dark. They were not the gates of a kingdom, but something far older, an entrance to realms unknown, a threshold between light and shadow. Lyra took a deep breath, her sword raised high, and stepped forward. As they crossed the threshold into the heart of the gates, the storm intensified. The wind howled, carrying with it whispers of long-forgotten things, ancient secrets that had been sealed away. The shadow creatures seemed to retreat, drawn to the gates as though they were part of a greater plan. "This is it," Celine said, her voice filled with awe and fear. The center of the storm. The heart of the shadow. Lyra could feel the magic in the air, thick and oppressive. It pressed down on her, trying to choke out the light. But she was not afraid. Not anymore. She had come too far, and too much was at stake. The ground trembled beneath their feet as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall, cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and undulating like smoke. "You've come far, little ones," the figure said, its voice like the creak of ancient wood. "But this is where your journey ends." Lyra stepped forward, her sword gleaming in the dim light. "We will not stop. We will not let you win." The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You think you can stop the storm? You are but children playing in the shadows. The heart of the shadow is mine. It is already too late for you." But Lyra was not intimidated. She could feel the power of the heart, the strength of her companions, and the fire in her own heart. The shadow had grown too strong, yes, but they had one thing it did not: hope. "We are not afraid," Lyra said, her voice ringing with conviction. "And we will not stop until this ends." The figure's form flickered, a momentary hesitation in its movements. For the first time, Lyra saw doubt in its eyes. She knew then that they had a chance. "The battle is far from over," the figure warned, its form shifting violently. "But you are brave. I will give you that." With a roar, the figure lunged toward them, the heart of the storm unleashing its fury. The figure lunged with terrifying speed, its darkness stretching like a monstrous shadow reaching for the very core of their souls. Lyra's heart pounded as the air around them thickened with malevolent energy. The storm had now fully manifested, and the world seemed to pulse with the shadow's power. Lyra raised her sword, her grip steady despite the overwhelming pressure. She could feel the power of the heart surging within her, pushing back against the darkness. Her companions moved into position, ready for the battle that would decide the fate of their world. "Stay together," Kieran shouted, his voice slicing through the tumultuous wind. "If we break, it will tear us apart." The shadow figure's laugh echoed through the chaos, a sound so cold it made Lyra's skin crawl. "You think you can defeat me? I am the storm. I am the void that devours all. Nothing can stand against me." The words were laced with power, and for a moment, Lyra felt doubt seep into her mind. What if they weren't strong enough? What if the shadow was too ancient, too powerful to defeat? But then, she remembered the heart of the forest, the light that had given them the strength to come this far. She had to believe. They all had to believe. The storm roared louder as the shadow figure charged. Its form twisted and stretched, a whirlpool of darkness. Lyra braced herself, calling upon every ounce of strength she had left. The heart's magic coursed through her, glowing brightly in her chest. Light, she cried out, and in that instant, a beam of pure light shot from her sword, striking the figure. It screamed, a sound of agony and rage, as the light pierced its essence. But the shadow quickly enveloped itself around the beam, its form regenerating with terrifying speed. "We have to do more than just fight," Celine shouted, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of the storm. "We need to disrupt the shadow's core. The heart of the storm is within it." Lyra's mind raced. The shadow figure was powerful, but there was something more at play here. The storm itself was not just a weapon, it was a manifestation of something deeper. The shadow was feeding off the storm, drawing its strength from the chaos it caused. "The heart," Lyra whispered to herself. She looked to Celine. "The heart of the forest, it's not just the source of our power. It's the key to ending the storm." Celine's eyes widened as realization dawned. The heart can cleanse the shadow, disrupt its very essence. But how? Kieran asked, slashing through a wave of shadow creatures that tried to swarm around them. "The storm is too strong. We need to draw the shadow to the heart," Lyra said, her voice steady despite the rising panic. "If we can bring it close enough, the heart can purify it." The idea was risky, but it was their only hope. They would have to lure the figure, and the storm itself, toward the source of their power. The shadow figure snarled, its voice booming through the air. "You dare think you can control the storm? You are nothing. This is where you will fall." But Lyra wasn't listening to it anymore. She turned and began to run, her footsteps light but purposeful. "To the heart," she called, and without hesitation, Kieran and Celine followed her. The storm's winds howled, trying to push them back, but they pressed on, determined. The shadow figure pursued them, its form rippling with rage. But it was clear now, the closer they got to the heart, the weaker the storm became. "I feel it," Kieran said, his voice full of wonder. "It's working. The storm is losing its grip." But just as they reached the heart's threshold, the shadow figure surged forward, its power flaring in a final, desperate attempt to crush them. "You cannot run from me," it bellowed, and a dark wave of energy surged toward them, faster than Lyra could react. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Lyra turned to face the oncoming wave, and with every ounce of strength, she thrust her sword forward. "Heart, guide us," she cried. A brilliant light erupted from the heart of the forest, washing over them in a brilliant blaze. The shadow recoiled, but it was too late. The magic of the heart enveloped the storm, pulling the darkness into itself. Lyra felt a surge of energy as the heart's light wrapped around her, filling her with a warmth that chased away the cold of the shadow. The figure screamed, but the sound was cut short as the light consumed it entirely, obliterating the shadow's very existence. The storm began to subside, the winds dying down, and the oppressive weight of darkness lifted. Lyra, exhausted but victorious, dropped to her knees as the world around them grew still. The heart's light faded, but its power lingered in the air, a reminder of the battle they had just won. "It's over," Celine whispered, her voice filled with awe. Lyra looked up at the southern gates, now quiet and still, no longer a doorway to shadow, but a threshold to peace. They had done it. But deep within her, Lyra knew that the battle for the world was never truly over. The shadow had been defeated, but other forces, other storms, would always rise. And when they did, she would be ready. The air was still. For the first time in what felt like forever, the winds had ceased their howling, and the oppressive darkness had lifted. Lyra took a deep breath, savoring the fresh, crisp air that filled her lungs. The storm was over. They had done it. The heart of the forest had proven to be the key to breaking the shadow's hold. But despite the peace that surrounded them now, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. The storm had been a manifestation of something ancient, something far more powerful than any of them had fully understood. She looked at Kieran and Celine, who were both catching their breath, exhaustion written across their faces. "It's over," Kieran said quietly, wiping the sweat from his brow. His voice was full of disbelief, as though he had expected the storm to return at any moment. "We actually did it." Celine nodded, her staff flickering weakly as the last remnants of magic from the battle faded. The heart of the forest did its part. But the storm was only a part of something much larger. "I fear there are deeper forces at play here." Lyra's heart sank at her words. "What do you mean?" The shadow we faced, it wasn't just an isolated threat. It's tied to something older. Much older. Celine's gaze grew distant, as though she were looking into the very fabric of time itself. The heart of the forest is not just a source of light. It is the guardian of balance between light and shadow. What we faced was a distortion of that balance, and even though we've stopped the storm, the balance has been disrupted. Kieran frowned, his eyes narrowing with concern. "So, the danger isn't over?" Celine turned to face him, her eyes filled with grave determination. "No, the danger isn't over. But we've won a crucial victory. For now, the storm is gone. And for now, the balance has been restored." Lyra felt a weight on her chest. She had hoped that defeating the storm would bring peace to the world, but the more Celine spoke, the more she realized that the storm had only been a symptom of a much larger problem. The heart had been their salvation this time, but what if it was not enough next time? What if the balance was beyond repair? "We need to know more," Lyra said quietly, her resolve strengthening. "We need to understand what this shadow really is, and how we can stop it from ever coming back." Celine looked at her, a glint of approval in her eyes. "You're right. There's still much to learn. And there are ancient texts, forgotten prophecies that might hold the answers we seek." Lyra's eyes widened. "Where can we find them?" "There is a place," Celine said, her voice taking on a mysterious tone. "A hidden library, deep within the heart of the enchanted forest. Only those who are truly worthy can enter. It is said that the answers we seek are written there, waiting to be uncovered." "The enchanted forest?" Kieran repeated, sounding wary. "That place is shrouded in legend. No one who has gone in has ever returned." Celine nodded solemnly. "Yes, it is a place of great power and great danger. But we have no choice. If we want to understand what's really at play here, we must go there." Lyra's heart raced. The enchanted forest was a place of mystery and fear, a realm where the very trees were said to whisper secrets and illusions. But if there was a chance they could uncover the truth about the shadow and its origins, they had to take it. "We'll go," Lyra said, her voice steady and resolute. "Together." Kieran looked at her, his expression filled with a mix of admiration and concern. "You're certain?" Lyra nodded. "We've come this far. We can't stop now. The world is counting on us." With a final look at the now silent southern gates, the trio began their journey toward the enchanted forest. As they walked, the landscape around them seemed to change. The once lush grasslands had given way to towering trees and strange, winding paths. The air grew thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the distant sound of rustling leaves filled their ears. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more it felt as though the very land was watching them, testing them. Shadows danced among the trees, and strange lights flickered in the distance. It was beautiful and unnerving. "Keep your wits about you," Celine warned, her staff glowing faintly as they walked. "The enchanted forest is not just a place of knowledge. It is alive, and it can be deceptive." Kieran and Lyra exchanged a glance, but they remained silent, understanding the gravity of Celine's words. The deeper they went, the more they felt the weight of the forest pressing in on them. After hours of walking, they reached a clearing, and in the center stood a massive tree, its bark black as night, its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine as they approached. "This is it," Celine whispered. "The Tree of Secrets." The entrance to the hidden library lies within. Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The journey to this point had been long and difficult, but she knew that this was just the beginning. What lay ahead could change everything, and they had to be ready. As she placed her hand on the tree's trunk, a low hum vibrated through the ground, and the leaves rustled as if the tree itself was waking. Slowly, the bark began to part, revealing a hidden passageway deep within. "Are you ready?" Celine asked, her eyes filled with the same mixture of anticipation and caution. Lyra nodded, her hand still on the tree, the light from the heart of the forest pulsing softly within her chest. "Let's find the answers we need." With that, they stepped into the darkness of the passageway, the entrance closing behind them as they ventured deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest. The passage through the tree was narrow and winding, the air cool and damp as they descended into the depths of the enchanted forest. Lyra felt the weight of ancient magic pressing in on her, each step carrying them deeper into a world that had been hidden from mortal eyes for centuries. The soft glow from the heart of the forest in her chest illuminated the path, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the passage. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the foot of a grand staircase made of smooth, dark stone. The air grew heavier, and a strange stillness settled over them as if the very forest was holding its breath. Lyra could hear her own heartbeat echoing in the silence. "Are you certain this is the right place?" Kieran asked, his voice low and filled with awe. "This feels different." Celine nodded, her expression unreadable. "The Tree of Secrets guards the entrance to the library. Only those with a purpose can enter. But the true test lies ahead. The library itself has its own guardians." "Guardians?" Lyra repeated, her heart quickening. "What do you mean?" Celine looked at her, her eyes filled with a mixture of reverence and caution. "The library holds knowledge that can change the course of history. It is said that the guardians are the spirits of those who once sought the wisdom within these walls, those who were unworthy, who failed in their quest." A shiver ran down Lyra's spine as they ascended the stairs. The air grew colder, and a low, almost imperceptible hum filled the silence, as though the very walls were alive with whispers. The stairway led them into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was made of polished obsidian, reflecting their movements like a mirror. In the center of the room stood a massive stone door, intricately carved with symbols and runes Lyra had never seen before. The door seemed to pulse with energy, as if it were alive, waiting for something, or someone, to open it. "This is it," Celine said softly, her hand brushing the door's surface. "Beyond this door lies the knowledge we seek. But remember, the library does not give its secrets freely. We must prove ourselves worthy to enter." Lyra stepped forward, her heart racing with both excitement and fear. She knew this was the only way to learn the truth about the shadow, to understand the ancient forces that had been awakened. But what would they have to face to prove their worth? The door began to glow faintly as Lyra's hand touched its surface. The symbols shifted, rearranging themselves in a pattern she couldn't comprehend. The hum of magic in the air grew louder, vibrating through her very bones. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the walls, deep and ancient, resonating with power. "Who seeks the knowledge of the enchanted library?" Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a presence that was both welcoming and terrifying. "We seek the truth," Lyra said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "We seek knowledge to protect our world from the darkness that threatens it." The voice responded, its tone inscrutable. "Many have come before you, seeking the same. But few have been worthy. Tell me, why should you be any different?" Lyra glanced at Kieran and Celine, both of them standing silently beside her. She could feel their presence, their trust in her, but the question weighed heavily on her heart. Why should they be worthy? What made them different from those who had failed before? "We have faced the storm," she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "We have battled the shadow, fought for our world, and we have not given up. Our strength lies in our unity, in our belief that light can overcome darkness. There was a long pause, the silence pressing in around them. Then the voice spoke again, its tone softer now. You have answered with wisdom, but wisdom alone is not enough. You must prove your resolve. To enter, you must each face your greatest fear. Lyra's blood ran cold at the words. Face her greatest fear? She had already faced so much, had already sacrificed so much to get this far. What more could the library ask of her? The enchanted library will reveal to you what you fear most, the voice continued. Only by confronting it will you gain the knowledge you seek. Should you fail, you will be trapped here, lost among the shadows forever. Lyra's breath hitched, and for a moment, she considered backing away. But then she remembered everything they had fought for, the world they were trying to save, the people who depended on them. She couldn't back down now. She looked at Kieran, who gave her a small, reassuring nod. Then at Celine, whose face was set in determination. I'm ready, Lyra said, her voice resolute. We are ready. The door before them shifted, its ancient runes glowing brighter as it slowly creaked open. Beyond it, a deep, swirling darkness awaited them, an abyss that seemed to pull at their very souls. This is it, Celine whispered. The library awaits. But beware, once you enter, there is no turning back. With a final glance at each other, they stepped into the darkness, the door closing silently behind them. The moment they crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped, and the air thickened with a strange, otherworldly energy. Lyra felt a pull at her heart, a tug that seemed to draw her deeper into the darkness. And then, as the world around them began to shift and distort, she realized the true test had begun. The darkness enveloped them as they stepped into the library, and the sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the thick silence. The air felt heavy, charged with the weight of countless secrets waiting to be revealed. Lyra could sense the presence of something ancient watching them, its eyes hidden in the shadows. She tightened her grip on the heart of the forest, feeling its warmth, though the chill of the library seemed to seep into her bones. Stay close, Celine whispered, her voice barely audible. Trust in the light. Kieran, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt, nodded without a word. His usual confidence was replaced by a cautious resolve, as if he too could feel the gravity of the situation. As they ventured deeper into the library, the shelves seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, filled with books of every size and color. Some were bound in what looked like leather, others in materials Lyra couldn't even begin to identify. There were no visible lights, yet the shelves themselves seemed to glow faintly, casting an eerie, ethereal light over everything. Then, the voice from before echoed through the library once again, louder this time, as though it were coming from the very walls themselves. To prove your worth, it boomed, you must confront your greatest fear. Only then will you be granted the knowledge you seek. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. The fear. She had known it would come, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel all the more real. She had faced many fears on this journey, fear of failure, fear for her friends, fear of the unknown. But what was her greatest fear? She had to confront it, face it head-on, no matter how terrifying it might be. A sudden rustling sound to her left made her spin around, but there was nothing there. She reached out, her fingers brushing the spines of the nearest books. The moment her skin touched the cool, smooth surface, the world around her seemed to shift. The walls of the library disappeared, replaced by an endless stretch of black water. Lyra stood at the edge, looking down into the murky depths below. She could feel the pull of the water, the dark, swirling current tugging at her feet as though it were alive. Then, a shadow moved in the water, large and formless, its shape barely distinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she realized what it was, a creature, its many eyes glowing from the depths. It was the same shape she had seen in the visions, the same dark force that had been haunting her dreams. The shadow of the abyss. Her heart pounded in her chest as the creature began to rise from the water, its gaping maw full of jagged teeth opening wide. She wanted to run, to escape, but the ground beneath her feet seemed to pull her closer to the edge. You are weak, a voice whispered from the depths. You cannot defeat me. You are nothing. You will drown in your own fears, just as you always have. Lyra trembled, her knees weakening as the shadow rose higher, its dark tendrils reaching toward her. She could hear the roar of the creature now, the deafening sound of its hunger. But then, something stirred inside her, a small flicker of defiance, of light. The heart of the forest in her chest pulsed with warmth, and she reached for it, feeling its power surge through her veins. I am not weak, she whispered to herself. I am not afraid. With that thought, the darkness before her began to shift, the shadow recoiling as though in pain. The waters around her began to churn and bubble, the light from the heart of the forest brightening until it pushed back the darkness, scattering the shadow into a million fragments. The creature shrieked as it was consumed by the light, its form dissolving into nothingness. The vision faded, and Lyra found herself standing once again in the library, the shelves around her bathed in the soft, glowing light. Her heart was still racing, but she felt stronger, more confident than ever before. Is it done? Kieran's voice broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. Lyra nodded, her voice steady. Yes. I faced it. The shadow, my greatest fear. It's gone. Celine stepped forward, her face unreadable as she surveyed Lyra's calm expression. You have proven your strength, Lyra. But the journey does not end here. There is more to face. Before Lyra could respond, the library seemed to shift again, the air becoming heavier. A deep, rumbling sound filled the space as the next test was revealed. The floor beneath their feet cracked open, revealing a chasm of fire and smoke, the flames dancing like hungry serpents. In the center of the chasm stood a figure, a tall, dark figure with burning red eyes that glowed like embers. This is your next challenge, the voice from before echoed again, now cold and foreboding. You must face what lies within your heart. Only then will the path to the library's deepest secrets be unlocked. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The figure in the flames seemed familiar, and as her gaze locked with its glowing eyes, she realized this was her father, the man she had lost so many years ago. His form was twisted by the flames, his face obscured by shadows. The vision of him was not the loving father she remembered, but a cruel, distorted version of him. You abandoned me, the figure hissed, its voice filled with hatred. You were never strong enough to protect me. You failed me. The words struck deep, and Lyra staggered back, her heart aching. She had always felt the loss of her father, but to face him now, to see him twisted by fire, was more painful than she had imagined. Her father had been a hero in her eyes, but the figure before her now mocked that image. The heat from the flames intensified, and Lyra felt a surge of emotion rise within her. Anger, grief, despair. But then, the heart of the forest pulsed again, and Lyra remembered what she had learned. She was not the child who had failed. She was not the person defined by her fears. She was stronger than the past that tried to haunt her. I forgive you, Lyra said, her voice steady. I forgive you for leaving me. And I forgive myself for holding on to the pain. I am not my past. I am the person I choose to be. The figure recoiled, its form dissipating in the flames as the chasm before them closed, leaving only the sound of Lyra's steady breathing. She had faced the darkness in her heart and emerged stronger. Celine and Kieran looked at her, both visibly impressed. Your courage is unmatched, Celine said, her voice filled with admiration. You've passed both tests. But remember, there is still much to learn. The true challenge is yet to come. Lyra nodded, her resolve stronger than ever. She was ready for whatever the library had in store for her. As the chasm closed behind them, the library seemed to shift once again, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Lyra's heart was still racing from the previous trials, but her resolve had never been clearer. She had faced her darkest fears and emerged victorious. She wasn't the same person who had stepped into the library only hours ago. The journey had changed her, and now, with every step, she could feel the power of the heart of the forest resonating deeper within her. Celine led the way through the winding halls, her movements graceful, but there was a tension in her steps that Lyra couldn't ignore. It was clear that even Celine, with all her experience and knowledge, felt the gravity of what lay ahead. "There is a place in this library where all truths are written," Celine explained softly, her voice almost reverent. "The heart of knowledge lies within. It is said to reveal not only the answers to the questions you ask, but also those you have yet to understand. It is a powerful, dangerous place. It holds the key to the future and the past." Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. The idea of unlocking the secrets of the universe was both thrilling and terrifying. What if the knowledge was too much for her to bear? What if some truths were better left hidden? Kieran walked beside her, his eyes scanning the endless rows of books that lined the library's walls. "What's the catch?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "This kind of power rarely comes without consequences." Celine stopped, turning to face them both. Her expression softened, and for the first time, Lyra saw a trace of uncertainty in her eyes. "There is always a price," she admitted. "To possess this knowledge, you must be prepared to sacrifice something of great value. What that is, only the heart can tell." The weight of her words settled over Lyra like a heavy cloak. She had already lost so much on this journey, her childhood innocence, her home, her family. Was she truly willing to pay another price? Or was it wiser to turn back before the cost became too high? The sound of faint footsteps interrupted her thoughts, and Lyra looked up to see a large, ornate door at the far end of the library. It was unlike any door she had seen before, its wood black as night and covered in intricate silver patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. "This is it," Celine said, her voice low and reverent. "The heart of knowledge." Kieran's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing as he took in the door. "It doesn't look like much." Lyra could feel the energy emanating from the door, the raw power that seemed to hum with life. There was no mistaking it, this was the heart of the library. She could feel its pull, calling to her, beckoning her to step forward. Celine moved closer, placing her hand on the door. "It will test you," she said, her gaze turning serious. "Not just your strength, but your heart. Be careful, Lyra. The answers you seek may come at a price you are not prepared to pay." Lyra nodded, steeling herself for whatever lay beyond the door. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the door. It seemed to shiver under her touch, and for a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of light within the silver patterns. With a deep breath, Lyra pushed the door open. The room beyond was unlike any place she had ever seen. It was vast, stretching out into an endless expanse of light and shadow. At its center, a pedestal stood, bathed in a brilliant glow, upon which rested a single book. The book was massive, its pages glowing with golden script that seemed to dance and shift as if alive. It was the heart of knowledge. As Lyra stepped closer, the air around her seemed to crackle with energy, and the book opened by itself, its pages flipping slowly as though guided by an invisible force. Words appeared on the pages, words that Lyra couldn't read, yet somehow understood. Each word felt like a piece of the universe unfolding before her, each sentence pulling her deeper into the mysteries of existence. A voice echoed in the chamber, a deep, resonant tone that filled the room and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome, seeker of truth. You have come far, and now, the knowledge you seek is within your grasp. But know this, the cost of knowledge is high, and what you learn may change you forever. What is it that you wish to know?" Lyra's breath caught in her throat. There were so many questions swirling in her mind, about the heart of the forest, her father, the dark forces that had been chasing her, the truth of the world itself. But in that moment, one question stood out above all others. "I want to know how to stop the darkness," she said, her voice steady. "I want to know how to protect those I love." The book before her shimmered as the words shifted, its pages turning faster now, as though it had heard her plea and was beginning to answer. "The darkness you seek to stop is a force older than time itself," the voice responded. "It is a force born from the hearts of all beings, a reflection of their fears, desires, and shadows. To stop it, you must confront the darkness within yourself. Only then will you possess the strength to defeat it." Lyra's heart raced as the voice spoke. Confront the darkness within herself. Was that what she had been doing all along? Facing her fears, her grief, her guilt? It felt like the pieces of the puzzle were slowly beginning to fall into place, but the weight of the truth hung heavily in the air. "You must choose, Lyra," the voice continued. "Will you sacrifice the light you carry within, the light that gives you hope, for the power to defeat the darkness? Or will you accept that some battles must be fought with love and unity, not strength alone?" Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She had already lost so much, and now she stood at the precipice of an even greater choice. What would she sacrifice? What was she willing to give up for the chance to save those she loved? As the words swirled in her mind, she felt a deep, overwhelming pull in her chest, a desire to protect, to love, and to fight for a world free of fear. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew one thing for certain. She was ready to face whatever came next. The chamber fell silent after the voice's final words, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on Lyra's shoulders. Her heart raced, and her mind whirred as she considered the consequences of each possible path. The knowledge in front of her was more powerful than anything she had ever imagined, yet it came with a price. Would she sacrifice the very essence of her hope for the power to defeat the darkness, or would she take another path, one that could cost her just as much? Lyra's gaze shifted to the book on the pedestal, its pages glowing with an intense golden light. It was calling to her, urging her to make a decision. But deep inside, she felt a stirring, a sense that this moment was not just about defeating the darkness, but understanding it. Could she truly conquer what was inside her, the fear, the guilt, the doubt? Or would she be consumed by it? As she stepped forward, her fingers hovered over the pages, but before she could make contact, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the light and plunging them into darkness. The temperature dropped sharply, and Lyra could feel a presence, dark and powerful, surrounding her. It was the darkness, the very force she had come to confront. A voice, low and chilling, echoed in the shadows. "You cannot hide from me, Lyra. I have always been with you, waiting for the moment when you would face me. You think you can defeat me? You think you can escape the truth of who you are?" Lyra froze. The voice felt familiar, but she couldn't place it. It was as though it came from within her own mind. Her breath hitched in her chest as she fought the rising panic. Was this her fear, her guilt speaking to her, or was this something more? Something real? "No," she whispered, stepping back. "I won't let you control me." The voice laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "Control? I have never needed to control you. You have always controlled yourself, and it is your own doubts that have allowed me to grow. You have always known the truth, Lyra. You have known what you must do, and yet, you fear it. You fear the truth of your own heart." The words stung, and Lyra's knees threatened to buckle under the weight of the revelation. She had always been afraid of the truth, afraid of what she might become, afraid of failing those she loved. But now, standing in this moment, she realized something crucial. The darkness was not some external force, it was a reflection of her own inner turmoil, her own fears. It had been feeding on her doubts, growing stronger each time she hesitated. "No more," Lyra said, her voice growing stronger. "I choose to face it. I will not let you consume me." A soft light began to flicker in the darkness, and the shadows receded. The library slowly returned to its former state, and Lyra felt a strange calm wash over her. The darkness had not been defeated, it had been acknowledged, faced, and understood. She had chosen to confront her own fears, to accept that the darkness inside her was just as much a part of her as the light. The voice, now no longer threatening, spoke once more, but this time it was different. It was softer, almost compassionate. You have made your choice, Lyra. You have chosen the path of truth, not because it is easy, but because it is the only way. The cost is great, but you have already paid part of it. You will face many more trials, but now you know that you are stronger than the darkness within. The book on the pedestal opened once again, the pages flipping with a newfound urgency. The golden script glowed brighter, as though acknowledging her choice. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. The cost of knowledge was not just about what she might lose. It was about what she was willing to give of herself. And in that moment, she realized that the only way to truly defeat the darkness was to embrace the truth of who she was, the light and the dark within her. Kieran stepped forward, his hand resting on Lyra's shoulder. You did it, he said, his voice soft but full of pride. You faced the darkness and chose the light. Lyra smiled, the first real smile she had allowed herself in days. It felt like a weight had been lifted from her chest. She didn't have all the answers, but she had taken the first step. And that was enough for now. Celine approached, her face filled with quiet admiration. You have proven yourself, Lyra. The heart of knowledge has recognized your strength, and the path ahead will be clearer because of it. But remember, knowledge is not the end. It is only the beginning. Now, you must decide how to use it. Lyra nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. She had come this far, and she wasn't about to stop now. The journey ahead was still long, but she was no longer afraid of what it held. She had found the courage to face the darkness, and in doing so, had discovered the greatest truth of all, the power to choose. The heart of knowledge had bestowed its truths, but Lyra knew that the journey was far from over. She had unlocked the mysteries of the darkness, but the path ahead was still fraught with challenges. She had faced her inner demons, but now she had to confront the external forces threatening her world. Knowledge, she understood now, was not enough. It was action that would shape the future. As the light from the book faded and the room grew quiet, Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility settle over her. The darkness was not something that could be defeated by one person alone. It had to be fought by many, united in purpose, heart, and mind. The journey ahead was not just about defeating the shadows, it was about bringing people together, uniting them in a shared cause. It was about forging bonds that would strengthen the world against the darkness that threatened to consume it. Kieran, standing at her side, broke the silence. So, what now? We've learned a lot, but what's the next step? We can't just wait around for the darkness to strike again. Lyra looked at him, her mind racing. The answer was clear. The only way to defeat the darkness was through unity. She needed to gather allies, people from all walks of life, from every corner of the world, who were willing to stand together. Alone, she had already discovered the limits of her strength, but together, they could achieve something far greater. We need to find others who are willing to fight alongside us, Lyra said, her voice firm. We can't do this alone. The darkness is a force that thrives on division and fear. The only way to stop it is through unity, through a coming together of hearts and minds, so that we can face it as one. Celine nodded, her expression thoughtful. You are right. The heart of knowledge does not only give wisdom. It shows us the path we must walk. It is not just about defeating the darkness, it is about healing the divisions that plague our world. You will need to find those who are ready to lay down their differences and join forces. Lyra looked at her companions, Kieran, Celine, and the others who had walked with her so far. They had all faced their own battles, their own struggles. And now, they had to face the greatest challenge of all, bringing others into the fold. It wouldn't be easy. Some would resist. Others would question their motives. But Lyra was determined. We will start with those closest to us, she said. The people who understand what is at stake. But we must also reach beyond that, reach to those who may not understand the gravity of the situation. We have to show them that unity is the only way forward. Only then can we hope to confront the darkness head-on. Kieran's gaze darkened slightly, but there was a fire in his eyes. You think they'll listen? The world's divided, Lyra. Everyone has their own ideas about how things should be. It's not going to be easy. Lyra met his gaze, unflinching. No, it won't be easy. But nothing worth fighting for ever is. As they made their way back through the library, Lyra's mind turned over the possibilities. The heart of knowledge had given her the power to see beyond the surface of things, to understand the deeper connections that bound the world together. But the real work was yet to come. It wasn't enough to simply understand. She had to help others understand as well. The first step, she knew, was to speak the truth, to make people see that their divisions were part of the darkness's plan. The shadows thrived on fear, mistrust, and hate. But if they could come together, share their strengths, their hopes, their dreams, they could overcome it. As they exited the library, the vast, starry sky stretched out above them, an endless canvas of possibility. The wind was calm, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh earth and wildflowers. It was a reminder that, despite the chaos and uncertainty in the world, beauty and peace were still possible. It was a message Lyra took to heart. We'll start with the villages, Celine suggested, breaking into her thoughts. They are the heart of the land, where people are more connected to the earth. They may be more willing to listen. Lyra nodded. Yes. And we'll speak with the leaders of the cities, too. The ones who have the power to rally people, to unite them. If we can show them what's at stake, we might just have a chance. Kieran smiled slightly, the tension in his shoulders easing. Then let's get to work. As they began their journey toward the first village, Lyra felt a surge of determination. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but she knew that the first step had already been taken. The first spark of unity had been ignited. Now, it was up to them to fan the flames and spread that fire across the land. The darkness would not be defeated by a single person, or even a single group. It would be defeated by the coming together of many, each contributing their strengths, their gifts, and their courage. Only through unity could they hope to restore balance to the world. The journey to the first village was quieter than Lyra had expected. The roads were long and winding, and as they passed through fields of tall grass and rolling hills, a sense of calm seemed to settle over the group. The darkness was still out there, looming, but in these quiet moments, there was a faint hope that perhaps unity could be the answer. As they neared the village, Lyra felt a subtle shift in the air. The winds had picked up, and a sense of urgency seemed to permeate the surroundings. It was as though the land itself was aware of the task before them, urging them onward. The village was nestled at the foot of a great mountain, its houses clustered together like a small, tight-knit community. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where lives were shared and bonds were strong. This place feels different, Kieran remarked, his voice thoughtful. I can feel it in the air. People here are connected. They have something we need. Lyra nodded. Yes, this could be the start. If we can reach them, maybe we can light the first spark of unity that will spread. As they entered the village, they were greeted by curious eyes. The people here were simple folk, with weathered hands and kind smiles. But there was an underlying tension, a sense of quiet fear that clung to the atmosphere. It was clear that the darkness had already made its mark, even in this peaceful place. Whispers of strange happenings, unexplained shadows, and dark figures in the night had begun to spread. People were afraid, unsure of what was coming, and even more uncertain of how to fight it. Lyra approached a woman at the well, her hands calloused from years of labor, but her face kind and weathered. We've come to speak with your leaders, Lyra said, her voice gentle but firm. We need your help. The woman eyed her carefully, then nodded slowly. The village council meets this evening. You're welcome to speak with them then, but be warned, many are scared. They don't believe they can do anything about the shadows. They believe they're too small, too powerless. Lyra's heart clenched at the words. It was exactly the kind of division the darkness thrived on. Fear, uncertainty, and the belief that one person, or even a small community, couldn't make a difference. But that was where the truth lay, in the realization that everyone had a part to play, no matter how small they felt. "We're not here to tell you what to do," Lyra said. "We're here to remind you of the power you already hold. Together, you can overcome anything. But it starts with believing that unity is stronger than fear." The woman studied Lyra's face for a long moment before finally speaking. "I'll tell them you're coming. But be prepared, they may not listen." That night, as the sun set behind the mountains, Lyra stood before the village council. A circle of elders and leaders gathered around a large wooden table, their faces etched with worry and doubt. The air was thick with tension, and it felt like the darkness itself was pressing in from all sides. They looked at Lyra and her companions as if they were outsiders, intruders in a place that had once known peace. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. "We've come to you because we believe that together, you can fight the darkness that threatens us all. But you must understand, this is not just about strength in numbers. This is about unity in heart and mind. Alone, we are vulnerable. But together, we can form a force stronger than any shadow." One of the council members, an elderly man with a long white beard, spoke up. "Unity? You want us to stand together when there's nothing we can do? When the shadows have already begun to take our homes, our families? We've tried before, and it didn't work. How do you expect us to believe this time will be different?" Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. She knew this was coming. The doubt. The fear. It was what had held people back for so long. But she wasn't going to back down. She couldn't. "The darkness thrives on division," she said, her voice steady. "It feeds on our fears, our separations. It wants us to believe that we are too small, too insignificant, to make a difference. But that's a lie. Every single one of you has a role to play in this fight. Every single person in this village. And it starts with one small act of courage, one small spark that can ignite something much bigger." The room was silent for a long moment, and for the first time, Lyra felt the weight of the council's eyes on her, not with suspicion, but with curiosity. She had planted the seed of hope, and now, she had to let it grow. A woman at the far end of the table, her face young but worn, spoke up. "What if we fail? What if it's all for nothing?" Lyra met her gaze with quiet intensity. "Then we fail together. But we won't know unless we try." The silence that followed was deafening. Lyra could hear the sound of her own breath, the beating of her heart. And then, finally, the old man with the white beard spoke again, his voice softer now. "I've seen darkness in my days. I've seen it in the eyes of those who lost hope. But I've also seen light. And I've seen it in places like this, in villages like ours, where people still care about each other. If we truly stand together, maybe we can find that light again." It was the beginning of something. The first spark. The council agreed to work together, to put aside their fears and doubts, and unite against the darkness. It was a small victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. Lyra knew this was just the first of many battles, but it was a step in the right direction. As they left the council hall, Lyra felt a surge of hope. The darkness had not been defeated, but the spark of unity had been lit. And now, it would spread. The days that followed were filled with quiet determination. Lyra, Kieran, and Celine worked alongside the villagers, helping them rebuild their confidence and their strength. It wasn't easy. The shadows that had begun to creep into their lives had left scars, deep ones that would take time to heal. But with each passing day, something incredible was happening. The people of the village were starting to believe again. They were beginning to see that unity wasn't just a dream, but a real, powerful force that could push back the darkness. The small victories they achieved together, clearing the fields of creeping vines, repairing homes, and reinforcing the village's defenses, seemed to spark something larger. It was as if the very earth beneath their feet was alive with potential. The ground felt more solid, the air fresher, and the people more connected than ever before. Every action, no matter how small, was a testament to their shared will to fight for something greater. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lyra stood at the edge of the village with Kieran. The faint glow of the firelight reflected off his face, casting shadows that danced with the flicker of the flames. They watched the village come alive, people laughing, working, sharing stories, something that had been missing for so long. Kieran turned to her, his eyes filled with resolve. "It's working. The village, they're really coming together. We've lit something in them. It's like a fire that's spreading." Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with pride. "This is just the beginning. The darkness feeds on isolation. But together, we're stronger than it. We're lighting the way for others to join us." Their words were interrupted by a sudden movement from the village's outskirts. A young man, breathless and covered in dust, ran towards them. His eyes were wide with panic. "Lyra! Kieran! Celine," he called. "You need to come quickly. There's something out there, something in the woods." The urgency in his voice was enough to snap Lyra from her thoughts. Without another word, she followed him toward the edge of the village, where the trees loomed dark and silent. The villagers had long avoided the forest, sensing that something unnatural was lurking within its depths. The shadows seemed to grow stronger there, and few dared to venture close. As they reached the clearing that bordered the woods, Lyra felt it, an unsettling coldness that hung in the air, creeping into her bones. There was something wrong, something unnatural. And it was closer than they thought. Kieran stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "We're not going to let whatever's out there stop us," he muttered, his voice tight with determination. Lyra nodded, gripping the heart of knowledge close to her chest. She could feel its power pulsing, urging her to move forward. This was the test. The darkness had been pushing back, but now it was time to take the fight to it. "Stay close," she said to the group. "We move together. One step at a time." They entered the woods cautiously, the light from their torches flickering in the darkness. The air grew colder, the trees twisted in unnatural shapes, their branches reaching toward them like skeletal hands. The shadows here were thick, almost tangible, wrapping around them in eerie silence. And then, just as they rounded a bend, they saw it. A figure stood in the clearing ahead, tall and dark, its form shifting in the shadows. The figure was cloaked in black, its features hidden by a hood, but Lyra could feel its malevolent presence. It was a manifestation of the very darkness they had been fighting, something much more tangible than just the fear and uncertainty that had plagued the world for so long. The figure didn't move as they approached, but Lyra could feel its eyes upon her. She stepped forward, her voice steady as she addressed the figure. "You are the darkness, aren't you?" she asked. "You are the one who spreads fear, division, and hatred." The figure's voice echoed, low and mocking. "Fear is not my doing, little one. It is your own hearts that breed it. I am merely the reflection of what you already fear within yourselves. You cannot defeat me, because you cannot defeat what is inside of you." Lyra felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The words stung with truth, but she wouldn't back down. "We can defeat you. Because we are not alone. We have each other." The figure laughed, a hollow sound that reverberated through the trees. "Unity? It is but an illusion. When it comes down to it, you are all just individuals, fighting for your own survival. And in the end, it will be every person for themselves." Lyra's heart raced, but she stood tall, her voice unwavering. "You're wrong. Unity isn't just about survival. It's about something greater. It's about hope. And hope is stronger than fear. The figure's form began to shift, the shadows writhing and coiling around it like snakes. But Lyra didn't flinch. She stepped forward, raising the heart of knowledge, its light gleaming brighter than before. "We are stronger together," she said firmly. "And we will not let you tear us apart." With that, she held the heart high, and a brilliant burst of light erupted from it, filling the clearing with an almost blinding glow. The figure screeched, its form distorting as the light pierced through the darkness surrounding it. For a moment, everything went silent. Then, the darkness began to recede, its grip on the woods loosening as the light continued to grow. The shadows shrank back into the trees, and the figure dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind but the faint echo of its mocking laughter. Breathing heavily, Lyra lowered the heart of knowledge, her eyes scanning the now peaceful woods. The air felt lighter, the oppressive coldness replaced by a warmth that seemed to spread from the ground up. The darkness had been pushed back, this time, at least. Kieran stepped up beside her, his expression one of awe. That was incredible. We actually did it." Lyra nodded, her eyes still focused on the spot where the darkness had been. "We didn't just fight it. We showed it that our unity is stronger than its fear. And that's what will keep us going." The others gathered around, their faces filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The first spark had become a flame, and now, it was spreading. The morning after their victory was unlike any Lyra had ever seen. The sun broke through the clouds with a golden intensity, casting warm rays over the land that had been so steeped in shadow for so long. The villagers moved with a new energy, their steps lighter, their voices brighter. It was as if the very air had changed, infused with a renewed sense of hope. The battle in the woods had been a turning point, but Lyra knew it was just one chapter in a much larger story. As she walked through the village, Lyra felt the weight of the heart of knowledge against her chest. It was still warm, still pulsing with an energy that felt alive, connected to the very world around her. She couldn't help but wonder if this was only the beginning of what was to come. They had driven back the darkness for now, but the battle was far from over. Kieran approached her, his expression somber as he joined her by the edge of the village. "Lyra, there's something we need to discuss. I've been hearing whispers from the other villages. It's not just here. The darkness is spreading everywhere. And not all of them are as ready as we are to fight back." Lyra's heart sank at his words. She had known, deep down, that the fight wasn't over, but hearing it aloud made the weight of their mission feel that much heavier. "What are they saying?" "They're afraid," Kieran replied, his voice low. "They think the darkness is unstoppable. And without someone to lead them, they're starting to fall into despair. They need us." Lyra looked out over the village, her mind racing. She had always known that hope could spread, but now she realized that it needed to be carried. They couldn't fight this battle alone, not anymore. The time had come to bring the light of unity to other places, places where the shadows were still thick and suffocating. "We can't let this fall apart," Lyra said, her voice determined. "We have to bring the message of hope to them. We have to show them that unity is the key to defeating the darkness. We need to call them to arms, unite the villages, before it's too late." Kieran nodded, understanding the weight of her words. "But how do we reach them? How do we convince them to fight for something they can't see?" "That's where you come in," Lyra said, a spark of inspiration lighting up her eyes. "You've always been a natural leader, Kieran. You've got the strength and the charisma to inspire others. If anyone can rally the villages, it's you." Kieran hesitated for a moment, his usual confidence wavering. But then he straightened, meeting Lyra's gaze with newfound resolve. "I won't let you down." Lyra placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you won't. But we can't do this alone. We need Celine. We need the heart of knowledge. And we need every person who believes in this cause to come together." The decision was made. The call to arms would go out that very day. Lyra and Kieran would travel to the neighboring villages, carrying with them the light of hope. They would not rest until every last person who was willing to fight had been awakened to the power of unity. As they prepared to leave, Celine found them at the village center, her face pale from exhaustion, but her eyes shining with fierce determination. She had been working tirelessly alongside the villagers, helping to repair homes and fortify defenses, but now the urgency of the moment was clear. "We're going, aren't we?" Celine asked, her voice steady but filled with the weight of the task ahead. Lyra nodded. "We're calling the villages to arms. The darkness isn't just a threat to us, it's spreading everywhere. And we need to unite every person who believes in the light before it's too late." Celine's face softened, but there was no hesitation in her voice when she spoke. "Then let's go. We can't afford to wait." The three of them set out together, leaving the village behind and heading into the unknown. As they walked, Lyra's heart raced with anticipation. They were not just walking to other villages, they were walking to the heart of something much larger. This was the beginning of a movement that would span far beyond their small village. The road ahead was treacherous, and the darkness still loomed in the distance, but Lyra felt a fierce sense of purpose burning within her. They would not be stopped. They would fight for the light. They would fight for unity. As the sun began to set behind them, Lyra glanced over her shoulder at the village they were leaving behind. For the first time in a long time, she felt confident. The village was no longer just a place, they were a symbol of what was possible when people stood together. And no darkness, no matter how strong, could ever take that away. They continued onward, the road stretching out before them, their hearts united in purpose. The call to arms had been issued, and the time had come to spread the message of hope to every corner of the land. The journey from village to village was more challenging than Lyra had anticipated. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the signs of the darkness grew clearer, twisted trees with gnarled roots, and air that felt unnaturally still, like the world itself was holding its breath. The further they traveled, the more palpable the fear became, not just in the villages they passed through, but in the very land itself. It was as if the earth itself was waiting for something to break. Kieran took the lead, his steps sure and steady despite the heavy weight of their task. His mind was focused, but Lyra could see the strain in his eyes. The uncertainty of the mission weighed on him, just as it weighed on all of them. This wasn't just a battle against creatures of the night or shadows, it was a battle to inspire a belief in the impossible. "We'll reach the next village by dusk," Kieran said, his voice cutting through the silence that had descended over their group. "I've heard they've been avoiding any outsiders. I don't think they'll be easy to convince." Lyra nodded, understanding the challenge. The last few villages they'd passed had been open to their cause, eager to rebuild and fight, but this next one, the village of Windbrook, was different. Word had spread that they were suspicious of anyone who wasn't from their own ranks, and they feared the unknown more than they were willing to trust. The shadows had crept into their hearts, and it would take more than just words to change that. Celine, ever the calming presence, glanced up at the sky. "We've come this far. We have to keep going. They need to hear what we have to say, no matter how they react." Lyra took a deep breath, rallying herself. The heart of knowledge still pulsed against her chest, a reminder of the power they carried, and a symbol of what they had already achieved. This was their mission, to reach the hearts of those who had been touched by fear and show them that hope could still shine through. By the time they reached the outskirts of Windbrook, the sky had darkened, and the first stars began to twinkle like distant beacons of light. The village was quiet, too quiet. The usual sounds of evening life were absent, no laughter, no chatter, only an oppressive silence. As they approached the village gates, Lyra could feel the tension in the air, a palpable resistance that seemed to press against them. A single figure stood at the gate, watching them with narrowed eyes. A tall man, his face weathered by years of hardship, his cloak flapping in the wind like the wings of a dark bird. "You've come a long way," the man said gruffly, his voice low. "What do you want here?" Kieran stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "We've come to help. The darkness is spreading, and we have a message of hope for your people." The man didn't move. "Hope? Hope won't stop the darkness. It's too far gone for that. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped up beside Kieran, feeling the weight of the man's skepticism. I know it seems impossible, she said, her voice steady. But we've seen what can happen when people come together. We've seen the light push back the shadows. And that's what we're offering: unity, strength, hope. The man looked at her for a long moment, as though weighing her words. Then, slowly, he stepped aside, motioning for them to enter. I'll take you to the village council. But I warn you, not all of us will be as open to your ideas. As they walked through the gates and into the village, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into the heart of a storm. The streets of Windbrook were eerily still, the homes darkened, and the air thick with an unsettling quiet. It wasn't the calm of peace, it was the stillness before a brewing conflict. When they reached the council hall, the doors opened, revealing a group of stern-faced villagers sitting around a large wooden table. They all turned to look as Lyra, Kieran, and Celine entered, their eyes filled with suspicion, fear, and a hint of anger. Why should we believe that you can save us? A woman at the far end of the table asked, her voice sharp. We've seen what happens when people try to stand against the darkness. It destroys everything. Lyra stood tall, the weight of the heart of knowledge heavy against her chest. I know you've suffered. I know it feels like the shadows are closing in. But we are not helpless. We have the strength to fight back, together. And if you join us, we can turn the tide. We can save Windbrook and every village if we stand united. There was a long pause as the villagers exchanged uncertain glances. The fear in their eyes was raw, but there was also something else, something flickering beneath the surface. The tiniest spark of hope. Finally, the leader of the council, an older man with a long beard, spoke. We've lost too much already. Too many have given up. What makes you think we should trust you? Lyra stepped forward, her voice unwavering. Because I believe in you. I believe that together, we can fight the darkness. And I'm not asking you to follow me, I'm asking you to fight for what's right. For your people, for your future. The room fell silent again, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Then, one by one, the villagers began to nod, the flicker of hope growing brighter. We'll stand with you, the council leader said, his voice softer now. We'll fight. Lyra's heart soared as she looked around the room. They had done it. They had united another village. The battle was far from over, but this was a victory they would carry with them as they continued their journey. With the council's blessing, they set out once more, leaving Windbrook behind as they continued their mission to spread the message of hope. The road ahead was still filled with challenges, but Lyra felt a renewed strength in her heart. They were no longer just a small group, they were a movement. And the light was growing brighter with every step. As the days passed, the journey from Windbrook to the next village felt different. The weight that had once seemed so heavy now felt a little lighter, and the air around them was filled with a new sense of possibility. Word of their mission had spread, and more villagers were beginning to rally behind the cause. Lyra couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as she watched the transformations taking place in the villages they visited. Kieran had become the voice of their movement, his natural ability to inspire and lead drawing people in wherever they went. He spoke of unity, of fighting for something greater than themselves, and each time he did, more people stood with them. With Celine by their side, helping to heal the weary and restore hope to the broken, they had formed something more than just an alliance. They were building a network of people who believed in the light, who believed in the power of togetherness. But even as their numbers grew, Lyra knew that the true test was still ahead. They had united villages, but the shadows they were fighting against were not so easily defeated. The heart of knowledge, though powerful, could only do so much. She knew that it was the hearts of the people that would make the real difference. And with every passing village, her faith in them grew stronger. One evening, as they sat by a campfire on the outskirts of the village of Dawnbrook, Lyra reflected on how far they had come. She could hear the laughter of the villagers in the distance as they celebrated their newfound unity. It was a sound she hadn't heard in so long, a sound that filled her with warmth. I never thought it would be like this, Celine said quietly, looking into the fire. At first, it seemed like such an impossible dream. But now, I see it. The light is spreading. People are starting to believe. Lyra smiled at her friend's words, feeling the weight of their shared journey in them. We're not done yet, she said, her voice resolute. There are still many villages to reach. The darkness may have been pushed back, but it hasn't been defeated. And as long as there's even one person who still fears the shadows, we have to keep going. Kieran nodded from across the fire, his eyes reflecting the flames. I've been thinking about that. We're gaining momentum, but we'll need a larger force to face the final battle. We'll need more than just hope, we'll need strategy, training, and the strength of an army. Lyra's thoughts echoed Kieran's. Their small group had done wonders, but to truly stand against the forces of darkness that were gathering on the horizon, they would need more than just the strength of conviction. We have the heart of knowledge, she said, glancing down at the glowing stone around her neck. But there are others like it. And I believe that they hold the key to ending this once and for all. Celine looked up, her expression thoughtful. You mean the other stones, the ones the ancient texts spoke of? Lyra nodded. Yes. The heart of knowledge is only one piece of the puzzle. The others, each with their own power, must be found. We'll need them if we're going to confront the darkness head-on. Kieran leaned forward, his gaze steady. Do you know where they are? How we can find them? Lyra shook her head. I don't. But I believe the journey will reveal them to us. We've already begun to uncover the first pieces. And now, it's time to seek out the rest. The idea of traveling even further, across lands they had never seen, was daunting, but it was clear that this was the path they had to follow. They had a purpose, and that purpose would guide them toward the next stage of their journey. As dawn began to break on the horizon, Lyra felt a renewed sense of determination. The road ahead was unknown, filled with potential dangers, but it was also filled with hope. The light they had kindled in the hearts of the people was not to be easily extinguished. With the heart of knowledge guiding them, they would find other stones, and with them, the strength to stand against the dark forces that threatened to overwhelm the world. Kieran stood and stretched, his silhouette outlined by the first rays of sunlight. We'll need to leave at first light if we're to reach the next village before nightfall. We're close, and I can feel it, the time for action is now. Lyra nodded, feeling the urgency in his words. They had come so far, and there was no turning back. Their mission was clear, and it was only a matter of time before the darkness would face its greatest challenge yet. With the first rays of sunlight illuminating the path ahead, the trio packed their belongings and prepared to set out once again. Their hearts were filled with purpose, and the villages they left behind were stronger for their passing. But the road to the next stone was still long, and the shadows that followed them were relentless. But Lyra was ready. She had seen the power of unity, and now it was time to see the power of the light itself. The road to the next village seemed endless, the path winding through dense forests and across wide, open plains. The journey was long, and though they had made great strides, the weight of the mission pressed on Lyra's shoulders. She felt the growing anticipation of something important that awaited them. The heart of knowledge had guided them this far, but it was clear that they were on the verge of something much larger. Something that could change everything. Kieran, who had been leading them with his steady pace, suddenly stopped and turned toward Lyra. There's something I've been meaning to tell you, he said, his voice serious. I've been hearing whispers in the wind. The people we've met, the ones who are starting to believe, some of them speak of an ancient prophecy. Lyra's interest piqued. A prophecy? What does it say? Kieran hesitated for a moment before replying. It speaks of a time when the darkness will rise up in full force, threatening to swallow the world whole. But it also speaks of a group, a chosen few, who will carry the light and stand against the shadow. They will find the pieces of an ancient power scattered across the land, and with it, they will restore balance. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. This sounded eerily familiar to the journey they were already on. Could the prophecy be referring to them? Could they be the ones who were meant to find the other stones and save the world? Celine, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Do you think this prophecy is about us? The ones who are uniting the villages, spreading hope? Kieran nodded slowly. I believe so. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Everything we've done so far, the light we've sparked in the hearts of the people, the power of the heart of knowledge, it all seems to align with the prophecy. But there's something more. Lyra turned her attention fully to Kieran, sensing the gravity of his words. What is it? What's more? Kieran glanced around, ensuring they were alone. The forest was quiet, save for the distant chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. The prophecy mentions a final battle, one that will take place when all the pieces are gathered. But it also says that the darkness will try to stop us at every turn. It's not just the creatures we've seen or the shadows that lurk in the night, it's something much older. Something more powerful. Lyra's mind raced as she processed his words. She had always known that the stakes were high, but hearing about this final battle filled her with a sense of dread. The road ahead would be far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. Do we know how to stop it? Celine asked, her voice quiet but filled with determination. Kieran shook his head. No. But the prophecy says that the answer lies in the heart of the darkness itself. Only by confronting it head-on will we be able to restore balance. Lyra closed her eyes, the weight of the words settling on her. She had always believed that light could conquer darkness, but now she was beginning to realize just how deep the conflict ran. The darkness they faced wasn't just external, it was internal, too. It was a fight for the soul of the world, for the very essence of hope itself. We need to find the next stone, Lyra said, opening her eyes and meeting Kieran's gaze. The heart of knowledge has shown us that the pieces are scattered, and each one will bring us closer to the power we need to confront this darkness. We can't let fear stop us. We have to keep moving forward. Kieran's expression softened, a small smile playing on his lips. I knew you'd say that. We'll find it, Lyra. We're stronger together than apart. With renewed resolve, the group continued on their journey, the weight of the prophecy heavy on their hearts. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the horizon, Lyra couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. They had come so far, and though the path ahead was uncertain, they were no longer walking it alone. More and more people were joining their cause, believing in the light and the power of unity. In the distance, the silhouette of the next village came into view. This one, unlike the others, had been harder to reach. The whispers of the prophecy had already begun to reach its ears, but the people were wary, uncertain. They had suffered too much, and trust was a rare commodity. As they approached the village, Lyra couldn't help but wonder how the prophecy would unfold. Would they be able to unite the people here? Would they be able to find the next stone? The answers, she knew, were hidden just beyond the horizon, waiting for them to discover them. And with each step, the heart of the prophecy seemed to draw closer. Lyra's thoughts echoed Kieran's. Their small group had done wonders, but to truly stand against the forces of darkness that were gathering on the horizon, they would need more than just the strength of conviction. We have the heart of knowledge, she said, glancing down at the glowing stone around her neck. But there are others like it. And I believe that they hold the key to ending this once and for all. Celine looked up, her expression thoughtful. You mean the other stones, the ones the ancient texts spoke of? Lyra nodded. Yes. The heart of knowledge is only one piece of the puzzle. The others, each with their own power, must be found. We'll need them if we're going to confront the darkness head-on. Kieran leaned forward, his gaze steady. Do you know where they are? How we can find them? Lyra shook her head. I don't. but I believe the journey will reveal them to us. We've already begun to uncover the first pieces. And now, it's time to seek out the rest. The idea of traveling even further, across lands they had never seen, was daunting, but it was clear that this was the path they had to follow. They had a purpose, and that purpose would guide them toward the next stage of their journey. As dawn began to break on the horizon, Lyra felt a renewed sense of determination. The road ahead was unknown, filled with potential dangers, but it was also filled with hope. The light they had kindled in the hearts of the people was not to be easily extinguished. With the heart of knowledge guiding them, they would find the other stones, and with them, the strength to stand against the dark forces that threatened to overwhelm the world. Kieran stood and stretched, his silhouette outlined by the first rays of sunlight. We'll need to leave at first light if we're to reach the next village before nightfall. We're close, and I can feel it, the time for action is now. Lyra nodded, feeling the urgency in his words. They had come so far, and there was no turning back. Their mission was clear, and it was only a matter of time before the darkness would face its greatest challenge yet. With the first rays of sunlight illuminating the path ahead, the trio packed their belongings and prepared to set out once again. Their hearts were filled with purpose, and the villages they left behind were stronger for their passing. But the road to the next stone was still long, and the shadows that followed them were relentless. But Lyra was ready. She had seen the power of unity, and now it was time to see the power of the light itself. The road to the next village seemed endless, the path winding through dense forests and across wide, open plains. The journey was long, and though they had made great strides, the weight of the mission pressed on Lyra's shoulders. She felt the growing anticipation of something important that awaited them. The heart of knowledge had guided them this far, but it was clear that they were on the verge of something much larger. Something that could change everything. Kieran, who had been leading them with his steady pace, suddenly stopped and turned toward Lyra. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you," he said, his voice serious. "I've been hearing whispers in the wind. The people we've met, the ones who are starting to believe, some of them speak of an ancient prophecy." Lyra's interest piqued. "A prophecy? What does it say?" Kieran hesitated for a moment before replying. "It speaks of a time when the darkness will rise up in full force, threatening to swallow the world whole. But it also speaks of a group, a chosen few, who will carry the light and stand against the shadow. They will find the pieces of an ancient power, scattered across the land, and with it, they will restore balance." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. This sounded eerily familiar to the journey they were already on. Could the prophecy be referring to them? Could they be the ones who were meant to find the other stones and save the world? Celine, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. "Do you think this prophecy is about us? The ones who are uniting the villages, spreading hope?" Kieran nodded slowly. "I believe so. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Everything we've done so far, the light we've sparked in the hearts of the people, the power of the heart of knowledge, it all seems to align with the prophecy. But there's something more." Lyra turned her attention fully to Kieran, sensing the gravity of his words. "What is it? What's more?" Kieran glanced around, ensuring they were alone. The forest was quiet, save for the distant chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. The prophecy mentions a final battle. One that will take place when all the pieces are gathered. But it also says that the darkness will try to stop us at every turn. It's not just the creatures we've seen or the shadows that lurk in the night, it's something much older. Something more powerful. Lyra's mind raced as she processed his words. She had always known that the stakes were high, but hearing about this final battle filled her with a sense of dread. The road ahead would be far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. "Do we know how to stop it?" Celine asked, her voice quiet but filled with determination. Kieran shook his head. "No. But the prophecy says that the answer lies in the heart of the darkness itself. Only by confronting it head-on will we be able to restore balance." Lyra closed her eyes, the weight of the words settling on her. She had always believed that light could conquer darkness, but now she was beginning to realize just how deep the conflict ran. The darkness they faced wasn't just external, it was internal, too. It was a fight for the soul of the world, for the very essence of hope itself. "We need to find the next stone," Lyra said, opening her eyes and meeting Kieran's gaze. "The heart of knowledge has shown us that the pieces are scattered, and each one will bring us closer to the power we need to confront this darkness. We can't let fear stop us. We have to keep moving forward." Kieran's expression softened, a small smile playing on his lips. "I knew you'd say that. We'll find it, Lyra. We're stronger together than apart." With renewed resolve, the group continued on their journey, the weight of the prophecy heavy on their hearts. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the horizon, Lyra couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. They had come so far, and though the path ahead was uncertain, they were no longer walking it alone. More and more people were joining their cause, believing in the light and the power of unity. In the distance, the silhouette of the next village came into view. This one, unlike the others, had been harder to reach. The whispers of the prophecy had already begun to reach its ears, but the people were wary, uncertain. They had suffered too much, and trust was a rare commodity. As they approached the village, Lyra couldn't help but wonder how the prophecy would unfold. Would they be able to unite the people here? Would they be able to find the next stone? The answers, she knew, were hidden just beyond the horizon, waiting for them to discover them. And with each step, the heart of the prophecy seemed to draw closer. Lyra's heart raced as the shadows moved closer, their form growing more defined with every passing second. She could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on her, a suffocating force that threatened to choke the very life from the clearing. Her breath quickened, but she didn't let go of the heart. If anything, she clung to it harder. "Listen to me," she said, her voice steady despite the growing sense of dread. "We don't have to fight it with brute force. There is light in all things, even in the darkest of places. We can find it. We can restore balance." Celine, her eyes wide with uncertainty, stepped forward. "But how? How do we fight something that has been here for so long, something that's woven into the very fabric of the land?" Lyra glanced at the swirling shadows. They seemed to respond to her words, their movements slowing as though considering her challenge. She wasn't sure if it was the heart of knowledge or something deeper within her, but she felt a strange connection forming with the darkness, not in a way that would destroy it, but in a way that might bring it into harmony. "I don't know the answer yet," Lyra admitted, her voice quiet. "But I believe the heart of knowledge can show us the way. It's not just a source of light. It's a source of understanding. And right now, we need to understand the darkness if we're going to stop it." The man from Ashwood looked at her in disbelief. "You speak of understanding the darkness? Child, that is the very thing that will destroy you. It is a force that cannot be understood, it can only be fought." But Lyra wasn't deterred. She had faced too many battles, both external and internal, to turn back now. "We will not destroy it. We will transform it." The prophecy speaks of balance, of light and darkness coexisting. Perhaps we've been looking at it all wrong. Kieran, standing beside her, nodded. "She's right. We've been fighting the darkness like it's something to be eradicated. But what if it's a part of the world, like the night and the day? What if there's a way to bring it into balance?" The man from Ashwood's expression softened, but only slightly. "You don't understand. This is not a mere battle of light and dark. This is a rift, a tear between worlds. It is beyond anything you've faced before." Lyra met his gaze. "And maybe that's the key. Maybe this isn't about destroying the darkness, it's about healing the rift." The shadows shifted violently at her words, as though they resented her understanding. But the heart of knowledge glowed brighter in her hand, its light piercing through the dark fog. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing herself to fully connect with the stone. The warmth from the heart grew stronger, and the world around her seemed to blur. She saw visions, fractured, fleeting images, of a time long ago, before the shadows had taken root. The land had been whole once, balanced in its cycles of light and dark, day and night. But something had caused the darkness to rise, something that had torn the fabric of the world, allowing the shadows to spill forth. It wasn't just a battle of good versus evil. It was a war of creation and destruction, a conflict between the forces that shaped the world itself. Lyra's breath caught as the vision shifted. She saw a figure standing at the heart of the rift, a figure cloaked in shadow, but with a strange, radiant light emanating from within. It was both terrifying and beautiful, the darkness not consuming the light but drawing from it, shaping it into something new. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, but Lyra was left with a sense of understanding. The darkness was not an enemy to be vanquished. It was a force that had once been a part of the world, and to heal the rift, they needed to restore that balance, not by fighting the shadows, but by embracing them in a way that would return the world to its natural state. She opened her eyes and found Kieran, Celine, and the man from Ashwood watching her with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "I understand now," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "The darkness isn't the enemy. The rift is. And to heal it, we must restore what was lost, bring the balance back." The man from Ashwood's eyes widened, and for the first time, a flicker of hope appeared in his gaze. You may be right. I've been too afraid of what this place has become to see it clearly. But if what you say is true, if the darkness can be healed, then perhaps there is a chance for us all. Kieran stepped forward, his voice firm. Then we must begin now. We have no time to waste. Lyra nodded, her grip tightening around the heart of knowledge. The journey ahead would not be easy. The darkness was ancient, and its roots ran deep. But now, for the first time, she felt a flicker of hope, not for the destruction of the shadows, but for their transformation. The path to healing the rift was not one of power or force, but one of understanding, of restoring what had been lost. Together, they would bring balance back to the land. The winds had calmed, but the air still carried a heaviness that spoke of the shadow's lingering presence. Lyra, Kieran, Celine, and the man from Ashwood stood in the clearing, their faces drawn with the weight of the task ahead. The heart of knowledge pulsed gently in Lyra's hands, its light flickering like a beacon in the dimness. But even with the heart's guidance, she knew they couldn't face the darkness alone. They needed allies, people who understood the ancient forces at play and could help them restore balance to the world. Lyra turned to the man from Ashwood, whose name was Eamon. His dark eyes reflected a deep, unspoken sadness, but now there was a glimmer of determination. He had spoken of the old ways, of the lost powers that once governed the land. It was these forgotten powers they needed to awaken. "We cannot do this without the Ancient Ones," Eamon said, his voice quieter now. "The balance has been disturbed for too long. The old alliances were broken when the darkness spread. We will need to seek those who still remember the old ways." Kieran raised an eyebrow. "Who are these Ancient Ones? Are they powerful?" "They are," Eamon said, nodding. "But they are not easily found. The old magic that once flowed freely has all but disappeared, hidden away by time and fear. We will have to seek out the keepers, those who still protect the knowledge of the old world." Lyra felt a stirring deep within her. The heart of knowledge had shown her a glimpse of the past, of the ancient powers that had once shaped the land, and of the keepers who had safeguarded them. They were legends, whispered about in the darkest corners of the land. No one had truly seen them for generations, and most had forgotten their names. But Lyra knew that the heart would guide them to them, just as it had guided her so far. "We'll need to move quickly," Lyra said, her voice resolute. "The darkness is spreading, and every moment we waste is another step toward losing everything." Eamon nodded, and for the first time since they had met, there was a spark of trust in his eyes. "We'll need to journey through the Veil. It is a place that lies between the worlds, a place where the boundaries of light and dark blur. The keepers are there." Celine shuddered. "The Veil?" That place is dangerous, isn't it? I've heard stories of people who entered and never returned. It is dangerous, Eamon confirmed. But the veil holds the answers we seek. And if we are to restore balance, it is the only path forward. Lyra looked at her companions, each of them standing resolute, despite the uncertainty that lingered in the air. The journey to the veil would be fraught with peril. They would face trials, shadows, and creatures of nightmare, but they had no choice. The future of their world depended on the path they now walked. Kieran clapped a hand on her shoulder. We'll make it through. Together. Lyra nodded, feeling the weight of his words. She had come to trust him as more than a companion. He was a friend, someone whose strength and courage had never wavered. And now, as they set their course toward the veil, she knew that they would face whatever lay ahead with the same resolve. Eamon led them to the edge of the forest, where the trees grew sparse, and the land opened into a wide, desolate plain. The air was thick with mist, and the ground was uneven, as if the very earth itself had been unsettled by the coming storm. Lyra could feel the presence of the veil even before they reached it. It was as though the world itself held its breath. "We're near," Eamon said softly, his voice barely audible over the rustling of the wind. The veil lies just beyond the horizon. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and Lyra felt a surge of energy rising from the earth. The heart of knowledge pulsed in her hands, its light flaring briefly as if in response to the impending journey. Lyra knew that the path through the veil would test them in ways they could not yet understand. But they had no choice. They had to find the keepers. The mist thickened as they stepped closer to the veil, swirling around their feet like tendrils of smoke. Each step felt heavier than the last, the air growing dense with an unfamiliar weight. Lyra could feel the heart of knowledge pulsing in her hands, its glow dimming as though it, too, was sensing the gravity of the place they were entering. The veil was not just a physical barrier, it was a boundary between worlds, a threshold between the known and the unknown. The land on this side was strange, distorted, as if time and space no longer obeyed the rules they had once known. Eamon led the way, his movements slow and deliberate, as though he had walked this path before. His eyes scanned the horizon, looking for something only he could see. The others followed closely, with Lyra taking the rear, keeping her focus on the swirling mist ahead. She could sense the veil's power growing stronger with each step, the pull of its energy tugging at her very soul. "Stay close," Eamon warned, his voice a low whisper that barely carried over the wind. "The veil is alive. It reacts to your thoughts, your fears, your desires. If you let your mind wander, it will twist your perception, and we will be lost here forever." Lyra nodded, gripping the heart of knowledge tightly. She didn't know how the veil would challenge them, but she knew that it would. It always did. As they walked, the air seemed to shimmer with a strange light, and the mist shifted, taking on shapes that seemed almost familiar, like distant memories trying to resurface. Figures flickered in and out of view, tall, shadowy forms that vanished the moment she looked directly at them. Kieran, walking beside her, kept his eyes forward, his brow furrowed. "Do you see them too?" he asked, his voice tense. Lyra nodded. "The veil is trying to confuse us, to make us doubt ourselves. But we can't lose focus. We have to keep going." The mist grew thicker, and the world around them seemed to distort, as if the very fabric of reality was bending. The trees around them twisted in unnatural shapes, their branches gnarled and reaching out like claws. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid, it felt like they were walking on a surface that constantly shifted, threatening to collapse beneath them at any moment. Celine's voice trembled as she spoke. "This place, it's not just a barrier, is it? It's alive. It wants us to fail." Eamon turned to face them, his face pale but determined. "The veil feeds on fear. The more afraid you become, the more it can control you. That's why it is so dangerous. But it can also be a guide, if you know how to navigate it." Lyra's heart raced. "How do we navigate it? How do we get to the keepers?" Eamon looked ahead, his eyes narrowing. "The veil will show you the path, but only if you prove worthy. You must confront your deepest fears, your greatest doubts. Only then will you be allowed to pass. A sudden, eerie silence fell over the group. The wind ceased its howling, and the swirling mist began to settle, revealing a darkened path ahead. The ground beneath their feet began to shift again, this time taking the form of a narrow bridge suspended over a chasm that seemed to go on forever. Lyra's stomach lurched at the sight, but she forced herself to focus. "This is it," Eamon said, his voice hardening. "The bridge is the first trial. It will test your courage. You must cross it, no matter what you see or feel." Lyra stepped forward, her legs shaking slightly as she approached the edge of the bridge. The chasm below was endless, a black void that seemed to swallow all light. The air was cold and still, but there was a growing sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of her mind. Kieran stepped up beside her, his gaze steady. "We'll make it through. Together." But as Lyra took a step onto the bridge, the mist around them began to swirl again. The shadows grew longer, and she could hear faint whispers rising from the abyss below. The voices were distorted, echoing in her mind, familiar and alien all at once. They spoke of her doubts, her insecurities, the parts of her she had tried to hide even from herself. "You are not strong enough," the voices taunted. "You will fail. You always fail." The air grew colder, and the bridge seemed to sway beneath her feet. Lyra gritted her teeth and pressed on, her focus fixed on the path ahead. She couldn't afford to listen to the voices. She couldn't let them distract her. Her grip tightened on the heart of knowledge, and its warmth spread through her hand, a comforting presence against the chill of the veil. But the voices continued, louder now, each one a sharp needle of doubt. "You are not worthy. You cannot save them. You cannot save yourself." Lyra's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she faltered, the ground beneath her seeming to shift. But then she heard Kieran's voice, steady and strong, cutting through the whispers. "You are worthy, Lyra. You are the one who will heal the land. Don't listen to the darkness." His words were a lifeline, pulling her back from the edge of despair. She took a deep breath, steeling herself against the doubt that threatened to overtake her. With every step, the whispers grew quieter until they were nothing more than distant echoes, fading into the background. Finally, they reached the other side of the bridge, and the world around them seemed to shift once more. The mist parted, revealing a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, cloaked in shadows, but with an unmistakable aura of ancient wisdom. The Keeper. Lyra's heart raced. They had made it. The Keeper turned, their eyes glowing with an ancient, knowing light. "You have passed the first trial," the Keeper said, their voice deep and resonant. "But many more challenges await. The veil is not kind to those who seek its truths. Are you ready to face what lies ahead?" Lyra took a deep breath, her grip tightening on the heart of knowledge. "I'm ready." The Keeper nodded, and the shadows around them began to shift once more, preparing them for the trials yet to come. The Keeper's presence was overwhelming, their gaze piercing through Lyra as though they could see into the very depths of her soul. The clearing around them hummed with an energy unlike anything Lyra had ever felt before, a mix of ancient power and quiet wisdom, pulsing like the beat of a heart. For a brief moment, everything felt suspended in time, as though the veil itself was holding its breath. "You have passed the first trial, but your journey is far from over," the Keeper spoke again, their voice like the wind whispering through ancient trees. "The veil does not offer its secrets easily. Only those with strength, wisdom, and unwavering courage may hope to uncover its truths." Lyra's heart raced, her fingers tightening around the heart of knowledge. The Keeper's words were heavy, laden with the weight of something far older and far greater than the young woman had ever imagined. This was not just a test of survival, it was a test of her very essence. The Keeper extended a long, shadowed hand, and a shimmering portal opened behind them, a swirling vortex of light and darkness. It was the very heart of the veil, a place where the laws of nature twisted and bent. Your next trial lies beyond this gate, the keeper continued. To pass, you must confront your deepest fear and find the strength to overcome it. The veil will show you what you fear most, and you will have to face it alone. Lyra's breath caught in her throat, but before she could say anything, Kieran placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We're with you. Whatever comes, we'll face it together, he said, his voice steady, unwavering. But Lyra knew what the keeper had said, the trials ahead were hers alone to face. Thank you, she whispered, looking into Kieran's eyes, drawing strength from his presence. She could feel the warmth of his hand still lingering on her skin, even as the keeper's gaze shifted, beckoning her forward. The keeper nodded slowly. Be brave, child. The path to wisdom and power requires sacrifices. What lies ahead may not be what you expect, but only by confronting your true self can you proceed. Lyra took a deep breath and stepped into the portal, feeling an icy chill settle over her as she passed through the shimmering threshold. The world around her shifted, warping as though the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. She was no longer standing in the clearing but in a dark, oppressive space. The air was thick with shadow, and she could feel the weight of something ancient pressing down on her, suffocating her thoughts. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and from the fissures emerged monstrous shapes, dark figures, their faces twisted in agony. They were her fears, materialized and given form. She could hear the whispers again, louder this time, more insistent, like 1,000 voices pressing into her mind, taunting her with her deepest insecurities. You think you can lead? A voice snarled, low and mocking. You are weak, just like all the others. You will fail. Another figure emerged from the shadows, tall and faceless, its limbs long and skeletal. You are not worthy of the power you seek, it hissed. You will never defeat the darkness. You're too afraid to even try. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She staggered back, her eyes darting between the figures. They were all her doubts, her fears made flesh, each one an embodiment of every weakness she had ever fought to overcome. But she had come this far, and she couldn't let these dark manifestations control her. Taking a deep breath, Lyra steadied herself. She gripped the heart of knowledge, its light flickering in her hands. The darkness pressed in, but she focused on the light, on the warmth that the heart radiated. I am not afraid of you, she said, her voice shaky but gaining strength with each word. I am the one who will bring balance to this world. I will not let fear control me. The shadows recoiled as the heart of knowledge flared to life, its brilliant light cutting through the darkness. The figures shrieked in pain as the light touched them, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The voices grew fainter until they were but whispers in the wind. Lyra stood firm, her chest heaving, but the weight of fear that had once held her captive was now gone. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness receded. The chilling cold was replaced by warmth, and the oppressive air lifted. The world around her shimmered, returning to the soft light of the clearing where the keeper waited. You have faced your fear and emerged victorious, the keeper said, their tone approving. You have shown great courage. But the trials are not over. There are more lessons yet to be learned, more challenges ahead. Only by continuing to grow in wisdom and strength can you hope to fulfill your purpose. Lyra nodded, her heart still racing, but now filled with a sense of clarity. She had faced her own darkness and come through stronger for it. The road ahead was long, but she no longer feared what it would bring. As she rejoined her companions, their faces reflected a mix of concern and hope. Kieran gave her a reassuring smile, and Celine, though quiet, nodded in approval. They were in this together, but the trials ahead would test them all in ways they couldn't yet understand. The keeper stepped aside, gesturing toward the next portal. The next trial awaits, they said. Prepare yourselves. The path forward is treacherous, but it is the only way to unlock the true power of the heart of knowledge. Lyra took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She was ready. No matter what the veil had in store, she would face it, just as she had faced her fear. The light of the heart burned brighter within her than ever before. The air was thick with anticipation as Lyra and her companions stood before the next portal. This one was unlike the others, shimmering with a golden hue that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, like a heartbeat. The keepers stood silently, their expression unreadable, as if watching the travelers prepare for the unknown. Lyra's mind buzzed with questions. The trials had grown more intense with each passing challenge, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was at play here. The veil was not merely a test, it was a lesson, one that would shape their destinies in ways they could not yet comprehend. She could feel the weight of that truth, pressing down on her chest like a heavy stone. "Are you ready?" The keeper's voice cut through the silence, their words measured, as though they were not only addressing Lyra, but each of them. Kieran's hand brushed against Lyra's, his touch grounding her. "We've come this far," he said softly, his voice steady but tinged with a trace of uncertainty. "We've faced the darkness. We can face whatever comes next." Celine remained silent, her piercing eyes watching the portal with an intensity that almost made Lyra shiver. The sorceress had been quiet since they entered the veil, but Lyra could sense the weight of her thoughts. There was something unspoken between them, a shared understanding that they were all bound by something greater than themselves. Lyra turned to face the keeper, her heart pounding in her chest. "What lies beyond this portal?" she asked, her voice steady despite the unease swirling within her. The keeper regarded her silently for a moment, as if weighing her question. Then, without a word, they stepped aside, gesturing toward the golden gate. "The answer you seek is beyond this threshold. But be warned, the truths you will uncover may not be what you expect." Lyra nodded, taking a deep breath as she stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, a surge of energy washed over her, and the world around her shifted. The familiar clearing was gone, replaced by an ethereal landscape unlike anything she had seen before. The sky above them was a swirling mix of colors, deep purples, vibrant oranges, and shimmering golds, while the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life, as though the very earth itself was alive. In the distance, a towering figure stood, bathed in the glow of the swirling sky. The figure was neither fully human nor fully anything else, its form shifting and flickering like a mirage. Lyra felt a sudden surge of unease, but her curiosity pushed her forward. The figure's voice echoed through the landscape, calm and yet somehow filled with an ancient power. "Lyra, child of the Veil, you have come far. But this is the moment where your true test begins." Lyra stopped in her tracks, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice carrying the weight of the questions that had been building inside her. "What is this place?" The figure's form shimmered, and then, like the settling of dust, it became clear. Before her stood the keeper, not as the mysterious being they had appeared to be, but as something far more familiar, yet impossible to understand. The keeper was Lyra herself. A gasp escaped Lyra's lips, and she stumbled back, her mind reeling. The figure in front of her smiled softly, a strange sadness in their eyes. "This is not a trick, child. This is the truth that lies at the heart of the veil, the truth you must accept before you can move forward." Kieran stepped forward, his face pale as he gazed at the figure. "This is impossible," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Celine's gaze remained fixed on the figure, her eyes narrowing. "What is this? Some kind of illusion?" The figure, Lyra, nodded slowly, her expression filled with understanding. "This is no illusion. This is the essence of who you are, Lyra. The veil has shown you your true self, and now you must face what lies within." Lyra's mind was spinning, trying to grasp what was happening. "What do you mean? I don't understand." The figure's gaze softened, a hint of compassion in their eyes. "You have been searching for knowledge, for power, for answers. But the greatest challenge lies within. Before you can truly understand the veil, you must first understand yourself. The trials you have faced have brought you closer to this truth, but the final trial is not one of strength or wisdom, it is one of acceptance. You must accept who you are, with all your flaws and fears, and embrace your own power." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "But I don't know who I am." "Not really. I've spent so long searching, trying to be something I'm not. How can I accept that? The figure stepped closer, their presence overwhelming yet comforting. You are the keeper of your own destiny, Lyra. The Heart of Knowledge has chosen you because of your strength, your resilience, and your potential. But you must learn to trust in yourself, to believe in the power you have within. For a long moment, Lyra stood in silence, her mind racing. The words echoed in her mind, their meaning sinking deep into her soul. She had always been afraid of her own strength, of the power she could wield. She had feared the weight of responsibility, the consequences of her actions. But perhaps it was time to let go of that fear. The figure's voice broke through her thoughts. When you accept yourself, truly accept who you are, the path ahead will become clear. Until then, the veil will remain a mystery to you. Lyra looked up at the figure, herself, and nodded slowly. For the first time in her life, she understood. The journey ahead wasn't just about defeating darkness or unlocking power, it was about embracing her own truth. She took a deep breath, her heart steadying as she stepped forward. I accept who I am, she whispered, her voice filled with resolve. I accept the power within me. The figure smiled, their form dissolving into the golden light. The air around Lyra shifted, and suddenly, she felt a surge of energy unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was as though the very fabric of the veil was opening up to her, revealing its secrets. You have passed the final trial, the voice of the keeper echoed, now filled with pride. You are ready. Lyra turned to Kieran and Celine, her heart alight with newfound understanding. They had come so far, but this was just the beginning. The secrets of the veil were now within her reach, and she was ready to uncover them. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. But as the golden light swirled around them, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that this was not the end, only the beginning of something far greater. The world around them began to shimmer and shift, as though the very air itself was coming alive. The golden light that had enveloped them receded, leaving behind a vast expanse of light and shadow. For a moment, Lyra felt weightless, as if she were suspended in the space between worlds. Then, the light settled, revealing an ancient structure, towering and majestic, standing in the heart of the mystical realm. It was unlike any building Lyra had ever seen, its walls etched with symbols that seemed to move and shift, telling stories older than time itself. Kieran stepped forward, his eyes wide with awe as he took in the sight. This is the Heart of Knowledge, he asked, his voice filled with reverence. Celine nodded, her eyes scanning the towering structure with a mixture of curiosity and caution. It must be. The veil has led us here for a reason. Her tone was softer than usual, as though even she understood the magnitude of what lay ahead. Lyra's heart raced, a sense of anticipation flooding her veins. This was it, the moment she had been preparing for. The Heart of Knowledge was said to hold the answers to all the mysteries of the veil, to unlock the true power within the travelers. But now that she was here, standing before its gates, she could feel the weight of the responsibility pressing down on her. The gates of the structure stood tall, carved from an unknown metal that shimmered in the shifting light. A single, intricate symbol, a symbol Lyra recognized from her visions, was etched into the center of the gates. It was the same symbol that had appeared in her dreams, the same symbol that had led her on this journey. As Lyra approached, the gates seemed to sense her presence, and with a deep, resonant hum, they slowly parted, revealing the inner sanctum of the heart. Beyond the gates lay a vast, open space, illuminated by an ethereal glow that emanated from the very walls themselves. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, atop which rested a glowing orb, its light pulsing gently, as though it had a life of its own. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She had expected power, secrets, perhaps even danger, but this felt different. The air was thick with an ancient energy, one that seemed to hum in tune with her very being. She stepped forward, drawn to the orb, feeling the pull of its power. Kieran and Celine followed her closely, their footsteps silent on the stone floor. The moment they entered the room, the gates behind them closed with a soft thud, sealing them inside the Heart of Knowledge. For a brief moment, the room seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do you feel that?" Kieran whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's as if the whole room is alive." Celine nodded, her gaze fixed on the orb. "This is no ordinary place. The Heart of Knowledge is more than just a repository of information. It is a living, breathing entity. It senses us, just as we sense it." Lyra reached the pedestal, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch the orb. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy coursed through her, flooding her senses. The orb was warm, almost too warm to touch, and as she made contact, images began to flash before her eyes. Visions of ancient civilizations, of forgotten realms, of beings beyond comprehension, filled her mind. She saw the origins of the Veil, the first keeper who had come before her, and the ones who would follow. She saw the destruction of worlds and the creation of new ones, all tied to the power of the heart. But there was one vision that stood out among the rest, a vision of herself, standing at the edge of a great chasm, holding the orb in her hands. In the distance, a dark figure watched her, its eyes glowing with malice. Lyra knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that this figure was the source of the darkness she had been fighting all along. The vision shifted again, showing Lyra with her companions, standing together in front of an ancient throne. The figure in the distance was no longer alone, but surrounded by shadowy beings, monsters of some kind, all converging on them. But in the midst of the chaos, Lyra saw herself reaching out, calling upon the power within the orb to stand against the darkness. The vision ended abruptly, and Lyra stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. She gasped for air, feeling as though she had just woken from a dream that wasn't entirely hers. "You saw it, didn't you?" Celine's voice broke through the silence, her expression grave. Lyra nodded, still reeling from the overwhelming flood of images. "The darkness, it's real. It's not just a shadow in the veil. It's something far worse. And it's coming." Kieran clenched his fists, his jaw set in determination. "Then we stop it. Whatever it takes." Lyra turned back to the orb, her resolve hardening. "We have the power to defeat it," she said quietly. "But it won't be easy. We'll have to face the darkness within ourselves before we can stand against it." For a long moment, the three of them stood in the heart of knowledge, the weight of their newfound knowledge settling over them. They had been given the key to defeating the darkness, but the cost would be high. Lyra knew this was only the beginning of the true battle, one that would test everything they had learned, and everything they had yet to discover. As the orb's light dimmed, Lyra knew they had no choice but to move forward. The darkness was already stirring, and only by understanding the true nature of the veil could they hope to stop it. The heart of knowledge hummed with a quiet resonance, its pulse still reverberating in the air around them. Lyra, Kieran, and Celine stood in silence, absorbing the gravity of what they had learned. The orb had shown them not just the dark figure they would one day face, but the path they would have to walk to stop it. A path that would take them into the very heart of the veil and beyond. "We need to leave," Celine said, her voice steady but tinged with the weight of urgency. "The heart has given us the knowledge, but it is up to us to act. Every moment we delay, the darkness grows stronger." Lyra nodded, her fingers still tingling from the orb's energy. She had felt its power, felt its promise of strength and insight, but the burden of it weighed on her shoulders. They had seen what was to come, and it was not a future they could face unprepared. Kieran was the first to step toward the door. His expression was set, his resolve firm. "The sooner we leave, the better. We've seen enough to know the stakes." As they passed through the massive doors, which swung open as if welcoming them out, Lyra felt the pull of the veil more acutely than ever. The air outside was thick with the unseen threads of magic, the very fabric of the world intertwining with their fate. But this time, it felt different, more urgent, more alive. Celine's eyes flicked to the sky, where the stars twinkled like distant beacons. "The veil is growing unstable. The darkness is spreading, and the threads are beginning to tear." "Then let's begin the journey," Lyra said. "We can't wait any longer." With a shared glance, the three of them began walking toward the horizon. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, but Lyra's heart beat with certainty. They had the knowledge to face the darkness now, and with that knowledge, they could shape their future. Every step they took brought them closer to understanding what the veil truly was, and how to stop the catastrophe it foretold. As they traveled, the land around them seemed to change. The lush forests they had once passed through gave way to barren fields, where the ground was cracked and dry, as if the very life of the land had been drained away. Strange creatures wandered these empty places, shadowy figures that seemed to shift and disappear at the edges of Lyra's vision. Yet the trio pressed on, undeterred. Each passing moment reminded them of what was at stake. Kieran glanced back at Lyra, his brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think we're ready for what's to come?" Lyra's gaze hardened, her eyes set on the path ahead. "We don't have a choice. The veil is a living thing, and it's changing with every second. We have to be ready." Celine, walking ahead with quiet grace, suddenly stopped and turned to face them. "The heart showed us the way, but we must also trust in ourselves. The orb gave us the answers we sought, but it cannot fight the darkness for us. That is our task." They continued walking, each step drawing them deeper into the unknown. The mists thickened around them, and the weight of their mission settled on their shoulders like an invisible cloak. There were no more distractions, no more questions, only the path forward. As they journeyed, Lyra felt the veil stretching and twisting around them, as though it were alive, waiting to see what they would do. The deeper they went, the more the shadows seemed to press in on them. She could sense the growing darkness, its presence like a whisper on the wind, ever closer. They knew now that the only way to prevent the future they had seen in the orb was to find the heart of the veil, the source of the darkness, and destroy it before it could spread further. But what if the heart was something they could not destroy? What if the darkness was not a force they could simply fight? Lyra's mind raced with the possibilities. They had seen only fragments, not the full picture. But she knew one thing for certain, there was no turning back now. Kieran turned to her as if reading her thoughts. "Whatever happens, Lyra, we'll face it together." She smiled at him, grateful for his words. The journey ahead would be difficult, but with her companions by her side, she felt a glimmer of hope. They marched on, their steps steady, as the world around them seemed to bend to the will of the veil. The first step had been taken, and there was no going back. As they ventured deeper into the land, the air began to thicken with an eerie stillness. The trees around them, once vibrant and full of life, now stood like silent sentinels, tall, twisted, and devoid of the usual songs of birds or the rustle of small creatures. The mists clung to the trunks of the trees, swirling like smoke in the heavy air. Every step they took seemed to echo louder than it should have, amplifying the sense of isolation. "This place feels wrong," Kieran muttered, glancing around at the shadowy woods. "The veil is close here. Too close." Lyra could feel it too. The air was saturated with an unnatural energy, a tension that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. It was as though the forest itself was watching them, waiting for something to happen. Celine, always calm and composed, walked with a quiet confidence, though even she seemed unsettled by the oppressive atmosphere. The veil has a way of distorting the world around it. This forest may hold the answers we seek, but it will not give them up easily. Lyra glanced at her. "What do you mean?" Celine's eyes darkened. In places where the veil is strongest, the land becomes a reflection of its influence. The shadows in this forest are not just shadows, they are echoes of the past, remnants of lost travelers, and perhaps even the forgotten guardians of this realm. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the shadows of the trees. Lyra froze, her senses heightened. Kieran's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, his posture tense. From the depths of the woods, a figure emerged, a silhouette cloaked in the same swirling mists. As it stepped into the clearing, the figure became clearer, an old woman, bent with age, her face hidden beneath a hood, and her eyes glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. The woman stopped a few paces away from them, her voice raspy yet strong. "So, you have come to seek the secrets of the forest," she said, her gaze settling on Lyra. "But be warned, the forest does not reveal its truths without a price." Celine stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" The old woman chuckled softly, her breath thick with the scent of moss and earth. "I am a keeper of this place, a remnant of those who walked this forest long ago. The forest remembers, and it has its own way of speaking." Lyra felt a chill pass over her as she took in the woman's words. "What do you mean by a price?" The woman's eyes gleamed in the darkness. "To seek knowledge in these woods is to open yourself to the past, the present, and the future. Not all that you discover will be easy to bear. You must be prepared to face what you find, or risk losing yourself to the shadows." Kieran stepped forward, his voice firm. "We came here for answers. We're not afraid." The old woman looked at him, her gaze sharp. "You think you are not afraid, but the forest will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. You will see things, feel things, that will make you question everything you know. The shadows hold more than just secrets, they hold truths." Lyra looked at the woman, trying to read her intentions. "And what truth do you know?" The woman smiled cryptically. "The veil is more than just a barrier between worlds. It is a force, one that binds not only the realms but also the hearts and minds of those who enter it. Your journey, child, will not just be a battle against the darkness. It will be a battle against yourselves. Only by confronting your own fears can you hope to survive what lies ahead." Lyra swallowed hard, her heart pounding. The weight of the woman's words settled over her like a storm cloud. She had known that the journey would not be easy, but she hadn't fully understood the depth of the challenge that lay ahead. "How do we survive this?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman's smile faded, replaced by a more somber expression. "You must face the veil head-on. Understand its nature. And when the darkness comes, you must stand firm, not just against the shadow outside of you, but the shadow within." With those final words, the woman turned and began to fade into the mist, her form dissolving into the air as though she had never been there at all. Lyra, Kieran, and Celine stood in stunned silence, the weight of the encounter heavy in their hearts. The forest had just spoken, and the message was clear: the journey ahead would not just be a battle against external forces. It was a battle for their very souls. "We need to keep moving," Celine said, her voice soft but resolute. "We've been warned, but the answers we seek are still ahead of us." The three of them exchanged glances, and without another word, they resumed their journey deeper into the forest. The mists grew thicker, the trees more twisted, but Lyra knew one thing for certain: the forest had only just begun to reveal its secrets. The forest seemed to shift as they pressed forward, the trees bending in strange angles as though alive and aware of their presence. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the air became. Each breath felt heavier, thicker, like inhaling the weight of forgotten memories. Lyra could hear the distant echoes of whispers, faint and indistinguishable, carried on the wind. She couldn't tell if they were from the forest itself, the spirits trapped within, or perhaps even her own mind starting to unravel from the tension. Kieran's eyes darted back and forth, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword, as if expecting something to leap from the shadows at any moment. "This place is unsettling," he muttered, his voice tight with unease. "I can feel something watching us." Celine, ever the calm and composed one, glanced over her shoulder and then turned her gaze forward again, her expression unreadable. "The forest has its own way of sensing those who enter. We've already encountered one of its keepers, but there are many more secrets here. We must remain focused." Lyra nodded, though her heart was not as steady as Celine's. She could feel the pull of the veil, a tangible pressure in the air that seemed to push against her, urging her to turn back. But she refused. She had seen too much, the vision in the heart of knowledge had set the course for them, and there was no turning away from it now. Not after everything they had learned. As they continued on, the forest grew darker, the shadows stretching and flickering unnaturally. Lyra's thoughts were interrupted when Celine suddenly stopped. She raised her hand, signaling for silence. The air had become unnervingly still. Even the whispering wind had quieted. "Do you hear that?" Celine asked, her voice barely a whisper. Lyra strained her ears, listening carefully. At first, there was nothing, just the overwhelming quiet of the forest. But then, faintly, she heard it, an almost imperceptible hum, like the sound of something ancient and powerful stirring beneath the surface. "What is it?" Kieran asked, his voice low and cautious. "It's coming from below," Lyra said, her eyes scanning the forest floor. The ground seemed to ripple, as though the earth itself were alive. She knelt down, placing her palm against the ground. A surge of energy pulsed through her, a strange warmth that was both unsettling and inviting at the same time. Celine's eyes widened. "It's the heart of the forest," she said softly. "It's closer than I thought." Without another word, they moved forward, following the hum deeper into the woods. As they walked, the path beneath their feet began to descend. The ground sloped downward, and the trees grew denser, their trunks twisting into bizarre shapes, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The mist thickened, swirling around their ankles, making it difficult to see ahead. Eventually, the trees cleared, revealing a vast cavernous opening, its entrance concealed by a thick veil of ivy. The hum from below grew louder, vibrating the air around them. It seemed to call to them, beckoning them closer. Lyra stepped forward cautiously, her pulse quickening with each step. She could feel the pull of the energy, the power beneath the earth, drawing her in like a magnet. As they entered the cavern, the ground beneath them shifted, and the chamber opened up into a vast underground hall. The walls of the cavern were etched with symbols, ancient, glowing runes that pulsed with an eerie light. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, covered in moss and vines. Atop it rested an orb, much like the heart of knowledge they had encountered before, but this one was different, darker, its surface swirling with an inky blackness that seemed to devour the light around it. "This is it," Celine said, her voice reverberating through the cavern. "The source of the veil's power." Lyra approached the pedestal, her heart racing. The orb before her felt alive, its presence almost suffocating. It was as though it had been waiting for them, aware of their arrival. The whispers grew louder in her mind, urgent and chaotic, like 1,000 voices calling out from the depths. Kieran stepped forward, his expression serious. "We have to take it. But we must be careful. Whatever this is, it holds immense power. Power we might not fully understand." Lyra nodded. She had felt it too, the weight of the orb's power, its promise and its danger. But they had come this far, and they couldn't turn back now. With a steady breath, she reached out and placed her hand on the orb. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, as if the very earth itself had awakened in response to her touch. The cavern trembled, and the shadows on the walls seemed to come alive, stretching and reaching toward them. The voices in Lyra's mind became a deafening roar, but she clenched her teeth, focusing on the orb. She could feel its power thrumming in her veins, and deep within, she heard a voice, low, ancient, and full of sorrow. "You should not have come." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" she whispered, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. The voice responded, cold and distant. "I am the guardian of the veil. The darkness you seek to destroy is not an enemy, it is a part of you. And it will consume you, as it has consumed so many before." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The darkness was a part of her? The ground beneath them began to crack, and the cavern shook violently. The orb's darkness spread, creeping along the walls like a living thing, and Lyra felt her grip on it falter. She wanted to pull away, to escape, but she couldn't. The pull of the veil was too strong. "Lyra!" Kieran's voice snapped her from her thoughts. "You have to let go." But it was too late. The shadows surged forward, engulfing the chamber in darkness. The darkness engulfed them, swallowing the light from the glowing runes on the walls and turning everything into an endless void. Lyra's heart pounded as she felt the orb's energy tightening around her, its influence growing stronger with each passing second. It felt like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest, suffocating her, as though the very essence of the forest had turned against them. Lyra! Kieran's voice was muffled in the blackness, but she could still hear the panic in it. You need to let go of the orb now. The longer you hold it, the more control it gains over you. But Lyra couldn't. The words felt distant, as if they came from another life. The orb pulsed with energy, filling her mind with visions, flashes of ancient battles, forgotten kings, and dark forces stirring beneath the earth. She saw herself, standing at the edge of an abyss, the veil stretching out before her like an infinite chasm. You are the chosen one, the voice whispered again, cold and hollow, but strangely comforting. You were born to carry the veil's burden. You cannot escape it. Accept your fate. No, Lyra gasped, shaking her head violently. I can't. This is not my destiny. The shadows pressed closer, swirling around her, pressing against her body and mind. She could feel the weight of the veil, the burden it promised. She had always known there was something special about her, but she never imagined it would be something so terrifying, so dangerous. Kieran's voice broke through her turmoil again, this time closer. Lyra, please. You don't have to do this. We came here to stop the darkness, not to become it. You have the strength to fight it. Celine appeared beside them, her face pale but determined. We are here for you, Lyra. You don't have to carry this alone. The words sparked something deep inside Lyra, something that had been buried under fear and doubt. She had never been alone, not truly. Her friends, Kieran, Celine, the people who had helped her along the way, she wasn't alone. And she didn't have to carry the burden of the veil on her own. She could fight it. With every ounce of strength she had left, Lyra closed her eyes and pulled away from the orb. The world around her seemed to tilt, and the shadows screamed as if they were being torn apart. She could feel the pull of the orb, trying to reclaim her, but she fought against it, pushing back with every thought of those she loved, of the world they were trying to save. A sharp pain shot through her chest as she felt something inside her break, the veil's hold on her shattering like glass. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness, a deep, empty void, and then light. The runes on the walls flared brightly, and the shadows that had surrounded them vanished, leaving behind a trembling silence. Lyra opened her eyes to find herself standing in the middle of the cavern, the orb now dim and lifeless at her feet. The pressure, the suffocating grip, was gone. But the silence was oppressive, heavy with the weight of what had almost happened. Kieran and Celine rushed to her side, their faces filled with concern, but Lyra felt only a deep, quiet exhaustion. You did it, Kieran said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. You broke its hold. Lyra nodded, but her mind was far from clear. The voice, the darkness, it was still there, lingering at the edges of her thoughts. She had won this battle, but she knew the war was far from over. The veil was not gone. It was only waiting, patient and silent. We need to leave, Celine said, her voice low and urgent. We've done what we came for, but the deeper we go, the more powerful the veil becomes. It's trying to make us its servants, but we've got to fight it, together. Lyra's heart ached as she nodded in agreement. She had never felt so drained, so vulnerable. But she wasn't alone. They were all in this together. They turned to leave, making their way back through the cavern. As they passed the pedestal, the orb seemed to pulse one last time, sending a shockwave of energy through the chamber. Lyra stumbled, but Kieran caught her arm. Stay strong, he whispered. We're not finished yet. But we'll get through this. And so, with the weight of the veil still pressing on their souls, they made their way out of the cavern and into the unknown, knowing that their journey was far from over. The journey out of the cavern felt much longer than their descent. The echoes of the veil's power lingered in the air, an oppressive presence that seemed to follow them, no matter how far they walked. Lyra's steps were slow and hesitant, the weight of the orb's lingering darkness still clinging to her mind. Despite the light that now filled the cavern, the darkness inside her remained a shadow, whispering, waiting. Kieran walked beside her, his eyes never leaving her face. He had always been the one to push forward, to take charge in moments of crisis, but now he seemed subdued, as if he too felt the pull of the veil, even if just for a moment. Celine, on the other hand, was focused, her gaze scanning the path ahead as if searching for any threat that might arise. "Do you think it's truly gone?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. Celine glanced over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. "The veil is never truly gone," she said quietly. "It's part of this world, woven into the very fabric of existence. But for now, we've done what we needed. We stopped its immediate influence, at least for this moment." "But the voice," Lyra continued, her hand resting over her chest, "it told me I was chosen. It said the darkness was a part of me." Kieran's gaze softened, his brow furrowing. "That's not true, Lyra. The darkness may have been part of the veil, but it doesn't define you. You've always had the power to fight it." "I don't know," Lyra murmured. "It feels like the more I fight, the stronger it gets. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up." Celine stopped walking, turning to face her. "You will not fight this alone," she said, her voice steady and unwavering. "Remember why you started this journey. You have people who believe in you. People who will stand beside you, no matter what." Kieran nodded in agreement. "We're in this together, Lyra. All of us. You're not facing the darkness by yourself." Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the strength of their words settle in her heart. They were right. She had come so far, fought through countless trials, and survived battles she never thought she would. This darkness was no different. She wasn't alone, and she couldn't forget that. They reached the exit of the forest, stepping into the open air. The sky was a muted gray, the sun hidden behind thick clouds, but it felt different now. Fresher. The oppressive energy that had hung over the land seemed to lift, even if only slightly. "We need to keep moving," Celine said, glancing at the horizon. "There are others who will seek to use the veil's power for their own purposes. We need to find them before they find us." Lyra nodded, her resolve firming. "We'll stop them. Whatever it takes." As they began to walk toward the next part of their journey, Lyra's mind raced. They had already faced so much, lost so much. And yet, the battle was far from over. The veil, though diminished, was still out there, waiting to rise again. She couldn't let her guard down. But as the wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of rain and wildflowers, Lyra found a small sliver of hope. They were not alone in this fight. She had friends who would stand by her side. Together, they would face whatever came next. The road ahead was unknown, but Lyra knew one thing for certain: they had come this far, and they wouldn't stop now. Not until the veil was no more. The road stretched out before them, winding through the dense forest as the sky above grew darker, the clouds thickening like an approaching storm. Lyra's thoughts were clouded, just as the sky above her, and though the fresh air seemed to invigorate her body, her mind could not escape the shadow of the veil that still clung to her. She could feel its cold fingers brushing against her thoughts, urging her to give in. The words, the promises of power and purpose, it all felt so tempting, so undeniable. Kieran kept his pace steady beside her, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, as if prepared for anything that might appear from the shadows. His silence spoke volumes, and though he hadn't said much in the last hour, Lyra knew he was just as troubled. They all were. Celine, who had walked ahead of them, paused and turned back. Her face, usually calm and composed, was now strained. "We need to find shelter," she said, her voice low and urgent. "A storm is coming. Not just in the weather, something darker is stirring." Lyra squinted toward the horizon, where the dark clouds began to swirl, almost unnatural in their formation. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of something ancient, something ominous. A chill ran down her spine. "You think it's the veil?" Kieran asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. Celine nodded, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the landscape. "Not just the veil," she said softly, "but something more, someone else. Someone who commands it." A wave of unease washed over Lyra, and she glanced nervously at the others. "We have to stop them, don't we?" Her voice shook, though she tried to mask the fear growing in her chest. "Before they can use the veil's power." Celine turned to face her. "Yes. We must find who is controlling it before they gain full access to the power we barely understand. The more we delay, the stronger they become. But we can't act rashly. We need a plan." Kieran stepped forward, his usual confidence resurfacing. "We'll find them. Together." The storm clouds above seemed to answer his words, darkening further and swirling faster. Thunder rumbled, low and ominous, as the first raindrops began to fall. The air crackled with an almost palpable energy, and Lyra knew without a doubt that something dangerous was on its way. "We need to reach the ancient city," Celine continued. "It's said to be the source of the veil's magic. If we can get there before the storm reaches its peak, we might find some clue as to who is behind this." The rain began to fall in heavier sheets, and the wind howled around them, sending branches twisting and shaking above their heads. Lyra could feel the power of the storm surge in the air, as though it was not simply nature at work, but something far darker, a force that had been waiting for the right moment to strike. "We should go now," Kieran urged, pulling his cloak tighter around him. "The city isn't far from here. We'll make it if we hurry." They set off, the storm intensifying with every step they took. The path grew more treacherous, and Lyra's heart raced as the wind whipped around her, carrying with it strange whispers. She clenched her fists at her sides, trying to block out the whispers that echoed in her ears, urging her to stop, to listen to the dark promises the veil offered. But she couldn't afford to listen. Not now. After what felt like hours, they finally reached the outskirts of the ancient city. Its crumbled walls rose up before them, towering and imposing, the remnants of a once great civilization now buried in the shadows of time. Lyra could feel the veil's presence here, stronger than it had ever been. The city was steeped in its energy, and she felt her pulse quicken as they crossed the threshold into its ruins. "Keep your wits about you," Celine cautioned, her voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. "The city is alive with the veil's magic. Whoever controls it might be watching us right now." They made their way through the winding streets, the ancient stone buildings casting long shadows as the storm raged overhead. The air felt thick with power, a charged atmosphere that seemed to hum with the heartbeat of the veil itself. Lyra's chest tightened as she moved deeper into the city, the pressure building in her mind, urging her to succumb. But she kept going. The city grew eerily quiet, as though all life had been sucked away by the storm's growing fury. It was as if the very city was holding its breath, waiting for something. And then, at the heart of the city, they found it. A great temple, its towering spires still intact, loomed before them, casting a shadow over everything in its vicinity. The doors were slightly ajar, and through the crack, Lyra could see a faint light flickering. It wasn't a normal light, it was unnatural, pulsing with a rhythm of its own, almost like the beating of a heart. Celine stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "This is it. Whatever is controlling the veil is inside." The storm outside roared louder as if reacting to their presence, and Lyra could feel the pull of the veil's energy within the temple. She glanced at Kieran, then at Celine, and nodded. "Let's end this," she said, her voice steady despite the storm in her heart. They moved toward the temple, knowing that what lay inside would change everything. As they stepped into the temple, the air grew heavier, almost suffocating. The flickering light grew brighter, casting eerie shadows on the walls, and the hum of power thrummed through the stone beneath their feet. Lyra's pulse raced as the presence of the veil became undeniable. It was here, in the heart of this ancient place, that the true danger awaited. The temple's grand hall stretched before them, its once magnificent architecture now crumbling with age. Strange symbols lined the walls, glowing faintly in the pulsating light. Lyra couldn't help but feel a strange connection to them, a pull that made her skin crawl. The symbols seemed familiar, as though they were etched into her very soul, as though she had known them her entire life. Celine walked ahead cautiously, her eyes scanning the surroundings, alert for any sign of movement. "Stay close," she whispered. "We don't know what waits for us in the inner sanctum." They moved deeper into the temple, passing through archways that whispered with the wind, their steps echoing in the silence. The flickering light led them toward a set of grand double doors at the far end of the hall. The light seemed to pulse with greater intensity now, and Lyra could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "It's coming," Kieran muttered under his breath. "The storm is not just outside, it's in here too." Lyra could feel it too. The power that had once seemed distant now pressed against her, invading her thoughts, twisting them, pushing her to give in. It was as if the veil was speaking to her, whispering promises of unimaginable power, of dominion over all. Her fingers tightened around the orb, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered what it would be like to embrace that power, to let it consume her. But no! She shook her head, forcing the thought away. She wasn't alone. She had Kieran. She had Celine. They were her strength, and together, they would face whatever lay beyond those doors. As they approached the double doors, Celine paused, turning to Lyra. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice filled with both determination and concern. Lyra nodded, though her heart was heavy with doubt. She wasn't sure if anyone could ever truly be ready for what they were about to face. "Let's do this." With a final breath, they pushed open the doors. Inside, the air was thick with energy, the light pulsing from a single source, a massive crystal, floating in the center of the room. It glowed with a strange, ethereal blue light, and as Lyra stepped closer, she could feel the veil's presence, stronger than ever, emanating from it. The crystal was the heart of the darkness, the source of the power that had corrupted this place. But as they moved closer, a figure appeared in the shadows, stepping into the light. It was a woman, tall and cloaked in dark robes, that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of the veil. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and her smile was cold, knowing. "So, you found me," the woman said, her voice like velvet, smooth but chilling. "I've been waiting." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The woman was no ordinary sorceress, she was the one who had been pulling the strings all along. The one who had used the veil's power to shape the world in her image. The one who had chosen Lyra. "You?" Lyra whispered, her voice shaking with the realization. "You're the one behind all of this?" The woman's smile widened. "I am many things," she said. "But you can call me Lysandra. And you, Lyra, have been chosen as my vessel. The veil is a power that has long been forgotten by your kind, but I have awakened it, and now it will belong to me." Kieran stepped forward, his sword drawn. "We won't let you use it, Lysandra," he said, his voice filled with anger. "Not now, not ever." Lysandra laughed, a sound that echoed like the cry of a dying bird. "You think you can stop me? You're already too late. The veil has already claimed you, Lyra. You can feel it, can't you? The power, the promise of all that you've ever desired. All that you've ever feared. It is within you now." Lyra's breath quickened as the words struck deep. She could feel it, the power, the darkness, tugging at her, calling her. The veil whispered in her mind, urging her to join Lysandra, to embrace the gift that was hers by right. But as she stood there, her mind swirled with doubt and fear, she heard Kieran's voice in her mind, clear and strong, "You are not alone. We are here with you. Always." She clenched her fists, pushing the dark thoughts away. She wasn't going to let Lysandra win. Not now. Not ever. "Enough!" Lyra cried, her voice rising with newfound strength. "You will not control me. The veil cannot have me. With a fierce cry, she raised the orb high, feeling the surge of its power, but also the strength of her friend's presence beside her. Together, they had come so far, and they would not let the darkness win. Lysandra's smile faltered for just a moment, and in that instant, Lyra's resolve hardened. She would not give in. She would fight for herself, for her friends, and for the world that still had hope. The storm outside raged louder, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The time had come. The final battle for the veil was about to begin. The room trembled with an unseen force as Lyra held the orb aloft, her fingers wrapped tightly around it. The pulsating energy from the crystal intensified, casting strange, jagged shadows across the walls, while Lysandra's figure seemed to flicker in the dim light. The tension in the air was thick, so thick that it felt as though even time itself had paused, waiting for the inevitable clash. "You cannot defeat me, Lyra," Lysandra's voice hissed, dripping with venom. "The veil is mine to command. You are nothing but a pawn, and I will break you." Lyra's heart raced, but her mind remained steady. She could feel the veil tugging at her, urging her to surrender, to let it fill her, to become one with it. But she could also feel something stronger, the love and strength of her companions, the people who had walked beside her through this journey. Kieran's unwavering faith, Celine's wisdom, and the unspoken promise of their bond, these were the things that grounded her, not the dark whispers of the veil. Without warning, Lysandra raised her arms, and the crystal at the center of the room flared with blinding light. Tendrils of dark energy shot forth from it, winding like serpents through the air, aiming directly at Lyra. The force of the blast hit her like a physical blow, but she held her ground, clutching the orb tighter, her eyes narrowing with defiance. "Now!" Kieran shouted, charging forward. In an instant, Kieran was at her side, his sword gleaming with the light of their combined resolve. With a mighty swing, he deflected one of the dark tendrils that had been aimed at Lyra, the sword humming with energy as it clashed against the veil's power. The room seemed to shake with the intensity of their combined will, the two forces warring for dominance. Celine, too, stepped forward, her staff raised. "We are not your puppets, Lysandra," she called out, her voice steady and strong. With a swift motion, she conjured a barrier of radiant light, protecting them from another surge of dark energy. The force of the battle echoed through the temple as the veil itself seemed to fight back, swirling around them like an angry storm. The crystal at the center of the room pulsed violently, sending waves of dark power cascading outward. It was clear that Lysandra was not merely wielding the veil, she was becoming it. But Lyra wasn't about to let that happen. Drawing a deep breath, she focused on the orb in her hands, the object that had started it all. It was her connection to the veil, but she had learned over time that it was not just a tool of destruction. It was also a key to unlocking the true power of light that lay hidden within the darkness. The veil was not purely evil, not purely light, it was a balance of both, and it was up to Lyra to wield it with wisdom. "Listen to me, Veil," she whispered, her voice trembling yet strong. "I reject your corruption. I will not be your vessel. I am Lyra, and I choose to fight for the light." As her words left her lips, the orb began to glow with a fierce, pure light. It was as though the veil itself responded to her, recognizing the power of her resolve. The dark energy that had been swirling around them faltered, and for the briefest of moments, Lysandra's confidence wavered. "You think you can control it?" Lysandra spat, her voice now tinged with panic. "You are nothing. The veil will consume you." But Lyra's grip tightened, her heart steady with determination. "The veil is part of me, and I choose to use it for good." Suddenly, the crystal at the center of the room cracked, its light flickering as if struggling against Lyra's command. The dark tendrils that had been lashing out at them faltered, losing their strength. Lysandra's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this isn't possible," Lysandra hissed, her voice now cracking with fury. The room shook violently, the very foundations of the temple seeming to collapse under the weight of the battle. Lyra could feel the veil swirling around her, but it no longer felt like a threat. It felt like a force that was waiting for her to take control, to make the choice. And as she stood there, heart pounding, she knew what she had to do. With a final cry, Lyra lifted the orb high, and the light within it burst forth in a blinding wave, crashing into the crystal at the center of the room. The crystal shattered, its light flashing in every direction as the veil unraveled around them. The dark energy began to recede, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the temple was still. Lysandra fell to her knees, her hands clutching her head as though she were trying to hold her mind together. The power she had once controlled had slipped from her grasp, and she could do nothing but watch as the remnants of the veil faded away. Lyra exhaled a long breath, her hands shaking as the orb in her grip slowly dimmed. She was exhausted, but she felt something else as well: peace. The weight of the darkness had lifted, and in its place was a quiet calm. "We did it," Kieran whispered, stepping forward to stand beside her. "You did it, Lyra." Celine smiled, her voice soft but filled with pride. "The veil is no longer a weapon. It is a balance, as it was always meant to be." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with relief. "The battle is over," she said, her voice filled with awe. "But the real fight was within me all along." As the three of them stood there, surrounded by the ruins of the temple, they knew that the world had been changed forever. The veil, once a source of power and corruption, had been freed from the darkness that had consumed it. And with that freedom, Lyra had found her true strength, the strength to choose her own path. The first light of dawn broke through the shattered windows of the temple, casting soft golden rays across the remnants of the battle. The air was still, heavy with the weight of what had just transpired, yet it felt different now, lighter, freer. Lyra stood at the center of the room, her hand still gripping the now dimmed orb, its glow fading with each passing moment. The silence was deafening, but it wasn't the oppressive silence of waiting for the storm to return. No, this was the kind of silence that came after a battle, the kind that promised rest, peace, and the beginning of something new. Lyra took a slow breath, feeling the weight of the orb grow lighter in her hands, as if the very act of using it had freed her from its grip. She looked up at her companions, who were now standing close, their eyes filled with respect, relief, and hope. "We did it," Kieran repeated, his voice still low with awe, as if he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Celine nodded, her expression serene yet thoughtful. "The veil has been undone, but the world is still a fragile place. There will be challenges ahead." Lyra turned toward her. "I know. But we're no longer fighting against the darkness. We're fighting for the light, together." For the first time in what felt like forever, Lyra felt certain of her purpose. The veil had been more than just a physical force. It had been a mirror of her own fears and doubts, a reflection of the internal struggle she had fought for so long. And now, having faced it and emerged victorious, she understood that true strength didn't come from the power to control the darkness, it came from the wisdom to embrace both light and shadow. The sun continued to rise outside, the warm glow spilling over the temple's ruined walls. The earth seemed to breathe in the light, and for the first time, Lyra felt a deep connection to the world around her. It was as though the very land was waking up alongside her, each step she took forward marking the beginning of a new era. "We should leave," Kieran said after a moment, his voice steady. "There's no need to stay here anymore." Lyra nodded, but her gaze lingered on the broken crystal in the center of the room, now nothing more than shards of its former self. There was no need for it now. The veil was no longer a weapon or a tool to be used. It was simply a part of the world, a force that had been given a new purpose. But even as she prepared to leave, Lyra felt a question lingering at the back of her mind. What would the world look like now? What had been freed in the process of defeating Lysandra, and what new challenges would arise in the wake of their victory? "Where do we go from here?" she asked quietly, turning to Celine and Kieran. Celine gave her a knowing smile. "We begin again, Lyra. The world is ours to heal." Kieran's eyes brightened, his expression full of hope. "Together, we can rebuild it." With that, the three of them stepped out of the temple, leaving the ruins behind them. The air felt fresh, as if the earth itself had been reborn in the aftermath of their victory. The world was vast and open, waiting for them to shape it with their newfound strength and wisdom. As they walked toward the horizon, Lyra felt an unfamiliar sense of calm wash over her. The journey that had once seemed so uncertain was now clear. She had a purpose beyond fighting, beyond surviving. She was a healer now, not just of others, but of herself, and of the world around her. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, Lyra knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. The wind blew gently through the trees as Lyra, Kieran, and Celine made their way down the mountain pass, their steps slow but purposeful. The world around them seemed to have woken from a deep slumber, the once still air now humming with the sounds of life. Birds sang, the rustling leaves whispered ancient secrets, and the distant echo of a flowing river carried with it the promise of renewal. It was a quiet, peaceful kind of energy, the kind that marked the start of a new chapter. The road ahead was unclear, but Lyra no longer felt the need for an immediate answer. The urgency that had once driven her every move had faded, replaced by a quiet understanding. She had found her strength, not through a singular act of power, but through embracing her own vulnerability. It was a lesson learned from the Veil, how even in the darkest of moments, there could be light. And that light, no matter how faint, could guide her forward. Kieran walked beside her, his usual confident stride tempered by the weight of their shared experience. "What's next for us?" he asked, his voice thoughtful but tinged with hope. Lyra paused, her gaze drifting to the horizon. "We need to rebuild. The world is fractured, so many are still lost, confused, or afraid. They need guidance, and they need to know that there is still hope." Celine, walking a few steps ahead, turned to look back at them. Her face was calm, but there was a fire in her eyes, a fire that had not been there when they first met. "You've grown, Lyra," she said softly, as if acknowledging the journey the young woman had made, not just physically, but spiritually. "The world is yours to shape now. It won't be easy, but you are no longer the same person who walked into that temple." Lyra nodded, taking the words to heart. There had been times when she'd felt so small, so lost, but now she knew the truth: she had always had everything inside of her that she needed. The power wasn't in the veil, nor in the orb she had once clutched so desperately. It was in her heart, in her ability to choose, to fight for what was right, and to guide others with compassion. "The world is a mirror," Lyra said after a moment, her voice clear and steady. "It reflects what we choose to show it. If we want peace, we have to build it, piece by piece." Kieran grinned, clapping a hand on her shoulder. "And we'll be right here beside you. We're not done yet." As they continued their journey, the road before them stretched out in endless possibilities. The lands they passed were recovering, but there was much to be done. Villages to rebuild, hearts to heal, and darkness to banish wherever it lingered. There would be those who resisted change, who clung to old beliefs and fears, but Lyra knew she was no longer alone in this fight. She had found allies in the most unlikely places, and together, they could overcome any obstacle. In the days that followed, they visited towns and cities that had been touched by the Veil's corruption. They offered guidance, helping the people rebuild their communities. But more importantly, they helped heal the fractured trust between individuals and between nations. Lyra's teachings became a beacon of hope, an understanding that true power came not from domination, but from unity and compassion. Each day brought new lessons. Lyra learned that healing wasn't an act of force, it was an act of patience. To mend what had been broken required time and effort, not just from her, but from everyone involved. The path forward was long, but the steps she took were now filled with purpose, not desperation. The world was not beyond saving, it was simply waiting for the right hands to guide it. But as the months passed, Lyra couldn't help but wonder, how long would it take for true healing to occur? Could one person truly make a difference? It was easy to lose hope when the shadows of the past were so long, and the wounds of history so deep. But then, in the quiet moments, she would remember the Veil, and how even the most powerful forces of darkness could be undone with patience, understanding, and the courage to choose differently. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lyra stood at the edge of a cliff, looking out over the land she was helping to heal. Kieran and Celine stood behind her, their presence steady and strong, like the foundation she now stood upon. "The world is changing," Lyra said softly, more to herself than to anyone else. "And it will take all of us to make it a better place." "And we will be with you every step of the way," Celine replied, her voice filled with a quiet confidence that Lyra had come to rely on. Kieran, ever the optimist, grinned. "Together, we'll see it through. One step at a time." Lyra turned to face them, her heart filled with a sense of peace. "One step at a time," she echoed, her voice steady. The three of them stood there in silence for a moment, gazing out over the land that stretched before them. The night was falling, but it felt as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for dawn. And as the first light of the new day began to shine over the horizon, Lyra knew this was just the beginning. The days passed like a gentle tide, washing over the trio as they journeyed from town to town, city to city, each place they visited more in need of healing than the last. Lyra found herself more and more attuned to the world around her, noticing the smallest details, the flicker of light in a child's eyes when they spoke of hope, the quiet conversations between strangers that revealed a deep hunger for connection. She could feel the world's pulse beneath her feet, a rhythm of renewal. Yet, as much as the people welcomed their teachings, a shadow from the past began to creep into their travels. Every town they visited, it seemed, carried with it an echo, an old wound, long forgotten, or perhaps never healed. Some villagers spoke in hushed tones of a force that had once ruled over them, a force that still haunted their dreams. The name Lysandra was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence, as though she were not truly gone, but simply waiting for the right moment to return. One evening, as they set up camp near a secluded forest, Lyra sat by the fire, turning over the information they had gathered. Kieran was sharpening his blade, his eyes flickering occasionally to the firelight, while Celine meditated nearby, her eyes closed in peaceful contemplation. Yet, there was a tension in the air that Lyra couldn't ignore. "It's as if her presence is still here," Lyra said quietly, breaking the silence. Kieran didn't look up from his work, but his voice was thoughtful. "It's not just the people. The land itself still bears the mark of what she did. The veil left scars on more than just hearts. It twisted nature, warped it." Lyra nodded, looking into the flickering flames. She had sensed it too, the air was thick with remnants of a power that had once been unstoppable. Lysandra's dark influence had been severed, yes, but the echoes remained. They couldn't be erased so easily. "Do you think she can return?" Lyra asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It was a fear that she had kept buried deep inside her, a fear that the darkness that had once consumed her world would find a way back. Celine opened her eyes at the sound of Lyra's voice. Her gaze was steady, unwavering. "Lysandra is not truly gone, not in the way we wish. Darkness never truly disappears, it only takes on new forms. What you're feeling now is the world adjusting, learning to exist without the weight of that power. But that doesn't mean the scars are healed." Lyra frowned. "So we have to be ready for her return? For the possibility that what we've done so far might not be enough?" "Not enough," Celine echoed softly, "but still significant. The land may carry the echoes of the past, but it will also bear witness to the choices we make now. The power you've found, Lyra, the strength within you, will be tested. We all must be ready to face the future together." Kieran finished his task and stood up, wiping his hands on his pants. "We can't keep looking behind us either. We've done what we came here to do. We'll deal with whatever comes next as it comes." Lyra took a deep breath, turning the words over in her mind. Yes, she could feel the weight of the past, but they couldn't live in fear of it. They had to move forward, and moving forward meant accepting that while the past might always echo, it could not define them. "There are some things we cannot control," Lyra said, her voice gaining strength. "But we can control how we respond. And I choose to move forward, to heal, and to build something better." The fire crackled, the sound almost as if it was agreeing with her. Kieran smiled, and Celine nodded in quiet approval. They had all seen the darkness, fought against it, and lived to tell the tale. Together, they were stronger than any shadow. Tomorrow, Lyra said, rising to her feet, we continue our journey. The past cannot chain us. It is our time to shape the future. The three of them stood together, the fire burning bright against the darkened sky. There was a weight to the world, yes, but also a lightness, the possibility of a future that was not dictated by what had happened before, but by the choices they would make in the days to come. And in that moment, Lyra understood something important: the world was not just a reflection of the past. It was a canvas, ready to be painted with their actions, their hopes, and their love. The echoes of Lysandra's reign might still linger, but they had the power to drown out those whispers with the sound of their own voices, their own hearts. The journey ahead would not be easy. There were still battles to fight, both internal and external, but Lyra was no longer afraid. The past could echo all it wanted. She and her companions would create the future, one step at a time. The dawn broke with a soft, golden light filtering through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Lyra stood by the edge of the camp, watching the sunlight slowly embrace the land, as though it, too, were waking from a long slumber. There was something serene about this morning, a quiet peace that felt almost too perfect. But deep inside, Lyra felt the weight of something unseen, a sensation she couldn't shake. It was as if the air itself had thickened, warning her that something was approaching, something beyond her understanding. As she turned to join Kieran and Celine for breakfast, a sharp sound broke the stillness, like the snap of a twig. It was quick, subtle, but it sent a chill down Lyra's spine. Her eyes darted to the surrounding woods, her senses alert. Kieran looked up from the fire, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. Celine was already standing, her eyes scanning the horizon with the calm intensity that Lyra had come to admire. "What is it?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. Celine didn't speak at first, her attention fully trained on the woods around them. Then, with a quiet sigh, she spoke. "There's a presence here. Not something we can see, but it's there." Kieran's grip tightened on his blade. "A shadow?" "No," Celine replied. "Not exactly. This feels different, more subtle, more patient. It's as if the land itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen." Lyra felt the same unease creeping up her spine. It wasn't just the weight of the past she was carrying, it was the unmistakable feeling that something, someone, was watching them, but from a place beyond sight. The wind shifted suddenly, pulling at her cloak and sending a ripple of unease through her. "I don't like this," Kieran muttered, his voice low. "We've faced plenty of dangers, but this doesn't feel right. We've got to stay alert." Lyra nodded, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the trees, looking for any sign of movement. The forest, usually alive with the sounds of wildlife, was eerily silent now. Not a bird chirped, not a leaf rustled in the wind. Everything felt still, as if the world had paused for just a moment. That moment was enough to make her heart race. "This presence," Lyra said, her voice steady but filled with a quiet apprehension, "it's familiar. I don't know why, but it feels as though it's been here before." Celine turned her gaze to her. "Your connection to the veil is still strong. You may be sensing something from the remnants of Lysandra's influence. But this feels older." Lyra's mind raced. Older? Could it be? Had they truly severed all ties to Lysandra's power? Had they, in their effort to heal, overlooked something more ancient, more deeply rooted? "I think we need to find out what's really going on here," Kieran said, his eyes flickering between Lyra and Celine. "Let's move out, but stay close. We can't take chances." Lyra's heart pounded in her chest as she nodded in agreement. The group packed up quickly, the quiet tension between them palpable as they prepared to leave the camp. Despite her growing unease, Lyra couldn't help but feel a sense of determination. She was no longer the young woman who had once felt powerless before the veil. She had learned to trust her instincts, her strength, and the bond she shared with Kieran and Celine. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the strange feeling only intensified. Lyra's skin tingled as though every step they took was being watched by eyes that were never seen. They moved in silence, their steps light, yet the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier with each passing minute. The path was winding, overgrown with thick roots and low-hanging branches. It was a path that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. Hours passed, and the unsettling feeling grew stronger, more oppressive. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they reached a clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a stone monument, an ancient structure, half covered in vines and moss. It had the air of something that had not been touched for centuries, yet there was an energy about it that made the hair on the back of Lyra's neck stand on end. This doesn't feel like anything I've seen before, Kieran said, his voice low with awe. It's older than Lysandra's reign. Celine nodded, her expression unreadable. This is no ordinary relic. Whatever lies ahead, it's connected to the past, perhaps to the beginning of it all. Lyra stepped forward, her breath shallow. She could feel the pull of the monument, a strange energy that seemed to call to her. She didn't know what it was, but something deep inside her was telling her this was where the path would truly begin, the crossroads between what had come before and what was to come. Should we approach it? Kieran asked, his hand never leaving his sword. Lyra hesitated for a moment, considering the weight of the decision. She could feel the unseen hand guiding them, but the question was it a force of light or darkness? She knew only one thing, they had no choice but to face whatever this was. We move forward, Lyra said, her voice firm. Whatever lies here, we will face it together. The three of them approached the monument, their hearts beating in unison, their steps synchronized. And as Lyra placed her hand on the ancient stone, the world around them seemed to shift. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, it felt as though the very fabric of time itself had bent in their presence. Then, with a sudden jolt, a voice, deep and resonant, filled the air. You have arrived. At last. Lyra's heart raced as the voice echoed around them, deep and ancient, as if it came from the very earth beneath their feet. It wasn't a sound that could be heard by the ears alone, but rather something felt deep within the soul. The air around them seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and the trees that surrounded the clearing seemed to bow, their branches swaying in a wind that wasn't there. For a moment, all Lyra could do was stand frozen, her hand still pressed against the stone. Kieran's hand gripped his sword tighter, his body tense and ready for any danger. Celine stood beside him, her gaze steady and unblinking, as though she was trying to decipher something beyond the physical realm. Lyra slowly withdrew her hand from the stone, her eyes wide with both fear and curiosity. Who are you? Lyra asked, her voice trembling but strong. She didn't know what was saying to them or where it came from, but she felt it was connected to something far older than anything they had encountered before. The voice, ancient and powerful, was still lingering in the air like a weight, waiting for a response. The voice replied, its tone unwavering, as though time itself could not alter its presence. I am a memory, an echo of something that was lost. I have watched as your world shifted and bent, as the threads of fate were severed and woven again. And now, you stand at the crossroads of past and future. But be warned, child of the veil, not all paths lead to salvation. Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. A memory of what? She asked, trying to force clarity through the haze of unease. Who are you really? I am the one who once guarded the truth, the voice continued. The truth of the land, of the forgotten forces that shaped it. I was the keeper of secrets, and now I am but a whisper in the wind. You seek answers, but the answers you seek will not come without cost. The weight of the words hung heavily in the air, and Lyra felt her heart beat faster, her mind racing with questions. What secrets could the voice be referring to? What cost was it speaking of? The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her next move. Kieran stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. If you're the keeper of these secrets, then why now? Why speak to us now, after everything that's happened? The voice responded with a sense of finality, as though it had been waiting for this moment. Because your destiny is entwined with that which has been forgotten. You are the thread that will unravel the lies, the one who will either redeem or destroy what was once whole. The choice is yours, but you must first understand what has been lost. Lyra's mind whirled. Redeem or destroy? Could she truly hold such power? She had always felt that the weight of the veil was her burden to bear, but now she realized that the weight was heavier than she had ever imagined. There was more at stake than her personal struggle, it was the fate of something far greater. What do I need to do? Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The voice paused, as though considering the question. You must journey further, deeper into the heart of this land. But know this, what you seek will not be easy to find. And the truth, once revealed, may shatter everything you thought you knew. Celine's voice cut through the tension. What truth? What is it that we must uncover? The voice remained silent for a long moment before it answered, the air around them vibrating with power. The truth of the veil itself, and the forces that gave birth to it. Only by understanding its origin can you hope to defeat it, and even then, the cost may be too high to bear. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The veil, the force that had shaped her life, the source of her power, and the very thing she had fought against for so long, was connected to something far older, something that was not just a force of darkness, but something that had been born from a time long before her own. The truth of it was more elusive than she could have ever imagined. What do you want from us? Kieran asked, his voice sharp. You speak of choices and consequences, but what is it you want us to do? I ask for nothing, the voice replied, its tone shifting, becoming softer, almost sorrowful. But the land itself needs you. It has been twisted by forces long buried, and only you can right the wrongs of the past. But beware, the deeper you go, the more you risk losing yourselves to the darkness that lies beneath. Lyra's pulse quickened, and a sense of urgency flooded her veins. She didn't fully understand what the voice meant, but she could feel the pull of destiny growing stronger, urging her forward. There was no turning back now. She had come this far, and she would face whatever lay ahead, no matter the cost. What must we do to begin? Lyra asked, her voice steady now, filled with determination. The voice responded, its words cryptic but filled with undeniable power. Follow the river to the heart of the forgotten vale. There, you will find the key to the truth. But remember, child, the key you seek may not be the one you desire. As the voice faded into the silence, the forest seemed to exhale, releasing the tension that had filled the air. Lyra stood still for a moment, taking in the gravity of what had just been revealed. She had no idea what the forgotten veil was, or what key lay hidden within its depths, but she knew one thing for certain, this was only the beginning. The morning light broke through the canopy of trees, casting long, dappled shadows on the forest floor. Lyra stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart still racing from the voice's cryptic words. Kieran and Celine stood beside her, their expressions equally somber. The air felt thick with anticipation, as if the very earth itself was holding its breath. The journey ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, there was no turning back. We need to find this river, Kieran said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. It's the only way forward. Celine nodded, her eyes scanning the landscape with a sharpness that only someone who had spent years in the wilderness could possess. The voice spoke of the forgotten vale. I've heard rumors, but no one has ever returned to confirm what lies there. It's a place lost to time. Lyra glanced down at the stone she had touched earlier, still warm from the echo of the voice. She could feel its energy pulsing through her, guiding her like a beacon in the vast unknown. We have to find it, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The truth, the key, it's all tied to that place. We have no choice. The three of them set off, moving through the dense forest with determination. The path ahead was rough, the trees thick and wild, but they pressed on. The further they traveled, the quieter the world seemed to become. The usual sounds of wildlife were eerily absent, and the only noise was the rustle of their footsteps in the underbrush. The forest felt as though it were closing in on them, but Lyra could feel the pull of something greater, something that lay ahead. Hours passed as they trekked deeper into the wilderness, the sun slowly beginning its descent toward the horizon. The silence grew heavier, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind. Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, though every time she glanced over her shoulder, there was nothing to be seen. It was as though the forest itself was alive, aware of their presence. Finally, as the light began to fade, they came upon a clearing. At the far end of the clearing, a river flowed quietly, its waters shimmering in the fading twilight. The river was unlike anything Lyra had seen before. Its surface seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, reflecting the colors of the sky in strange patterns. It was as if the river itself held the secrets of the land, a conduit to the past and future. "Is this it?" Celine asked, her voice hushed as she stepped forward, her eyes wide with awe. Kieran stepped to the edge of the water, kneeling to touch the surface. "This is the river," he said, his voice carrying a sense of certainty. The voice was right. This is where the journey truly begins. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. They had come so far, but the path ahead was still shrouded in mystery. The river seemed to beckon them forward, as if inviting them to uncover the truth that lay hidden beneath its surface. But the words of the voice echoed in her mind, "The key you seek may not be the one you desire." "What now?" Lyra asked, her eyes focused on the glowing water. Celine looked at the river, her brow furrowed in thought. "We follow it," she said, her tone firm. "The voice didn't say where it would lead, but we have no choice. The key is somewhere along its path." They began to follow the river's edge, the soft sound of the water flowing beside them a constant companion. The forest grew darker as they moved deeper into the unknown, the trees towering overhead like silent sentinels. The glow of the river illuminated their way, but it also cast long, strange shadows that danced along the edges of their vision. As they walked, Lyra couldn't help but feel that the land itself was shifting around them. The trees seemed to grow taller, their roots twisting and coiling beneath the earth, as if trying to trap them. The air grew thick with a sense of unease, and Lyra found herself glancing over her shoulder more often, certain that something was following them. Kieran, ever watchful, turned to her. "Keep moving. We're getting closer to something, I can feel it." But Lyra wasn't sure if she was reassured or more frightened by his words. The closer they got to whatever lay ahead, the more intense the pressure in the air became. Every step they took felt like they were moving deeper into a forgotten world, one that had been sealed away for a reason. Then, as they rounded a bend in the river, a strange structure came into view. It was a stone archway, weathered by time but still standing strong, its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to pulse with the same energy as the river itself. The archway was framed by dense foliage, and beyond it lay a darkened path, the way forward obscured by shadows. "This is it," Lyra whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. "This is where the journey leads." Celine stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the stone. "The key lies beyond this arch," she said, her voice reverberating with an ancient certainty. "But we must be ready for whatever comes next." Lyra nodded, her mind swirling with questions. What would they find beyond the archway? Was this the beginning of the end, or was it only the start of an even greater challenge? She didn't know, but she did know one thing: there was no turning back now. The air grew thick with anticipation as Lyra, Kieran, and Celine stood before the stone archway, its symbols shimmering faintly under the glow of the river's light. The path beyond seemed to pulse with an unseen force, as though the very ground beneath their feet was alive with ancient power. Lyra felt a strange pull in her chest, a magnetic force urging her forward, but at the same time, a voice inside her whispered of danger and unknown trials. Without another word, Celine stepped forward and reached for the archway. As her fingers brushed the stone, the symbols began to glow brighter, casting a pale, ethereal light around them. The air seemed to hum with energy, and the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as the archway seemed to come alive, the once still stone shifting and shifting, as if responding to Celine's touch. "Do you feel that?" Kieran whispered, his voice tight with tension. "I do," Lyra replied, her gaze locked on the archway. It's like the very fabric of this place is shifting. Without warning, the archway flared with brilliant light, forcing them to shield their eyes. A low rumbling sound echoed through the air, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to disappear around them. When the light faded, the archway remained, but it now seemed more than just a structure. It felt like a threshold, a gateway between worlds. Celine took a step forward, her face set in determination. We have no choice. The key lies beyond this point, and we must face whatever comes. Lyra felt the weight of Celine's words settle on her, but her feet moved of their own accord, carried by a force greater than her own will. The three of them crossed the threshold together, and as they did, the world around them seemed to change. The air grew colder, the trees darker, and the landscape before them transformed. No longer were they in the familiar forest. Instead, they stood in a vast, desolate valley, the ground cracked and dry. The sky above was a dull, sickly gray, with swirling clouds that seemed to shift unnaturally, as if they, too, were alive. The river, which had been a gentle guide until now, flowed into the distance, its waters dark and still, as though frozen in time. This place, Lyra murmured, taking in the bleak surroundings. It feels forgotten. This is the Forgotten Vale, Celine said, her voice filled with awe and caution. A place lost to time and memory. It's where the ancients sealed away their darkest secrets. Kieran's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. What are we meant to find here? Celine turned toward him, her eyes dark with understanding. The key to the future. The key to everything. But it will not come easily. This place is filled with trials, and not all who seek its secrets return. As they ventured deeper into the vale, the ground beneath their feet shifted from dry earth to jagged stones. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding, each step feeling heavier than the last. The distant river, once a gentle flow, now seemed ominous, its waters still and dark, stretching endlessly before them. Lyra could feel the pull of something, a presence just beyond her sight, lurking in the shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind made her tense, her senses heightened to the smallest sound. Yet, there was no movement, no sign of anything living, save for the three of them. A sudden, sharp cry echoed through the valley, its sound haunting and distant. It sent a shiver down Lyra's spine. She turned toward the others, but they, too, were on edge, their eyes scanning the horizon for the source of the cry. What was that? Kieran asked, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Celine frowned, her eyes narrowing as if trying to pierce through the veil of shadows. We are not alone. This place is filled with the echoes of the past, and not all of them are kind. Lyra swallowed hard, her throat dry. What do we do? Celine glanced back at the archway they had crossed, now distant behind them. There is no turning back now. We must press on and face what lies ahead. The trials of the Forgotten Vale are harsh, but we cannot afford to be afraid. They continued forward, the eerie silence pressing in around them. The cry had stopped, leaving only the haunting sounds of the wind and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. The valley stretched out endlessly before them, the jagged rocks and barren trees casting long shadows as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. As they moved forward, Lyra's thoughts turned to the voice she had heard before, the one that had guided them to this place. She wondered what it wanted from them, and if they would find the answers they so desperately sought. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet gave way, and they stumbled into a hidden cavern. The walls of the cavern were covered in ancient carvings, worn by time but still legible. The symbols on the walls seemed familiar, almost as if they were the same as the ones on the archway. This place, Lyra whispered, her breath catching in her throat. It feels like we've been here before. It's a memory, Celine said softly, her eyes tracing the symbols. This is where the ancients sealed their secrets. The answers are here, but we must be prepared for the cost. The three of them stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their journey pressing down on them. Whatever trials awaited them in this cavern, they had no choice but to face them. The key to everything, the truth they sought, was within reach. But what price would they have to pay? The cavern seemed to hum with an ancient energy, the air thick with dust and the remnants of old magic. The symbols on the walls pulsed with faint light, casting an eerie glow across the cavern floor. Lyra, Kieran, and Celine stood still, taking in their surroundings, knowing they had entered the heart of the Forgotten Vale. There would be no turning back now. "Do you see that?" Kieran asked, pointing to a raised platform at the center of the cavern. On it stood a stone pedestal, carved with intricate runes. Atop the pedestal rested a glowing crystal, its light a soft, steady pulse that seemed to beat like a heart. "That's the key," Celine said, her voice filled with reverence. "The Heartstone, the source of the ancients' power. But be warned, it is not so easily claimed. The trials are designed to protect it, and they will test us in ways we cannot yet imagine." Lyra felt a chill crawl up her spine. The air in the cavern felt dense, as though it was pressing in on them from all sides. The silence was oppressive, the kind of silence that could only be broken by the sound of an inevitable challenge. She could almost feel the weight of the Heartstone's power, as though it was aware of their presence, waiting for them to approach. "Let's go," Lyra said, taking a step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know what awaited them, but there was no other choice. They had come too far. As they moved toward the pedestal, the ground beneath their feet shifted. The cavern trembled, and a low rumbling sound echoed from deep within the earth. Lyra glanced around, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her dagger. The runes on the walls seemed to glow brighter, their symbols shifting as if coming to life. A voice, ancient and distant, filled the air. It was a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through the very stones of the cavern. "To claim the Heartstone, you must prove your worth. Only those who pass the trials may take its power. Fail, and you will be lost to the Vale forever." The voice faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Lyra felt her breath catch in her throat. The trials had begun. "Stay close," Celine murmured, her eyes scanning the cavern. "We must be prepared for everything. The Vale will use our fears against us." Suddenly, the floor beneath them cracked open, revealing a vast chasm filled with swirling darkness. From the depths of the chasm, creatures began to emerge, twisted, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes and snarling mouths. Lyra's heart raced as the creatures advanced toward them, their forms shifting and distorting in the dim light. "Fight!" Kieran shouted, drawing his sword. "We can't let them get to the Heartstone." Lyra unsheathed her dagger, ready to face whatever these creatures were. But before she could make a move, a blinding light flashed from the pedestal. The creatures froze in place, their eyes wide in terror. The light from the Heartstone pulsed again, sending a shockwave of power through the cavern, forcing the creatures to retreat back into the shadows. "This is only the beginning," Celine warned. "The Vale is testing us, seeing how we react to fear, to temptation. These creatures are not real, they are projections of our own minds." Lyra's thoughts raced. The creatures, the darkness, they were all illusions designed to test their resolve. But how could they be sure what was real and what was not? A voice echoed again, this time softer, more intimate. "Do you truly believe you can claim the Heartstone? You are not worthy. You are but pawns in a game far greater than yourselves." The voice seemed to come from within her own mind. Lyra clutched her head, trying to shake off the words, but they lingered like a shadow, casting doubt on her purpose. "Do not listen," Celine said firmly, her voice cutting through Lyra's confusion. "These are the trials of the Vale, each of us must face them. This is your trial. Do not let the Vale trick you." Lyra took a deep breath, pushing aside the doubt that had crept into her heart. She focused on the Heartstone, on the goal ahead. This was not about her fears or insecurities, it was about the greater purpose they were striving toward. They couldn't afford to lose sight of that. With renewed determination, Lyra stepped forward, the shadows retreating as she advanced. Kieran and Celine followed closely behind, their resolve unshaken. As they reached the pedestal, the ground shifted again, and this time, a new challenge emerged. The air in the cavern grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly. A figure cloaked in tattered robes appeared before them, its face hidden in shadow. "You have passed the first trial," the figure spoke in a hollow, echoing voice. "But the path ahead is fraught with more danger. Only one may claim the Heartstone. Who among you is worthy?" Lyra's breath caught in her throat as the figure's gaze seemed to settle on her. She could feel the weight of its judgment, as if it could see deep into her soul. "The trials are not just about strength," the figure continued, its voice growing more menacing. "They are about sacrifice, about choosing who you are willing to become in order to claim what you seek." Celine stepped forward, her eyes fierce. "We are all worthy. We will face the next trial together." The figure's laughter echoed through the cavern, cold and unsettling. "We shall see. Only one can carry the Heartstone. The others will be lost." The ground beneath them trembled once more, and Lyra knew that the trials had only just begun. What would the veil throw at them next? What would they have to sacrifice to claim the Heartstone? There was no turning back now. The next trial awaited them. The chilling laughter of the cloaked figure faded as the ground beneath them cracked open, sending a violent tremor through the cavern. Lyra, Kieran, and Celine steadied themselves, their feet shifting on the unstable ground. The dim light of the Heartstone flickered as if warning them of the impending trial. The air felt thick with tension, as though the veil itself was watching their every move. "You have reached the second trial," the cloaked figure intoned, its voice now a whisper that echoed through the cavern like a distant storm. "This trial is not of strength or cunning, but of sacrifice. The Heartstone can only be claimed by one, and that one must be willing to give up what they hold most dear. Only then will the path forward be revealed." Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she processed the words. Sacrifice. She glanced at Kieran and Celine, knowing that the trial would force them to confront their deepest fears and desires. There was no telling what each of them would have to give up. Kieran clenched his sword tighter, his expression unreadable. Celine, however, seemed unfazed. She stepped forward, her voice firm. "We will not be divided. We face this together, as we have from the beginning." The cloaked figure did not respond, but the ground shifted again, and suddenly, the cavern around them seemed to disappear. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor melted away, replaced by an endless, swirling abyss of darkness. Lyra felt her stomach lurch as they were plunged into the void, weightless and disoriented. Then, as if by magic, the darkness gave way to a familiar sight, their village. The village Lyra had grown up in, with its cobblestone streets and familiar faces. But there was something different. The village was in flames. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the screams of the villagers echoed in her ears. Lyra felt a pang of grief in her chest, her body frozen in place as she watched the destruction unfold. She saw her parents, her friends, all of them trapped in the chaos. She wanted to run to them, to save them, but the void held her in place. Her hands trembled as she reached out, powerless to stop the flames from consuming the village. The voice of the cloaked figure filled her mind once again. "To claim the Heartstone, you must be willing to sacrifice what you hold most dear. Will you let go of your past? Will you forsake your village, your family, your life as it was, for the power that lies ahead?" Lyra's heart ached as she faced the impossible choice. To save them, to give up everything she had ever known, or to continue on this path, knowing that the people she loved would perish. It was a choice no one should ever have to make. Kieran's voice broke through her turmoil. "Lyra, this is not real. It's an illusion. The veil is trying to make us doubt, to make us question who we are." Celine stepped closer, her eyes filled with understanding. "You are not bound by the past. You are bound by the future you are fighting for. The people you love, they would want you to continue. They would want you to save the world, not be trapped in a moment that no longer exists." The darkness seemed to ripple around them, and Lyra felt the weight of the choice pressing on her chest. Could she truly let go of everything she had ever known? Could she face the future without the past weighing her down? With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, letting go of the village, of the people, of the life she had once known. It was a painful release, but it was necessary. The trial was not about the past, it was about the future. And the future they were striving toward was greater than any sacrifice. As the last of the vision faded, Lyra felt the ground solidify beneath her feet again. The cavern returned, and the cloaked figure stood before them, its face still hidden in shadow. "You have passed the second trial," the figure said, its voice no longer hollow but filled with a strange sense of approval. "But remember, sacrifice is not a one-time choice. It will be a part of your journey until the end." The figure raised a hand, and a path forward appeared, illuminated by the faint glow of the heartstone. But as the path opened, Lyra knew this was just the beginning. The trials would only grow harder from here. Kieran, Celine, and Lyra exchanged a look of determination. The heartstone was within their grasp, but the trials were far from over. They would need to dig deeper into their hearts, sacrifice more than they ever thought possible, if they were to claim the power that lay ahead. "Let's keep moving," Lyra said, her voice steady despite the storm raging within her. "We've come too far to stop now." As Lyra, Kieran, and Celine stepped forward into the newly revealed path, the air around them grew thick with an eerie stillness. The faint glow of the heartstone cast long, shifting shadows across the cavern, and the deeper they ventured, the more the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The farther they walked, the heavier the silence became, pressing on their minds, making every breath feel like a labor. "You have passed the trial of sacrifice," the voice of the cloaked figure echoed once more, its tone less ominous, though still filled with a weight that made every word feel like it carried 100 meanings. "But now you face the third trial, the trial of illusions. Your greatest enemy lies within your own mind, where doubt and fear can take root and twist reality." Lyra's heart beat faster, the words sending a cold shiver down her spine. She had already faced so much, how could her own mind be her enemy? Before any of them could respond, the world around them seemed to shift. The cavern began to melt away, replaced by an endless sky streaked with purples, blues, and reds. The ground was no longer solid beneath their feet but a swirling mist that seemed to pull them in every direction. They reached out to one another, but their hands passed through the others, as if they were ghosts. The world felt wrong. And then, like a flicker of light, the mist cleared and they found themselves standing in a lush, unfamiliar forest. The trees towered high above, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The air smelled sweet, but there was an underlying chill, as if something was waiting just beyond the edge of their perception. "Is this real?" Kieran whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling of unseen winds. "I don't know," Lyra replied, her voice shaky as she looked around. Everything felt so vivid, too vivid, as if each leaf, each branch, each whisper of wind was trying to pull her attention in 1,000 directions at once. "Something's wrong." Celine stepped forward, her face set with resolve. "This is the illusion," she said softly, but with certainty. "Our greatest fears, our desires, our insecurities, they are being twisted into this reality. The veil is trying to make us doubt ourselves." The air around them shimmered, and suddenly, the mist parted again, revealing an image that made Lyra's heart stop. There, standing in front of her, was her younger brother, Tavon. He was smiling, as if nothing had happened, as if the war, the destruction, and the loss had never taken place. Tavon had perished during the war, and seeing him here, so alive, was like a cruel mockery of her grief. "Tavon?" Lyra's voice cracked as she took a step forward, her hands trembling. "How is this? How can this be real?" But Tavon only smiled at her, the same innocent smile that had always made her feel safe when they were children. "Lyra, why are you here?" "I've been waiting for you. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry anymore." Lyra reached for him, but her hand passed through his figure like mist. He was not real. He couldn't be. The voice of the cloaked figure echoed again, deeper now, almost like a whisper in the wind. This is the trial, Lyra. Your mind is creating these illusions. Your greatest desires are what will betray you. Can you recognize the truth when it is hidden behind a mask? Her breath caught in her throat. The realization hit her with full force. No, she whispered, shaking her head. I know this isn't real. Tavon is gone. He's not here. But even as she said the words, the vision of Tavon faded, replaced by another. This time, it was Kieran, standing in front of her, but his face was filled with a cold, calculating expression. His eyes were distant, as if he had already turned his back on her. Lyra, he said, his voice sharp, a tone she had never heard from him before. You're weak. You always have been. You'll never be strong enough to carry this burden. You're holding us back. Lyra's stomach twisted in a knot. She felt a wave of self-doubt crash over her. Was Kieran right? Was she truly not strong enough? Could she ever be? But then she saw Celine's face next, her eyes filled with a look of disappointment. You're not the leader we need. You're too emotional. Too weak to make the hard choices. Tears stung Lyra's eyes as she stepped back, her mind spinning. Was this true? Was she the one holding them all back? Was she too afraid to lead them to victory? Enough, she cried out, her voice trembling with the weight of the illusions assaulting her mind. This isn't real. None of this is real. With every ounce of strength, Lyra closed her eyes and focused, drawing on the deep well of resolve that had carried her through the hardest of times. She had faced too many challenges to be undone by illusions. She would not be swayed by false visions of doubt and fear. Celine, Kieran, she whispered, opening her eyes to find them standing beside her, their faces filled with understanding. I know what this is. I know who I am. I am not the person they want me to be. I am stronger than this. We are stronger than this. The illusions began to crack, the images of Tavon, Kieran, and Celine warping and dissolving into the mist. The world around them wavered and faded as the trial came to its conclusion. The cloaked figure appeared once more, standing before them, its presence commanding but no longer threatening. You have passed the trial of illusions, it intoned, its voice softer now. Your mind has been tested, and you have emerged stronger. But remember, the greatest battles are often fought within. As the mist dissipated and the world around them solidified once more, Lyra took a deep breath. The trial had been grueling, but it had also shown her something important. No matter what she faced, no matter what illusions tried to pull her off course, she was in control of her own destiny. Let's keep moving, Lyra said, her voice steady, the weight of the trial still heavy in her chest, but not enough to stop her. We're almost there. With the mist of the illusions finally clearing, Lyra, Kieran, and Celine found themselves standing at the edge of a vast chasm, stretching farther than the eye could see. The air was thick with the scent of earth and iron, and the ground beneath them was jagged and uneven. The path ahead seemed to lead only to a large stone archway, ancient and worn, its surface covered with cryptic runes that pulsed with an eerie glow. The cloaked figure stood before the archway, its presence unyielding and ominous. Its voice echoed as it spoke, a whisper that seemed to reverberate in their very souls. You have now passed the trial of illusions. But the true test remains. This is the trial of truth. Here, you will be confronted with the deepest secrets of your hearts. You must face them, or you will fail. The words hung in the air, and for a moment, there was only silence. A chill ran down Lyra's spine. She had already faced her fears, her doubts, but what truth would the veil demand from her now? What deep, buried secret would be dragged to light? Whatever it is, we'll face it together, Kieran said, his voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. Lyra glanced at him and Celine. She knew they had come this far together, but how would they face what was about to unfold? Remember, the truth is often the hardest thing to confront, the cloaked figure intoned. It does not bend to your will or wishes. It simply is. Without warning, the ground shifted, and the trio found themselves standing in a dimly lit room, its stone walls closing in on them. At the center was a small pedestal, upon which sat a single, flickering flame. The flame illuminated the faces of Lyra, Kieran, and Celine, casting long shadows on the walls. Each of you must step forward and face the truth that lies within you, the cloaked figure declared. Only when you have revealed your deepest truths will you be allowed to proceed. Lyra's heart thudded in her chest. She had spent so much time hiding from the parts of herself she wasn't proud of, the things she had buried deep within her. Could she truly confront them? Could she face the parts of herself that she feared the most? The figure motioned to Lyra first. You are the leader, it said softly, but are you truly prepared to carry the weight of that responsibility? Are you ready to make the choices that will alter the course of everyone's lives, even when it means sacrificing those you love? Lyra's stomach twisted, her breath caught in her throat. The question struck at her core. She had always tried to protect those around her, to keep them safe from harm, but was she truly ready to make the hard choices? What if the very people she cared about were the ones who had to be sacrificed for the greater good? Step forward, the cloaked figure commanded, its voice unwavering. Face your truth. Trembling, Lyra took a step forward, closer to the flame. As she approached, the air around her grew heavy, and the truth began to seep into her mind. Images flashed before her eyes, moments of doubt, choices she had avoided, fears she had hidden. The truth was undeniable, she had always feared that she wasn't enough. She feared that she wasn't strong enough to be the leader they needed. She feared that her love for her friends and family would cause her to hesitate, to make the wrong decision when it mattered most. Lyra's knees buckled, and she fell to her knees before the pedestal. The truth was overwhelming, but in that moment, she realized that it wasn't a burden to carry alone. She had to trust herself, trust her instincts, and trust the people around her. The truth was that she was capable, but she had to let go of her fear of failure. I am ready, Lyra whispered, the words more to herself than anyone else. She stood up, wiping the tears from her eyes, and turned to the others. I'm ready to face whatever comes next. The cloaked figure nodded. You have faced your truth. Now, Kieran, it said, it is your turn. Kieran stiffened, his gaze hardening as he stepped forward. The trial was not easy for him, he had always carried a shield of stoic detachment, hiding his vulnerabilities behind a wall of guarded strength. But now, as the cloaked figure's gaze fixed upon him, the walls began to crack. Kieran, the figure's voice was softer, but no less penetrating, you have always been the protector, the one who stands in the shadows, guarding others from harm. But what of your own heart? What of your own desires? Will you always sacrifice your happiness for others, or will you allow yourself to live? Kieran froze. His expression faltered for a moment, and for the first time, Lyra saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Kieran had never spoken much of his own desires, always putting others first. But was he truly happy? Was he content with the sacrifices he had made, or was he hiding from the truth of his own needs? The room seemed to close in on him as his past choices, his regrets, and his fears filled the air like a suffocating mist. He had always put his duty above his own feelings, always done what was expected of him, but now he had to face the reality that he, too, had desires. He had longed for a life of peace, away from the constant struggle. But could he allow himself to embrace that desire? Kieran's shoulders slumped, and for the first time, he spoke honestly, his voice quiet but filled with raw emotion. I've always been afraid to let go, afraid that if I stopped protecting everyone, I would lose myself. I've never allowed myself to dream of something beyond this fight. The cloaked figure watched him in silence before nodding. You have faced your truth, Kieran. Now, Celine. Celine stepped forward, her expression unreadable. She had always been the strategist, the one who thought through every possibility. But now, as she stood before the pedestal, Lyra saw the tension in her posture. Celine, the cloaked figure's voice was gentle, but firm. You are the most knowledgeable of all of you. But knowledge can be both a gift and a curse. Have you ever wondered if you have been too focused on the answers, too focused on finding the right path, that you have neglected the very thing that could guide you? Your heart. Celine flinched, her face momentarily shadowed by a flicker of uncertainty. She had always relied on her intellect, on her ability to see through the layers of the world and find the truth within. But the cloaked figure's words struck at her deepest fear, that she had neglected her own feelings, her own desires, in pursuit of logic. The room around her shifted, and she was surrounded by a blur of thoughts, memories, and choices she had made over the years. Had she really been following her heart, or had she been running from it, seeking answers that made sense instead of answers that brought peace? The truth was clear now. I've hidden behind my intellect, afraid to trust my emotions, Celine said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. I thought if I always had the right answer, I would never make a mistake. But now I see, sometimes, the right answer comes from the heart, not the mind. The cloaked figure nodded. You have faced your truth, Celine. As the three of them stood together, the air lightened, the oppressive weight of their fears and doubts dissipating. The trial had been difficult, but they had emerged from it stronger, more aware of who they truly were. Now, the cloaked figure said, its voice softer, almost kind, you are ready for what lies ahead. The path is open to you, but remember, the truth will always guide you, no matter where it leads. Lyra took a deep breath, looking at her friends. They had faced their deepest fears, their most painful truths, and come through it together. There was no turning back now. We move forward, Lyra said, her voice steady and filled with resolve. As the weight of the trial of truth began to lift from their shoulders, Lyra, Kieran, and Celine found themselves standing before an even more imposing sight, a massive gate, far grander than any they had seen before. It was carved from blackened stone, its surface etched with complex symbols and glowing patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. The air around them buzzed with energy, and an intense pressure pressed down upon their chests, as though the very air itself was a test. The cloaked figure stood silently before the gate, its form seemingly growing larger with the rising tension. It spoke in a voice that resonated with power. You have faced your fears, confronted your deepest truths, and emerged victorious. But there is one final trial. This trial will not be of your mind or your heart, it will be of your spirit. The gate you see before you leads to the heart of the Vale, but only those who possess true strength of will may pass. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. She could feel the weight of the moment settling heavily in her chest. This was it, the final trial. There would be no more illusions, no more confronting past mistakes or hidden truths. Now, it would all come down to their inner strength, their ability to persevere against the unknown. To pass, the figure continued, you must each face a challenge that will test the core of your being. Only when you have proven your unwavering resolve will the gate open. The ground shifted beneath them once more, and they were transported into an ethereal landscape, one unlike anything they had encountered. The horizon stretched infinitely, the sky swirling with dark clouds that crackled with unseen lightning. In the distance, a tower rose, a twisted structure of stone and obsidian, its spires reaching far beyond the clouds, as though it were trying to pierce the very fabric of the sky. Each of you will face the trial alone, the cloaked figure warned. No one can help you. You must find your way to the top of the tower. There, you will find the source of your test. As the figure faded from sight, Lyra took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. She had no idea what awaited her, but she was determined not to fail. Not now. Not after everything they had been through. Without another word, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and a swirling vortex of energy surrounded her. In an instant, she was hurled into the air, her body twisting and turning uncontrollably as she was flung across the vast, storm-swept plain. Lyra's mind raced. What was the test? What awaited her at the top of the tower? She landed with a hard thud on a cliffside, her knees buckling under the impact. She pushed herself up, wincing in pain, and looked around. She was standing on the edge of a vast chasm, a seemingly endless void stretching before her. The wind howled around her, the sound almost deafening. From behind, she heard a voice she recognized all too well. It was her own. "You're not strong enough to do this, Lyra. You never were. You'll fail, just like you always do." The words cut through her like a blade, and for a moment, she froze. The voice was a mirror of her own self-doubt, the doubts that had always haunted her, the thoughts that she was never truly capable of leading, of protecting, of making the right decisions. They echoed in her mind, loud and unforgiving. The landscape around her began to shift, the chasm widening, the sky darkening with each passing moment. Shadows emerged from the darkness, whispering cruel words of failure, of weakness. They took the form of her greatest fears, those hidden parts of herself she had struggled to accept. "You are nothing," the shadows taunted, circling around her. "You have nothing left to give. You will crumble when it matters most." Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. She felt herself slipping, her resolve faltering as the weight of the voices pressed down on her. The doubts, the insecurities, they were all coming back stronger than ever. But then, something deep inside her stirred. She remembered what she had learned during the trial of truth, the power of acknowledging her fears, of embracing the darkness within herself rather than running from it. She was not defined by her doubts. She was defined by how she responded to them. "No," Lyra whispered, her voice trembling at first, then growing stronger. "I will not let you control me. I will not let these fears define who I am." The shadows recoiled, retreating as her words rang out with the force of her will. The chasm began to close, the darkness receding in the face of her resolve. Lyra stood tall, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She was no longer the frightened girl who doubted herself. She was a leader. She was strong. As the chasm sealed itself, the swirling vortex of energy returned, lifting her into the air once again. This time, she did not fear the unknown. She welcomed it. Lyra's feet landed firmly on solid ground once more, and she found herself standing before the massive tower. The doors at the base creaked open, revealing a winding staircase that spiraled upwards, vanishing into the shadows above. She stepped forward without hesitation, the weight of the trial now a distant memory. She had faced her doubts, her fears, and had come out stronger. There was nothing that could stand in her way now. The towering structure loomed above Lyra, its dark stone walls stretching far into the stormy skies. Each step she took toward the open door at the base of the tower felt heavy with the weight of her journey. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing a dark, narrow staircase that spiraled upward into the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone and the hum of magic that pulsed within the very walls of the tower. Lyra took a deep breath, summoning all the courage she had gained from the trials she had faced. With one final glance behind her, she stepped into the shadowed interior of the tower, the door closing silently behind her. The world outside disappeared, replaced by the cold, still air that filled the chamber. The staircase before her was steep and winding, and the further she climbed, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The stone steps creaked underfoot, the sound echoing in the silence. Each step felt like it carried the weight of her past failures, her deepest regrets, and the fear of what awaited her at the top. But she was no longer the girl who had entered the veil. She had faced her fears, and she would not let this trial break her now. As she ascended, the walls around her seemed to close in, narrowing the path and forcing her to move in a single file. The air grew colder with each step, the chill creeping into her bones. Her heart raced, but she pressed forward, determined to reach the top. She had come too far to turn back. The climb was grueling, the staircase stretching on endlessly, with no sign of an end in sight. Her legs ached, and the weight of the trial pressed down on her shoulders like an invisible force. Yet, each time her resolve wavered, she remembered the lessons she had learned, of strength, of embracing her fears, of standing firm even when the world seemed to be against her. With a final push, Lyra reached the top of the staircase. She stepped into a vast, open chamber, the ceiling above her disappearing into the darkness. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which lay a single, glowing orb. The light from the orb filled the chamber, casting long shadows that seemed to dance around her. Lyra approached the pedestal, her breath catching in her throat. The orb pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its light brighter than anything she had ever seen. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed through the chamber, cold, distant, and yet strangely familiar. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice said. "But do you truly understand what you seek? Do you believe you have the strength to claim what lies within the orb?" Lyra stood still, her fingers hovering just above the orb. The voice was not a physical presence, but it was unmistakably real. It resonated with something deep within her, a challenge, a test of her resolve. The orb before her was not just a physical object, it represented everything she had worked for, everything she had fought to overcome. "I understand," Lyra replied, her voice steady, despite the turmoil inside her. "I have faced my fears, my doubts, and my past. I have grown stronger because of them. And now, I will claim my future." The voice fell silent for a moment, the air in the chamber stilling. Then, the orb flared with a blinding light, and Lyra felt a surge of power flow through her, filling her with warmth and strength. The light wrapped around her like a cloak, empowering her in ways she had never known before. In that moment, she knew she had passed the final trial. She had proven her strength, her spirit, and the tower had recognized it. The chamber around her began to dissolve, the walls fading away, and Lyra found herself standing before the massive gate once again. The cloaked figure appeared before her, nodding in silent approval. "You have done it," the figure said, its voice softer now, filled with a deep respect. "You have proven your strength of will. The veil is now open to you." The gate in front of her slowly creaked open, revealing a bright light beyond. The trials were over. She had faced her deepest fears, confronted the darkness within herself, and emerged victorious. Lyra stepped forward, the weight of the journey lifting from her shoulders as she crossed the threshold. She had passed the final trial, but her true journey was only just beginning. As Lyra stepped through the massive gates, a rush of warmth enveloped her, a stark contrast to the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the tower she had just left behind. The light beyond the gate was bright and pure, but as her eyes adjusted, she saw that it was not the light of the sun. It was something different, something far older and deeper. Before her stretched a vast landscape, unlike anything she had ever seen. The ground was lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Towering trees with shimmering silver leaves reached toward the sky, their branches twisting in patterns that seemed to defy logic. Flowers of every color bloomed in radiant clusters, their petals glowing softly in the gentle breeze. The air smelled of sweet fruit and fragrant herbs, and the very atmosphere hummed with an almost imperceptible energy, as if the land itself was alive. It was beautiful, so beautiful, it almost seemed unreal. This was the heart of the Vale, the source of all the magic and power that had shaped the trials Lyra had faced. And yet, as breathtaking as it was, she could not shake the feeling that something more awaited her here. The figure of the cloaked guide appeared beside her once again, silently watching her take in the landscape. They echoed in her mind, loud and unforgiving. The landscape around her began to shift, the chasm widening, the sky darkening with each passing moment. Shadows emerged from the darkness, whispering cruel words of failure, of weakness. They took the form of her greatest fears, those hidden parts of herself she had struggled to accept. "You are nothing," the shadows taunted, circling around her. "You have nothing left to give. You will crumble when it matters most." Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. She felt herself slipping, her resolve faltering as the weight of the voices pressed down on her. The doubts, the insecurities, they were all coming back stronger than ever. But then, something deep inside her stirred. She remembered what she had learned during the trial of truth, the power of acknowledging her fears, of embracing the darkness within herself rather than running from it. She was not defined by her doubts. She was defined by how she responded to them. No, Lyra whispered, her voice trembling at first, then growing stronger. I will not let you control me. I will not let these fears define who I am. The shadows recoiled, retreating as her words rang out with the force of her will. The chasm began to close, the darkness receding in the face of her resolve. Lyra stood tall, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She was no longer the frightened girl who doubted herself. She was a leader. She was strong. As the chasm sealed itself, the swirling vortex of energy returned, lifting her into the air once again. This time, she did not fear the unknown. She welcomed it. Lyra's feet landed firmly on solid ground once more, and she found herself standing before the massive tower. The doors at the base creaked open, revealing a winding staircase that spiraled upwards, vanishing into the shadows above. She stepped forward without hesitation, the weight of the trial now a distant memory. She had faced her doubts, her fears, and had come out stronger. There was nothing that could stand in her way now. The towering structure loomed above Lyra, its dark stone walls stretching far into the stormy skies. Each step she took toward the open door at the base of the tower felt heavy with the weight of her journey. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing a dark, narrow staircase that spiraled upward into the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone and the hum of magic that pulsed within the very walls of the tower. Lyra took a deep breath, summoning all the courage she had gained from the trials she had faced. With one final glance behind her, she stepped into the shadowed interior of the tower, the door closing silently behind her. The world outside disappeared, replaced by the cold, still air that filled the chamber. The staircase before her was steep and winding, and the further she climbed, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The stone steps creaked underfoot, the sound echoing in the silence. Each step felt like it carried the weight of her past failures, her deepest regrets, and the fear of what awaited her at the top. But she was no longer the girl who had entered the veil. She had faced her fears, and she would not let this trial break her now. As she ascended, the walls around her seemed to close in, narrowing the path and forcing her to move in a single file. The air grew colder with each step, the chill creeping into her bones. Her heart raced, but she pressed forward, determined to reach the top. She had come too far to turn back. The climb was grueling, the staircase stretching on endlessly, with no sign of an end in sight. Her legs ached, and the weight of the trial pressed down on her shoulders like an invisible force. Yet, each time her resolve wavered, she remembered the lessons she had learned, of strength, of embracing her fears, of standing firm even when the world seemed to be against her. With a final push, Lyra reached the top of the staircase. She stepped into a vast, open chamber, the ceiling above her disappearing into the darkness. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which lay a single, glowing orb. The light from the orb filled the chamber, casting long shadows that seemed to dance around her. Lyra approached the pedestal, her breath catching in her throat. The orb pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its light brighter than anything she had ever seen. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed through the chamber, cold, distant, and yet strangely familiar. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice said. "But do you truly understand what you seek? Do you believe you have the strength to claim what lies within the orb?" Lyra stood still, her fingers hovering just above the orb. The voice was not a physical presence, but it was unmistakably real. It resonated with something deep within her, a challenge, a test of her resolve. The orb before her was not just a physical object, it represented everything she had worked for, everything she had fought to overcome. "I understand," Lyra replied, her voice steady, despite the turmoil inside her. "I have faced my fears, my doubts, and my past. I have grown stronger because of them. And now, I will claim my future." The voice fell silent for a moment, the air in the chamber stilling. Then, the orb flared with a blinding light, and Lyra felt a surge of power flow through her, filling her with warmth and strength. The light wrapped around her like a cloak, empowering her in ways she had never known before. In that moment, she knew she had passed the final trial. She had proven her strength, her spirit, and the tower had recognized it. The chamber around her began to dissolve, the walls fading away, and Lyra found herself standing before the massive gate once again. The cloaked figure appeared before her, nodding in silent approval. "You have done it," the figure said, its voice softer now, filled with a deep respect. "You have proven your strength of will. The veil is now open to you." The gate in front of her slowly creaked open, revealing a bright light beyond. The trials were over. She had faced her deepest fears, confronted the darkness within herself, and emerged victorious. Lyra stepped forward, the weight of the journey lifting from her shoulders as she crossed the threshold. She had passed the final trial, but her true journey was only just beginning. As Lyra stepped through the massive gates, a rush of warmth enveloped her, a stark contrast to the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the tower she had just left behind. The light beyond the gate was bright and pure, but as her eyes adjusted, she saw that it was not the light of the sun. It was something different, something far older and deeper. Before her stretched a vast landscape, unlike anything she had ever seen. The ground was lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Towering trees with shimmering silver leaves reached toward the sky, their branches twisting in patterns that seemed to defy logic. Flowers of every color bloomed in radiant clusters, their petals glowing softly in the gentle breeze. The air smelled of sweet fruit and fragrant herbs, and the very atmosphere hummed with an almost imperceptible energy, as if the land itself was alive. It was beautiful, so beautiful, it almost seemed unreal. This was the heart of the Vale, the source of all the magic and power that had shaped the trials Lyra had faced. And yet, as breathtaking as it was, she could not shake the feeling that something more awaited her here. The figure of the cloaked guide appeared beside her once again, silently watching her take in the landscape. It had been with her through every step of the trials, its presence constant but enigmatic. Now, it stood still, waiting for her to speak. "Where am I?" Lyra whispered, her voice awed by the beauty of the place. "What is this place?" The cloaked figure's hooded head tilted slightly, as if considering her question. "This is the Vale's heart," it said softly. "It is the source of all creation, the place from which all things flow. The trials you have faced have brought you to this point, but now, you must learn what it truly means to be a part of this world." Lyra's heart raced. She had faced countless trials, each one more difficult than the last, but this was different. This was the culmination of everything, the reason she had come here. The very air seemed to vibrate with potential, as if the land was waiting for her to make her choice, to understand her place within it. "Why me?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Why was I chosen to come here? What is my role in all of this?" The cloaked figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised a hand, and a single beam of light shot from the sky, illuminating a figure standing at the far end of the Vale, a woman, tall and regal, with eyes that shimmered like stars and hair that seemed to flow like liquid silver. She stood alone, surrounded by a garden of glowing, otherworldly flowers, her presence so commanding that it felt as though the entire Vale was drawn to her. "This," the figure said, its voice reverberating with power, "is the one who guards the Vale. She is its keeper, the protector of its secrets and its life. She was the first to walk this land, and she will be the last to leave." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The woman at the end of the Vale exuded a presence that was both overwhelming and comforting. There was a deep wisdom in her eyes, a kind of knowing that Lyra couldn't begin to comprehend. This woman, this guardian, was the heart of the Vale, and now Lyra had come to stand at the threshold of understanding it all. The cloaked figure turned its gaze toward Lyra, its voice softer now. "You have been brought here not by accident. You are here because you have proven yourself worthy of the knowledge that lies within this place. But to truly understand the Vale's heart, you must choose to embrace the responsibility that comes with it. The trials were only the beginning." Lyra looked at the figure before her, then back to the glowing woman at the end of the Vale. The air around her seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her heartbeat, as though the world was waiting for her to decide. She had already faced her fears, overcome doubts, and proven her strength. But now, she was confronted with a choice that went beyond her own journey. What does embracing the Vale's heart mean? Lyra asked, her voice full of determination. The cloaked figure regarded her with silent understanding. It means understanding the balance between all things, the light and the dark, the known and the unknown. It means protecting this land, guarding the knowledge it holds, and ensuring that its power does not fall into the wrong hands. It means being both a leader and a protector, not just of the Veil, but of all the worlds it touches. Lyra's heart thudded in her chest. She had faced so much already, and yet, this moment felt like the most pivotal of all. The weight of the choice was overwhelming, but at the same time, she felt a sense of peace. She had been preparing for this without even knowing it. Every trial, every lesson, every step had led her here. She looked back at the Guardian, feeling a surge of resolve. "I will embrace it," she said, her voice steady and strong. "I will protect the Veil and its heart. I will carry its wisdom and its power with honor." The cloaked figure nodded in approval, stepping aside as the glowing woman at the end of the Veil began to move toward her. The air around them seemed to shimmer with energy, and Lyra could feel the power of the Veil coursing through her veins. This was her destiny, her place in the world. As the woman reached her, she raised her hand, and Lyra felt a warmth unlike anything she had ever known wash over her. It was a connection, a bond that tied her to the very essence of the Veil itself. She was no longer just a traveler, a seeker of knowledge. She was now a part of something much greater, a guardian of the heart of the Veil. The Guardian's voice, soft but filled with ancient wisdom, echoed in Lyra's mind, "Your journey is far from over. But now, you walk in the light of truth. You are ready." The moment the Guardian's hand touched Lyra's forehead, a rush of energy surged through her body, as if the very core of the Veil had connected with her soul. Her senses heightened to an unimaginable degree. She could feel the hum of the land beneath her feet, the ancient pulse of its life force. It was as if every blade of grass, every gust of wind, and every glimmering leaf was alive with purpose, and she was now attuned to it all. For a moment, her vision blurred, and she was no longer standing in the tranquil Veil. Instead, she was soaring high above it, looking down at the landscape stretching out before her like a living tapestry. She could see the rivers that flowed through the valleys, the mountains that rose like giants, and the forests that whispered secrets to those who listened. The whole world seemed to be speaking to her, and for the first time, Lyra truly understood the interconnectedness of all things. She felt the power of the Veil running through her veins, filling every fiber of her being. It was ancient, pure, and potent, a force that could shape the world itself. But with it came a great responsibility, one that weighed on her heart. To hold such power was a gift, but it was also a burden. She could feel the weight of it, like a mantle that had been passed down through the ages. She was now the keeper of its heart. The Guardian, standing before her, smiled gently as Lyra's eyes fluttered open. "The power you now hold is not just for yourself," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It is a power that must be shared with the world. You are its protector, but you are also its guide. You must use the Veil's heart to heal, to guide, and to ensure balance. The world is in flux, Lyra. Forces both dark and light are in motion. It is up to you to ensure that the Veil's power does not fall into the wrong hands." Lyra nodded, though a part of her still struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what she had just experienced. She was no longer just the girl who had entered the Veil seeking answers. She was something more now, a guardian, a protector, a force of nature herself. The Guardian's eyes met hers, and Lyra could see the wisdom and understanding that lay within them. "The first test of your new power is not far away," she said, her tone serious. "The Veil's heart has always been a source of balance, but there are those who seek to disrupt that balance. Darkness stirs at the edges of the Veil, and its shadow threatens to consume all that you've learned. You must go, Lyra. You must confront what lies ahead, for only then will you understand the full extent of the power you now carry." A chill ran through Lyra as the weight of the words settled upon her. The Veil, so beautiful and peaceful, was not immune to the same darkness she had faced in her trials. There were forces beyond her comprehension at work, forces that would stop at nothing to corrupt the purity of the Veil's heart. "How do I begin?" Lyra asked, her voice steady but filled with uncertainty. What is it that I must confront? The guardian gestured to the vast landscape around them, where the once vibrant colors now seemed to shimmer with an eerie stillness. You will know when the time comes, she replied. Your power will guide you. Trust in yourself, Lyra. And trust in the veil. It is never truly alone as long as you carry its heart within you. With a final, knowing look, the guardian began to fade, her form dissolving into the shimmering mist of the veil. Lyra stood alone, feeling both empowered and apprehensive. The path before her was unknown, but one thing was clear, the veil had entrusted her with a great responsibility, and she would not falter. As the wind shifted, carrying with it a whisper of something distant, Lyra turned toward the horizon. She knew the journey ahead would not be easy, but it was hers to walk. And no matter what awaited her, she was ready to face it. The heart of the veil had awakened within her, and now, she would fight to protect it with all that she was. Lyra's feet carried her forward, though her mind raced with thoughts of what the guardian had said. Darkness stirred at the edges of the veil, a force she could not yet comprehend but felt in the very air around her. The power she now held within her, was it enough? She had only just begun to understand it, yet already she was expected to use it to protect not only the veil but the world beyond. The landscape before her began to change. The lush greens of the vale, the peaceful rivers, and the soft hum of the trees all seemed to fall silent, replaced by a low, oppressive stillness. Lyra's heart began to beat faster, as if responding to the growing tension in the air. She could feel the veil's heartbeat, but now it was slower, more cautious, as though it too was aware of the impending danger. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and dark clouds began to gather overhead. The peaceful world she had come to know was shifting into something far more uncertain. Lyra stopped in her tracks, staring up at the sky. It had once been a bright blue, but now it was clouded with ominous shades of gray and black, swirling with the energy of something unnatural. Suddenly, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. It was faint at first, but it grew stronger with each passing moment. The ground rumbled, and the trees swayed as if they were trying to break free from some invisible force pulling at their roots. Lyra could feel the disturbance deep within her, as if the veil itself were trying to warn her. This was no ordinary storm. She could sense the presence of something powerful and ancient, gathering on the horizon. It was not a physical storm, but something darker, more insidious. Lyra could almost hear the whispers of it, as if the very land itself was trying to tell her of the danger approaching. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself to connect with the veil's heart. The pulse of power within her grew stronger, and she could feel the veil's ancient energy guiding her, urging her to stand firm. This storm was not just a natural occurrence, it was a manifestation of something much darker. The first bolt of lightning struck the earth in the distance, and Lyra felt the energy of it resonate deep within her chest. She opened her eyes, and in that moment, the true magnitude of the coming threat became clear. The veil was under siege, and the storm was merely the beginning. "Stay strong," she whispered to herself, though her voice trembled with the weight of the moment. She could feel the darkness drawing closer, its presence like a shadow creeping over the land. It would take everything she had to face whatever was coming. But Lyra had no choice. She had been chosen as the veil's protector, and now it was time to prove that she was worthy of that title. Her power, still new and untamed, pulsed with life. She could feel it merging with the energy of the veil, creating a bond that was unbreakable. Together, they would stand against the storm. As the clouds turned above her, a dark figure emerged from the depths of the storm. It was cloaked in shadows, its eyes glowing with a malevolent fire. The figure's presence sent a cold shiver down Lyra's spine, but she did not flinch. This was the enemy, the force that sought to destroy all that she had sworn to protect. "You are too late," the figure's voice echoed, a low, gravelly sound that seemed to come from every direction at once. "The veil's heart will be mine, and nothing will stand in my way." Lyra stood tall, her heart pounding in her chest, but her resolve was unwavering. "You will not have it," she declared, her voice firm despite the storm that raged around them. The veil's power will not fall to darkness. The figure laughed, a sound that seemed to shake the very air. We shall see, little guardian, it said, and with that, it raised its hands, summoning the storm to a new level of intensity. The wind howled, the skies cracked open with thunder, and the ground beneath Lyra's feet began to quake. But Lyra was ready. She closed her eyes, summoning the full force of the veil's heart within her. A brilliant light erupted from her, pushing back against the darkness. The storm shrieked as the light collided with it, creating a blinding explosion of energy that sent waves of power rippling through the land. The figure staggered back, momentarily disoriented by the force of the blast. Lyra took the opportunity to strike, her power surging forward like a tidal wave. The light from her seemed to shine even brighter now, piercing through the darkness with a fierce determination. "Leave this place," she commanded, her voice carrying the weight of her newfound authority. "The veil is mine to protect. And I will not let you destroy it." The figure's eyes flickered with rage, but it did not respond. Instead, it melted back into the shadows, disappearing into the storm with a final, menacing laugh. Lyra stood alone once more, the storm beginning to dissipate. Her heart was still racing, but she knew this was only the beginning. The darkness would return, and next time, it would be stronger. But she would be ready. The heart of the veil was within her, and nothing would ever take that away. The storm had faded, but its aftermath lingered in the air, thick with the taste of foreboding. The sky, though still clouded, no longer raged with the fury it once had. The land seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, the trees rustling softly, their leaves whispering in gratitude. Lyra stood at the center of the calm, her heart still pounding from the battle with the shadowy figure. But she was not unscathed. The force of the darkness had left its mark on her, deep within her, a strange energy stirred. She could feel it, pulsing beneath the surface of her skin, like a hidden fire waiting to be awakened. The battle had been intense, and though she had repelled the darkness for now, she knew that it was far from over. The figure had promised that they would return, and Lyra was determined to be ready. She moved cautiously, feeling the weight of the veil's heart still coursing through her veins. It was powerful, but also strange. Its energy was not just a force for protection, it held something more, something deeper that she couldn't quite grasp. It was as if the veil had entrusted her not only with its power, but with a key to something greater, something yet untapped. As she walked through the veil's now quiet landscape, she felt a pull toward the ancient grove, where the guardian had first bestowed her with the power of the veil's heart. There was something there, something she had overlooked in her haste to confront the shadow. Perhaps it was the answer she was seeking. The grove was just as she had left it, serene and untouched by the storm's fury. The trees towered above her, their bark etched with ancient runes, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lyra stepped forward, her mind focused on the energy within her. It beckoned her, pulling her toward a specific spot beneath the largest tree, its gnarled roots twisting like ancient serpents. Without thinking, Lyra knelt before the tree, her hands reaching for the roots. The moment her fingers brushed the cool, smooth bark, a surge of power shot through her, sending a shockwave of energy deep into the earth. The ground trembled beneath her, and for a split second, she felt the presence of the veil's heart more clearly than ever before, alive, vibrant, and full of purpose. Then, as quickly as it had come, the sensation subsided, leaving Lyra with an overwhelming sense of clarity. She could feel the power within her more distinctly now, like a thread of light running through her, connecting her to everything around her. But there was something else, something hidden beneath the surface of this newfound awareness. Her mind's eye was drawn to the roots beneath her, and she realized that there was something buried deep within the earth, something ancient and powerful that had been dormant for eons. Lyra closed her eyes, focusing all her energy on the hidden force beneath the roots. The connection between the veil's heart and this buried power was undeniable. It was part of her, and she was part of it. She whispered softly to the earth, "Show me what lies hidden beneath." The ground responded, shifting and groaning as if coming to life. Slowly, the roots of the ancient tree began to part, revealing a hidden chamber deep within the earth. The air around her grew heavier as she peered into the dark opening, a strange, luminous glow emanating from within. It was as if the very essence of the veil was contained within this secret chamber, its deepest, most sacred power. With a steady breath, Lyra descended into the chamber. The walls were lined with glowing stones, their light casting eerie shadows against the cold, stone floor. At the center of the chamber, a pedestal stood, upon which rested a crystal, the color of the purest blue, swirling with an energy that seemed to hum with life. It was a strange, mesmerizing sight, and Lyra felt an instinctive pull toward it. She stepped forward cautiously, the air thick with anticipation. As her hand hovered over the crystal, she felt the same surge of energy that had coursed through her earlier, but this time it was different. The power within the crystal was not just force, it was knowledge, ancient and untold. It was as if the crystal was a key, unlocking the secrets of the veil's true potential, its hidden depths. Lyra's heart raced as she slowly placed her hand on the crystal. The moment she made contact, the world around her seemed to blur. She was no longer in the chamber, but floating in a vast, endless expanse of light. Voices, ancient and wise, whispered around her, carrying with them the weight of centuries. The veil is not just a land, one voice intoned, its tone both kind and sorrowful. It is the vessel of balance, the heart of all things. You, Lyra, are its chosen keeper. But to protect it, you must understand the full scope of its power. The voices swirled around her, and she could see flashes of distant events, moments in history where the veil had been threatened, moments where the balance had nearly tipped into chaos. She saw the rise of darkness, the fall of kingdoms, and the struggle of guardians who had fought before her. It was a legacy of power, struggle, and sacrifice. You are not alone, the voice continued. There are others who walk this path. Seek them, and together, you will learn to wield the true power of the veil. With a sudden jolt, Lyra found herself back in the chamber, her hand still resting on the crystal. The light from the stone had faded, but the knowledge and the connection to the ancient voices remained, resonating deeply within her. She had learned something crucial, that the veil's heart was not just about power. It was about unity, balance, and the collective strength of those who fought to protect it. Lyra stood in silence, her mind racing with the weight of this revelation. The path ahead was clearer now, but it was also more complex. There were others who held the key to the veil's full potential. Together, they would be stronger. And as she rose from the pedestal, Lyra knew that her journey had only just begun. Lyra stood in the quiet, dimly lit chamber, her fingers still tingling from the crystal's power. The knowledge she had gained felt like a heavy weight upon her shoulders, but at the same time, there was a sense of purpose rising within her. The veil had chosen her, but it had also shown her that the responsibility was far too great to bear alone. The voices had spoken of allies, those who would stand by her side and help harness the veil's full potential. She would need to find them, but where would she begin? The crystal's soft glow lingered in the air as she took a deep breath and turned back toward the entrance of the hidden chamber. The ancient trees outside whispered secrets to her, their branches creaking in the wind, but there was no time to waste. Her heart told her that the others were out there, waiting to be found, just as she had been. Lyra's thoughts turned to her journey so far, the encounters she had experienced, the people she had met. She recalled the tales of other realms, the faraway lands where legends spoke of hidden warriors and guardians. It wasn't just the veil that needed protection. The balance of all worlds was at stake, and the shadow that had come for her was only one part of a much larger, more insidious plot. With a newfound resolve, she began to walk, her mind already set on the task ahead. The veil's energy coursed through her as she moved, guiding her steps as she ventured back toward the heart of the forest. She knew her first stop, the village of Elder, a place rumored to hold one of the ancient warriors who had once protected the veil. It was said that the village had been abandoned long ago, but Lyra suspected that the people were merely in hiding, waiting for the right time to rise again. As she traveled, Lyra reflected on the ancient knowledge she had gained. The veil's heart was more than a mystical force, it was a beacon, drawing others like herself to it. She had already felt its pull, and she was certain the others would feel it too, no matter how far they were. The time to gather them was now. The forest around her seemed to shift as she walked, the path becoming clearer, the air growing lighter with each step. It was as though the land itself was aiding her quest, sensing the importance of her mission. But despite the reassuring presence of the veil, Lyra could not shake the feeling that something darker was approaching. The shadow, the entity that had come to test her, was not finished with its pursuit. It was only a matter of time before it would return, stronger than before. Hours passed before Lyra reached Elder, and the village lay just as it had been described, a place suspended in time, with houses standing silent and abandoned. The streets were eerily quiet, the wind whistling through the empty windows of long-abandoned homes. Lyra's pulse quickened as she stepped further into the village. Her instincts told her that she was close, but to what exactly, she wasn't sure. As she approached the central square, she noticed a small stone well, its stonework aged and cracked with time. Something about it drew her in, and she knelt beside it, brushing away the leaves and debris that had gathered there. Beneath the grime, she saw an inscription, worn but still legible, the key to the hidden ones. Her heart skipped a beat. The inscription was not just a cryptic message, it was a clue. Lyra felt the pull of the veil's heart deep within her, urging her to act. With trembling hands, she reached into the well and pulled out a rusted key, its metal glowing faintly in the fading light of the afternoon. The moment she held the key, a faint tremor passed through the ground beneath her, and the air shifted with the weight of something ancient stirring. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she realized that the time for discovery was over. The village, the key, and the call to find the others, this was no coincidence. The allies she sought had been waiting for her all along. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows of the village square, tall and cloaked in dark robes. The figure's face was hidden beneath a hood, but Lyra could feel the presence of power emanating from them. "You are the one," the figure said, their voice low and resonant. Lyra straightened, her instincts urging her to be cautious. "Who are you?" "I am of the Hidden Ones," the figure replied, "those who have sworn to protect the veil from the forces that seek to destroy it." "I've been waiting for you, Lyra." Lyra's heart raced as she studied the figure, recognizing the power in their voice. This was one of the allies the veil had spoken of. "You knew I was coming?" she asked. The figure nodded. "We have all known, but we could not reveal ourselves until the time was right. The veil's power is awakening, and we must prepare for what lies ahead." Lyra felt the weight of the words sink into her. "What do I need to do?" The figure stepped forward, revealing a weathered face, their eyes sharp and intense. "You must seek the others, those who have been chosen to stand with you. Only together can we defend the veil and the balance of all worlds." Lyra nodded, a fire igniting within her. She knew what she had to do. The gathering had begun. Lyra felt the weight of the hidden figure's words settling in her chest. The words spoke of something immense, something far beyond her understanding, yet there was no room for doubt. The gathering of allies had begun. The figure before her had revealed themselves to be one of the guardians who had been waiting for Lyra to take her first steps toward this monumental task. She could feel the gravity of the situation pressing against her, but also the warmth of the veil's energy, like a steady, reassuring pulse within her. "I'm ready," Lyra said, her voice steady even though her heart was racing. "Where do I start?" The figure, whose face was now fully visible in the fading light, looked at her with a mixture of concern and resolve. "The others will not be easy to find. They are hidden, just as I was. Their paths are veiled for their protection, but also for the protection of the veil. You will need to trust your instincts, and the veil's power will guide you. The first ally is near, a warrior who has spent years in isolation, guarding one of the veil's forgotten gateways." "Who is this warrior?" Lyra asked, her curiosity piqued. "Her name is Alara," the guardian replied, his voice low, almost reverent. "She is the last of the Stormborn, a line of warriors who wield the power of the winds themselves. She has been waiting for you, but she will not join easily. She will test you. Prove your worth." Lyra nodded, the name Alara echoing in her mind. She could sense that the journey to find her would be no simple task. But Lyra was not one to shy away from challenges, not now, not when the fate of the veil rested in her hands. The guardian handed her a small amulet, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. "This will guide you to Elara." The amulet contains a fragment of the veil's power. "It will lead you to the right place, but you must use your instincts to unlock the path." Lyra took the amulet and felt its warmth seep into her palm. The veil's magic pulsed within the tiny artifact, resonating with her own power. She could feel the connection forming, and she knew she had to follow where it led. "Thank you," Lyra said, looking into the guardian's eyes. "I won't let you down." The guardian gave her a small nod, then turned toward the shadows, blending into the night as if they were one with it. Lyra watched the figure disappear before she turned her gaze back to the village. The wind was picking up, swirling around her in soft whispers, as though encouraging her to follow the path she had just been shown. With the amulet securely in her hand, Lyra set out, the veil's energy within her guiding each step. The path ahead was unclear, but she knew this was only the beginning. Elara's trial awaited, and beyond her, other allies would need to be found, each as unique and powerful as the forces they would be called upon to fight. As the night deepened, Lyra's journey took her deeper into the forest, the trees now towering above her. The wind, sharp and cold, seemed to carry voices, fleeting whispers of ancient secrets and forgotten promises. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the sounds wash over her. The amulet pulsed, drawing her attention. The air shifted, and before her stood a clearing, bathed in the pale light of the moon. At the center of the clearing was a large stone circle, covered in moss and runes that shimmered faintly. Lyra felt the pull of the amulet growing stronger, urging her toward the circle. As she approached, a figure stepped out from the shadows, cloaked in the dark fabric of night itself. The figure's presence was like a sudden gust of wind, a force of nature, unyielding and fierce. It was her. "Elara." "You have found me," Elara's voice rang out, as clear as the crack of thunder. "But finding me is only the beginning. To prove your worth, you must face the storm." Lyra stood firm, meeting Elara's gaze. The warrior's eyes were like a storm cloud before a tempest, intense, unfathomable, but with a spark of something deep and untapped. Lyra could sense the power that lay within her, the potential to unleash the very fury of the sky. "I'm ready," Lyra said, her voice unwavering. Elara gave a slight nod, her lips curving into a hint of a smile. "Then let the trial begin." Without warning, the winds around them surged to life, twisting and howling with the force of 1,000 storms. Lyra braced herself, feeling the raw energy of the tempest crackle in the air. The veil's power surged within her, protecting her, but she knew this was her test, this was her moment to prove that she was worthy of the power that had been entrusted to her. The winds howled like a beast unleashed, whipping around Lyra with violent force. The clearing, once peaceful and calm, was now a chaotic swirl of air and energy. Lyra stood her ground, gripping the amulet tightly, feeling its warmth surge as though it were alive, a connection between her and the veil itself. She could sense Elara's presence, like a storm cloud waiting to strike, just beyond the whirl of the wind. "You must withstand the storm," Elara's voice rang out, strong and commanding amidst the cacophony. "Only then will you prove your worth to me and the veil." The wind tore at her clothes, pushing her back with relentless force. Lyra's hair was whipped into a frenzy, her feet struggling to find steady ground as the storm pressed in from all sides. The veil's magic pulsed through her veins, bolstering her against the elements, but Lyra knew she needed more. She needed to center herself, to draw on the strength of her ancestors and the very force of the world around her. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and centered herself, calling on the power within her. The veil's magic surged, but she felt another presence, one that had been with her all along, though she hadn't yet realized it. It was the pulse of the earth, the beat of the wind, the steady flow of the rivers. She reached out with her senses, attuning herself to the rhythm of the storm. The wind, the rain, the thunder, they were not enemies to fight, but forces to understand, to work with. She raised her arms, her palms open to the sky. The storm raged even harder, but now, instead of being overwhelmed, she felt it. She felt its rhythm, its power, and, most importantly, its purpose. She was not simply facing the storm, she was becoming a part of it. Lyra's voice broke through the wind, steady and calm. I stand with the storm. The air around her shifted, responding to her words, the winds calming just enough for her to stand firm. Alara, standing at the edge of the clearing, watched with silent intensity. The storm continued to rage, but Lyra stood unyielding, her feet planted firmly in the earth. The magic of the veil pulsed through her, intertwining with the natural forces she had now called upon. She felt alive, more connected to the world than ever before. Alara's expression remained inscrutable, but her eyes flickered with something resembling approval. You have learned the first lesson, she said, her voice still carrying the weight of the storm. Strength is not in resistance, but in understanding. In harmony. With a snap of her fingers, the storm instantly quieted. The wind calmed, the clouds parted, and the clearing was bathed in the soft, silvery light of the moon. Lyra blinked, disoriented for a moment, as though the world had shifted around her. You have passed the trial, Alara said, her tone no longer harsh, but tinged with respect. The storm is always within us, Lyra. It is not an enemy to fight, but a force to be embraced. You will need this lesson, for the battles ahead will be far greater than this one. Lyra nodded, still catching her breath. She could feel the storm's energy within her, a fire that had been awakened. It was not just the wind that had tested her, but her own inner strength, her ability to find balance in the chaos. She had proven she was ready. The path is not yet clear, Alara continued, stepping closer to Lyra. But you have shown that you possess the spirit of the veil. Together, we will find the others, and together, we will prepare for the challenges to come. Lyra felt a surge of determination. She had passed her first test. And though she knew the trials would only grow harder from here, she was no longer afraid. She had learned the most valuable lesson of all: true strength lay not in fighting against the storm, but in understanding it and working with it. As the moonlight bathed the clearing in a soft glow, Alara turned to Lyra, her expression softening. Rest now, for tomorrow the journey continues. The veil is calling, and you must answer. The night stretched long and quiet, the air now cool and still after the storm's departure. Lyra stood beside Alara, both of them taking in the calm of the clearing. The warrior had led her to a small, hidden cabin near the edge of the forest, a place where she could rest and recover before their journey continued. The night had been a trial, but Lyra knew this was only the beginning. She had passed one test, but there would be many more to face. Alara had not spoken much since the storm trial, but Lyra sensed the weight of her gaze, the silent approval in her eyes. The warrior had seen something in her, something that made Lyra feel like she wasn't alone on this path. Though Alara's power was immense, there was a quiet humility about her, something that Lyra could relate to. The storm had been a trial, but it had also been a lesson. Strength wasn't about standing alone, it was about standing with others, understanding their power, and working together. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the golden glow bathed the cabin and the surrounding woods in a soft, ethereal light. Alara stirred beside her, her eyes reflecting the quiet determination that was always there. She turned to Lyra, her voice steady. The veil's power grows stronger every day, Alara said, her tone grave. But so does the darkness that seeks to consume it. We are not the only ones aware of this power, and the road ahead will be fraught with dangers. But there is hope. You have the strength, and you will find the others. They are waiting. Lyra nodded, the weight of Alara's words sinking in. She had known the journey would be hard, but now, it felt more real than ever. The allies she sought were out there, warriors, sages, protectors, each one a vital piece of the puzzle. Together, they could push back the darkness that threatened the veil, but they had to be united. And that meant she would need to learn to trust others, just as she had learned to trust herself. I will find them, Lyra said, her voice filled with quiet resolve. And I will bring them together. Alara's eyes softened for a moment, and she placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder. The first ally is already on her way. She is close, just beyond the hills. Her name is Kiera, and she is a healer with the power to mend what the darkness destroys. She will join us, but only if you prove yourself worthy of her trust. Lyra's heart quickened at the mention of the healer. Kiera was the first of many, but there was no time to waste. Every day, the darkness crept closer, and each new ally brought them one step closer to victory. Where do I find her? Lyra asked, already stepping toward the door, her determination burning brightly. Alara smiled faintly, her expression unreadable. Follow the river to the east. You will find her at the Stone Grove, a place where the land heals itself. She is the guardian of that place, and only those who understand the balance of life and death can enter. Lyra didn't hesitate. She knew the path ahead would not be easy, but with each step, she felt the strength of the veil growing within her. The storm had tested her, but it had also shown her the depth of her own power. And now, as she looked ahead to the gathering of allies, she knew that she was ready to face whatever came next. With a final glance at Alara, Lyra set off toward the river, the first rays of the sun illuminating her path. The world was vast, and the journey long, but Lyra had learned to trust herself and the veil's magic. She would find Kiera. And with each ally she found, the darkness would have less of a chance to spread. As she walked, the wind stirred around her, gentle now, as though guiding her steps. The veil's magic pulsed within her, and she could hear the faintest whispers on the breeze, words of encouragement, of hope. The veil was not just a place, it was alive, a force that would stand with her, guiding her toward the allies who would help her save their world. Lyra followed the winding river as it meandered through the dense forest, its gentle flow a soothing sound against the quiet stillness of the morning. The early light of dawn filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows and dapples of gold across the path. Every step felt purposeful, as though the earth itself was guiding her, drawing her closer to Kiera, the healer she needed to find. The air grew thicker as she ventured deeper into the forest. The trees stood taller, their trunks twisted with ancient strength, and the forest seemed to hum with life, the very heartbeat of the veil resonating in the quiet rustling of leaves. Lyra's senses were heightened, the magic of the veil coursing through her veins, making her more attuned to the world around her. It was a subtle shift, but one she could feel deep in her bones. As she continued, a subtle shift in the atmosphere told her she was nearing the Stone Grove. The air grew heavier, infused with an unmistakable energy, a force that both grounded and elevated her all at once. The sound of the river, which had been gently flowing beside her, began to change, its waters growing clearer, more vibrant. The trees began to part, and soon, the forest opened into a wide, serene clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a series of large stones, their surfaces covered in ancient carvings, some so worn by time that their shapes were barely discernible. The stones seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, and Lyra knew she had arrived. But there was no sign of Kiera. Lyra hesitated, sensing that the healer was nearby, but just out of sight. The grove itself seemed alive, as though it were watching her, testing her resolve. The stones formed a circle, and within the circle lay a small pool of water, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. The pool's waters rippled gently, as if stirred by some unseen force. Lyra knelt beside it, sensing that the answer she sought lay in its depths. Before she could touch the water, a soft voice called out from behind her. "You seek Kiera." Lyra spun around to find a woman standing at the edge of the grove. She was tall, with dark hair braided intricately down her back, and her eyes, a pale green, shone with wisdom beyond her years. She wore a cloak of soft, moss-colored fabric that seemed to blend with the surroundings, and in her hands, she held a staff carved from a single piece of twisted wood. "I am Kiera," the woman continued, her voice calm and measured, as though she had known Lyra would come long before she did. "And you have found me, but only because you understand the balance of life and death. Few are granted entrance to this sacred place." Lyra stood, her heart quickening. "I seek your help. The veil is in danger, and I need your strength to stop the darkness that threatens it." Kiera studied her for a moment, her gaze piercing and thoughtful. The silence stretched between them, but there was no judgment in Kira's eyes, only an assessment, as though she were weighing Lyra's very soul. Finally, Kira spoke, her voice like a breeze through the trees. "You are not the first to come seeking aid," Kira said softly. "Others have tried, but the darkness is a powerful thing. It corrupts everything it touches, even the hearts of the purest. You will need more than strength to defeat it. You will need understanding." Lyra nodded, feeling the weight of Kira's words. She had already learned that lesson in the storm, but she hadn't fully understood it until now. It wasn't enough to be strong. She needed to understand the forces at play, to feel the rhythm of the world around her, and to work with it, not against it. "Please, teach me," Lyra said, her voice earnest. "Help me understand how to fight this darkness." Kira's lips curled into a faint smile, though there was sadness in her eyes. "It is not a question of fighting," she said, her voice softening. "It is about healing. Darkness feeds on fear, on division, on hatred. But light, true light, comes from unity. It comes from acceptance. The veil is not just a land, Lyra. It is a living, breathing entity, and its strength lies in the harmony of all things." She stepped closer to the pool, her staff gently tapping the ground as she moved. The water rippled again, the surface shifting like liquid silver. "The darkness is only as strong as the fear it creates," Kira continued. "But if you can learn to heal the wounds it leaves behind, you will weaken its hold. The key is to understand the connections that bind us all. We are all part of this world, the trees, the wind, the rivers, the creatures, and the people. When we work in harmony, we become stronger than any force of darkness." Lyra felt the weight of Kira's words sink into her heart. She had spent so much time focusing on defeating the darkness that she hadn't considered how to heal it. She realized now that the true power was in restoring balance, not in waging war. "Will you help me?" Lyra asked again, her voice steady with newfound purpose. Kira's smile grew, and for the first time, Lyra saw warmth in her eyes. "You are ready," she said. "Together, we will heal the veil, and together, we will face what comes next." With that, Kira extended her hand toward Lyra. The healer's touch was warm, grounding, and Lyra felt an immediate connection. The magic of the veil seemed to pulse between them, an unspoken promise that they were not alone. They would face the darkness together, as allies, as partners in restoring the harmony that had been lost. Lyra felt a shift in the air as Kira's hand touched hers, a surge of energy coursing through her veins like a current of light. It was as if the very earth beneath her feet had come alive, sending tendrils of warmth and strength spiraling through her body. The magic of the veil seemed to awaken around them, responding to the healer's call, binding them together in a shared purpose. "You have much to learn, Lyra," Kira said, her voice a soft murmur, almost drowned out by the rhythmic hum of the forest around them. "But the first step is understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Only when we see the unity between the land, the creatures, and ourselves can we begin to heal what has been broken." Lyra nodded, her heart racing with anticipation. She had always believed in the power of unity, but Kira's words had revealed a deeper truth, one that extended beyond the surface of her understanding. This wasn't just about the veil or even the darkness that loomed over it. It was about something far larger, a truth that spanned the very fabric of existence itself. She had always thought of healing as an act of fixing what was broken, but now she saw that true healing required restoring the balance of life, not just mending the wounds. "We will begin with the simplest of lessons," Kira continued, her eyes glowing with an inner light. She stepped away from the pool, gesturing for Lyra to follow her as she moved towards the stone circle. The ancient carvings that covered the rocks shimmered faintly, as if they, too, were alive, waiting for the right moment to reveal their secrets. As they approached the stones, Kira motioned for Lyra to sit beside her on a large rock, its surface smooth and worn by the passage of countless years. "The stones of this grove are not just markers of time, they are vessels of ancient knowledge," Kira explained. "They are the embodiment of unity, each one representing a different aspect of life, strength, growth, wisdom, and healing. When we sit in their presence, we align ourselves with their energy, allowing us to tap into the greater forces that govern the world. Lyra sank down beside Kira, feeling the coolness of the stone beneath her and the weight of the healer's words settling around her. She closed her eyes, taking in a deep breath, and as she exhaled, she felt herself becoming one with the earth. The sounds of the forest grew quieter, and in their place, she felt a deep, resonant hum vibrating from within the stones themselves. Kira closed her eyes as well, her face serene as she whispered something low under her breath. Lyra couldn't understand the words, but she felt them, the ancient language of the earth itself, a language of unity that transcended words and reached straight into the heart. The first lesson, Kira said after a long silence, her voice calm but firm, is to listen. Listen to the world around you. Listen to the creatures, the trees, the winds, and even the stones. They all have stories to tell, if you are patient enough to hear them. Lyra felt a stir within her, a stirring that was both foreign and familiar. She could hear the rustling of the leaves above her, the distant calls of birds, and the steady flow of the river in the distance. But now, it was as though each sound carried more weight, more meaning. The rustle of a leaf wasn't just the wind brushing against it, it was the tree's voice, telling its tale of growth and change. The bird's song wasn't just a melody, it was a message of freedom and hope. Kira smiled at Lyra's silence, sensing the shift in her. To heal, you must first understand the stories of the world. Each one has a part to play in the grand tapestry of life. And only by listening can you truly learn how to restore what has been lost. The morning passed in a peaceful silence as Lyra sat in the grove, learning to listen, not just to the sounds around her, but to the deeper currents of life that flowed through everything. She could feel the interconnectedness of all things, a sense of harmony and balance that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. And with each passing moment, she understood a little more. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden light over the stones, Kira stood and motioned for Lyra to rise. It is time to learn the second lesson. To heal, you must give of yourself. Lyra looked at her, intrigued. Give of myself? Kira nodded. Healing is not just about restoring others, it is about giving from your own energy, your own life force. When we offer ourselves in service to others, we create a bond, one that strengthens both the giver and the receiver. It is an act of trust, of surrender. You must be willing to open your heart fully, without fear or reservation. She held out her hand to Lyra. Are you ready to begin? Lyra hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of Kira's words. To give of herself, it sounded so simple, but it carried an immense responsibility. But Lyra knew, deep down, that this was what she had come here for. To heal. To serve. To be a part of the greater whole. She nodded, her heart steady and her resolve firm. I'm ready. Kira smiled, her eyes bright with approval. Then let us begin. As they stepped away from the stone circle, the air around them seemed to shimmer with promise. Lyra felt the bond between herself and the veil grow stronger with each passing moment. She wasn't alone. She never had been. Together, they would restore balance to the world. The light from the setting sun painted the world in soft hues of orange and pink as Kira led Lyra through the winding paths of the vale. The air was rich with the scent of blooming flowers and the earthy musk of the forest floor, a reminder of the life that thrived in this sacred place. Lyra's heart felt lighter than it had in weeks, the teachings of the day settling into her bones like a warm fire. She was ready for the next step, eager to understand how she could give of herself in the way Kira had described. Kira stopped at a small clearing where the ground was covered with delicate moss and wildflowers. At the center of the clearing, a large stone slab lay, etched with symbols Lyra recognized as ancient runes. The stone hummed softly with energy, almost like a pulse. Kira turned to her with a serious expression. Here, Kira said, motioning to the stone. This is where we begin your first act of healing. The veil is alive, and just as you are connected to it, the veil is connected to you. There is a wound here, a scar left by years of neglect and imbalance. It is not visible to the eye, but it lingers in the very earth beneath our feet. Lyra knelt beside the stone, feeling an unsettling pull in her chest as she touched the cool surface. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses, trying to feel the wound Kira spoke of. At first, all she could sense was the peaceful energy of the vale, the rustling of the trees, the distant cry of an owl. But beneath it, buried deep within the earth, there was a darkness, faint but unmistakable. It was a heaviness, a sense of sorrow that seemed to ripple out from the stone, sending shivers up her spine. "This is where you begin," Kira's voice broke through Lyra's concentration. "You must give of yourself, your own energy, to begin the process of healing. It is not easy, for it requires sacrifice, but it is the only way to restore balance. You must be willing to open your heart and allow the earth to take from you what it needs." Lyra looked at her, uncertainty flashing across her face. "But what if I give too much? What if I don't have enough left to give?" Kira smiled, her gaze gentle. "That is the beauty of healing. It is not about giving everything at once, but about trusting the process. The earth knows what it needs, and so do you. It will take only what is necessary, and in return, it will give back to you tenfold. You will never be left empty." Lyra took a deep breath, gathering her courage. She placed her hands on the stone, closing her eyes and focusing on the energy flowing through her. She could feel the pulse of life in her veins, the warmth of her blood, the rhythm of her heartbeat. She could feel her breath, steady and deep, as it moved in and out of her body. She opened herself fully, allowing the magic of the veil to flow through her, letting the earth draw from her strength. At first, it felt like nothing was happening. The stone beneath her hands remained cool, its energy quiet, almost indifferent. But as she continued to focus, something began to stir within the earth. The energy she was giving away seemed to spiral down, deep into the heart of the veil. A soft, glowing light began to emanate from the stone, its pulse matching her own heartbeat. She felt a deep warmth fill her chest, and for the briefest moment, it felt as though the earth itself was embracing her. The darkness that had lingered beneath the stone began to lift, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Lyra felt her strength drain, her energy leaving her body and mingling with the earth's wounds. But rather than fear, she felt peace, a sense of completion as the earth absorbed her gift. The stone pulsed brighter, and the ground beneath her seemed to hum with renewed vitality. The wound was healing, and as it did, Lyra felt her own strength begin to return, not as a simple replenishment, but as something deeper, something that connected her to the very heart of the veil. When Lyra finally withdrew her hands, the stone was no longer cold but warm, radiating with a gentle, healing energy. The wound was gone, replaced by a vibrant pulse of life that spread outwards, rippling through the trees, the flowers, and the animals around them. Kira stood beside her, a proud smile on her face. "You have done well, Lyra. This is the power of giving, not just of your magic, but of your heart. You have shown the veil that you are a part of it, that you are willing to share in its healing." Lyra looked down at her hands, still tingling from the connection. "I can feel it," she whispered. "The earth is alive. It's breathing." "It is," Kira replied softly. "And now, so are you." Lyra felt a deep sense of fulfillment settle within her. She had given, and in return, she had received. The veil was no longer a distant, abstract idea, it was part of her, and she was part of it. The first act of healing had shown her that true power came not from domination or control, but from surrender, from trusting in the process, and from the willingness to give of oneself freely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a blanket of twilight, Kira led Lyra away from the stone. They walked in silence for a time, the only sound the rustling of the trees and the whisper of the wind. Lyra's heart was lighter now, her mind clearer. She had taken the first step on a path she had never imagined, a path that would lead her into the heart of the world itself. And somewhere, deep within her, she knew that this was only the beginning. The following day, as Lyra and Kira continued their journey through the veil, something felt different. The air was heavy with an unspoken tension, as though the very trees were holding their breath. Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the peaceful energy of the veil had shifted into something darker. The birds no longer sang their usual songs, and the gentle rustling of the leaves seemed more like a whisper, a warning. Kira, too, seemed on edge. Her normally calm and serene expression had darkened, and every now and then, she would glance over her shoulder, as though expecting something, or someone, to emerge from the shadows. "What's happening?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The veil, it feels different today." Kira's gaze turned serious as she slowed her pace. "There is a disturbance," she said softly. "The healing you performed yesterday was not just a gift to the earth, it was a challenge. There are forces that do not wish to see the veil restored, and they will try to undo the work we've done." Lyra felt a chill run through her. "Forces? What kind of forces?" Kira paused, her eyes scanning the path ahead. "Shadows," she said, her voice barely audible. "Darkness that lingers from the past. It is ancient, older than the veil itself. They are drawn to the light we have begun to restore, and they will stop at nothing to extinguish it." Lyra's heart raced as she tried to process what Kira had just said. Shadows? Dark forces that threatened the veil? It all felt so surreal, like a nightmare that was creeping closer with each passing moment. "But how do we fight them?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. Kira's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "We do not fight with force, Lyra. The darkness seeks to provoke fear and anger. If we meet it with those emotions, we only give it more power. We fight with understanding, with light. And most importantly, with patience." Just as Kira finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and the distant howls of wolves echoed through the trees. Lyra could feel the vibrations in her bones, and a strange coldness spread across her skin. The shadows were moving closer. "Stay close to me," Kira said urgently, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination. "We must reach the Heartstone before the shadows can interfere." The Heartstone was the source of the veil's magic, a legendary crystal buried deep within the heart of the forest. It was said to be the embodiment of the veil's life force, capable of restoring balance and healing even the deepest wounds. But it was also vulnerable to dark forces, which was why Kira had warned Lyra that the healing they had done the previous day would not go unnoticed. As they moved deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew heavier. The trees, once vibrant and alive, now seemed twisted, their branches gnarled and darkened. The path ahead was obscured by thick, swirling mist, and Lyra could barely make out the shapes of the trees around them. "We are getting close," Kira murmured. "But the shadows will not give up easily. They are here to test your resolve." Suddenly, the mist parted, revealing a clearing bathed in an eerie, silvery light. At the center stood the Heartstone, a massive crystal that pulsed with soft, glowing energy. The light it emitted was pure and soothing, but it was now surrounded by a dark aura, as though it was being smothered by an unseen force. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. This was the Heartstone, the very heart of the veil, and yet it was in danger. Dark tendrils, like thick, black smoke, curled around its base, trying to encase it. The shadows were already at work. "They are trying to take it," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with fear. "What do we do?" Kira stepped forward, raising her arms. "We stand firm," she said, her voice strong and steady. "We do not let the shadows claim what belongs to the light. But remember, the shadows are not our enemies, they are the reflection of our own fears. To defeat them, we must face our own darkness first." Lyra felt a shiver run through her. She had faced many challenges in her life, but this was different. The very essence of the veil was under threat, and it was up to her to help restore the balance. Kira's eyes met hers, and for the first time, Lyra saw a flicker of something deeper in her mentor's gaze, vulnerability. "The shadows may try to prey on your insecurities, your doubts. They will make you question everything. But you must hold fast to your truth, to the light within you." Lyra nodded, feeling a deep resolve settle in her chest. She had come this far, and she would not let the darkness take what they had fought so hard to restore. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, her hands outstretched towards the Heartstone. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of its energy beneath her fingertips. She could sense the dark tendrils curling around it, tightening with every passing moment. "Light," she whispered, her voice trembling but firm. "I am the light. The darkness cannot touch me." As she spoke, she felt a surge of warmth rise within her, a flicker of power that had been dormant until now. The light within her heart began to glow, pulsing in time with the Heartstone's energy. The shadows recoiled, hissing as the light burned them away. But the battle was not yet won. The shadows grew stronger, their whispers louder, urging Lyra to doubt herself, to question her purpose. They whispered of her failures, her fears, her deepest insecurities. "You are not enough," they hissed. "You will never be enough." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She had always struggled with doubt, with feelings of inadequacy. But now, more than ever, she realized that she couldn't allow these fears to control her. She had a purpose, a role to play in the restoration of the Veil. She was more than the sum of her fears. "I am enough," Lyra said, her voice steady and strong. "I am worthy of this power. I will stand in the light." With that, a brilliant beam of light erupted from her chest, engulfing the Heartstone in its brilliance. The shadows shrieked, their forms dissolving into the light, their power slipping away. The Heartstone pulsed with renewed energy, its glow brighter and purer than ever before. When the light finally faded, the veil was still. The air, once thick with tension, was now calm, as though the earth itself had sighed in relief. The shadows were gone, and the Heartstone was safe. Kiera turned to Lyra, a proud smile on her face. "You did it. You faced your fears and embraced the light within you. The veil is safe for now, thanks to you." Lyra looked at the Heartstone, her heart full of gratitude and awe. "But how? How did I do it?" Kiera placed a hand on her shoulder. "You did not do it alone. The light was always within you. You simply had to believe in it." Lyra felt the weight of her journey settling over her, but for the first time, it felt like a weight she could carry. The veil was safe, and so was she. And in that moment, she knew that no matter what darkness came, she would always have the light within her to guide the way. The dawn that followed was quieter than usual. The birds had returned to their songs, and the trees once again seemed alive with the vibrant energy of the veil. The shadows had receded for now, but Lyra knew this peace wouldn't last. She could feel the weight of the earth beneath her feet, as though it too was waiting, holding its breath for what would come next. Kiera walked beside her in silence, her gaze ever watchful, scanning the surroundings. The air had cleared, but a tension still lingered, like the calm before a storm. They were safe, for now, but the path ahead would be full of new challenges. Kiera's words from the day before echoed in Lyra's mind: "The shadows are not our enemies, but the reflection of our own fears." The journey to the Heartstone had been a battle, but it was just one part of the greater mission. The veil needed more than just protection, it needed healing on a deeper level, a restoration of the ancient balance that had been disturbed by forces older than time itself. Lyra was beginning to understand the weight of her role, but the more she learned, the more questions she had. "What now?" Lyra asked, her voice breaking the silence. "We've stopped the shadows, but I feel like there's more we need to do. What comes next?" Kiera stopped walking, her eyes turning to meet Lyra's. "The hardest part of this journey is yet to come," she said, her voice grave. "Restoration is not just about banishing the darkness, it's about patience. You must learn to wait, to listen to the earth, to understand its rhythms. You are part of the veil now, and it will speak to you, but only if you are willing to be still long enough to hear it." Lyra felt a knot form in her stomach. Patience? She had never been particularly good at it. Her whole life had been filled with rushing, with moving from one challenge to the next, never stopping to take in the present moment. But Kiera's words resonated deeply within her. The veil was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, one that needed to be respected and nurtured. How do I learn to be patient? Lyra asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. You will learn by being here, Kira replied. By staying close to the Heartstone, by meditating with the earth. The veil will teach you, but it will not do so quickly. It is a slow process, and you must be willing to wait for the answers you seek. Remember, the greatest transformations often take the longest to unfold. Lyra nodded, though a part of her still felt uneasy. She had always been a doer, someone who acted first and thought later. The idea of waiting, of being still, seemed almost foreign to her. But as she looked into Kira's calm eyes, she knew that her mentor was right. To heal the veil, to truly understand its magic, she would need to slow down, to listen. For the rest of the morning, Kira led Lyra to a secluded spot near the Heartstone, a peaceful clearing surrounded by ancient trees, their branches weaving together to form a natural canopy. The air here was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams. This is where you will learn patience, Kira said, gesturing to a flat stone in the center of the clearing. Sit here, close your eyes, and listen to the heartbeat of the veil. Allow yourself to become one with the land. The answers you seek are here, Lyra, but they cannot be rushed. Lyra took a deep breath and sat down on the stone, her body stiff with unease. The sounds of the forest surrounded her, distant birdsong, the rustling of leaves, the hum of life all around. She closed her eyes and tried to focus, but her mind kept racing. There were so many questions, so many things she didn't understand. She was not used to sitting still, to waiting for something to come to her. She was used to action, to movement. Minutes passed, then hours, and still, the answers did not come. The more she tried to focus, the more her thoughts seemed to scatter. Her legs ached from sitting so long, and her back felt stiff. Was this how it was supposed to feel? It felt as though the time was stretching endlessly before her, and her patience was beginning to wane. But then, something shifted. It was subtle at first, an almost imperceptible shift in the air, a soft hum of energy beneath the surface of the ground. Lyra's breath slowed as she became aware of it, feeling it deep within her bones. The earth was speaking to her, not in words, but in vibrations, in energy. The heartbeat of the veil was real, and it was in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the world around her. As she let go of her need for answers, as she stopped trying to force them to come, the earth began to reveal itself to her. She could feel the ancient roots beneath her, the pulse of the soil, the breath of the trees. It was as if she was no longer separate from the veil, but a part of it. Her body became still, and her mind, for the first time in her life, was at peace. Hours passed in what felt like moments, and when Lyra finally opened her eyes, she found herself gazing at the Heartstone once again. It was no longer shrouded in darkness. The tendrils of shadow had receded entirely, and the crystal glowed brighter than ever, its energy pulsing in time with the rhythm of the land. Kira stood nearby, watching her with a knowing smile. You've done well, Lyra. You've taken your first step toward understanding the deeper magic of the veil. The land has spoken to you. And now, you will listen. Lyra felt a wave of emotion wash over her, relief, gratitude, and awe. She had done it. She had finally learned to be still, to listen, and in that stillness, the answers had come. I think I understand now, Lyra said, her voice filled with wonder. Patience isn't just about waiting, it's about trusting. Trusting in the earth, in the process, and in myself. Kira nodded, her eyes filled with pride. Exactly. The veil will always be here, and it will always have something to teach you. But you must be patient, Lyra. The true power of the veil comes not from forcing change, but from allowing it to unfold naturally, in its own time. Lyra felt a new sense of purpose settle within her. The path ahead was still unclear, but for the first time, she felt ready to face it. With patience, with trust, and with the knowledge that the veil would guide her every step of the way. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lyra sat beneath the ancient trees, reflecting on the lessons she had learned. The veil felt alive tonight, its energy pulsing gently beneath the surface, as though the earth itself was breathing in harmony with the stars above. She felt a deeper connection to this place than she ever had before, and yet, there was a part of her that still longed for more understanding. Kiara, standing a few paces away, had been watching the horizon. Her gaze was fixed, as if waiting for something. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and something else, something ancient. Lyra felt a familiar hum in the air, the same sensation she had felt when the shadows were banished. This energy was different, though. It was lighter, like the touch of a gentle breeze. The wind carries the whispers of the veil, Kiara spoke softly, her voice barely audible over the rising gusts. It is the spirit of change, the force that moves the earth. Just as the trees sway with its touch, so too must we learn to bend with the winds of fate. Lyra looked at Kiara, a little confused. But how do I bend with the wind? How can I control something as unpredictable as that? Kiara smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with wisdom. You cannot control the wind, Lyra. The wind is wild, free, and untamed. But you can learn to flow with it. When you stop resisting change, when you stop clinging to what is familiar, you will find that the wind will carry you where you need to go. The wind picked up, swirling around them with greater force now. The trees above them bent and swayed, their branches creaking in the strong gusts. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the wind to brush against her skin, feeling its power. It was a strange sensation, like being caught between two worlds, as if she were both part of the wind and separate from it at the same time. She realized that, just as Kiara had said, she couldn't control the wind. She could only learn to move with it. Kiara stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with a quiet understanding. You are learning, Lyra. The greatest power does not come from control. It comes from surrendering to the forces around you and allowing them to shape you, to guide you. You must become like the wind, flexible, adaptable, ever-changing. Lyra thought about this for a moment. All her life, she had tried to control her destiny, to hold on tightly to what she thought was right. She had always wanted to know exactly what would happen next, to have a plan for every step. But now, as she stood here, feeling the wind move through her, she realized how small her plans seemed in comparison to the vastness of the world. The wind, the earth, the veil itself, these forces were beyond her control. And yet, they were here, guiding her. How do I learn to flow with the wind? Lyra asked, her voice quiet, almost as if speaking too loudly might disturb the delicate balance of the moment. You have already begun, Kiara replied, her voice warm with approval. By learning patience, by listening to the earth, you have taken the first step. Now, you must trust in the winds, trust in the unknown. It is only when you release your fear of uncertainty that you can truly find your path. The wind swirled around them again, and Lyra could almost hear it whispering, soft and gentle, yet insistent. It was as if the wind itself was calling her to let go, to trust, to stop fighting the current of life. For a long time, they stood in silence, the wind carrying the scent of rain on its breath. The shadows of the night stretched long across the veil, but in the midst of it all, Lyra felt a sense of peace she had never known before. The wind was no longer a force to be feared, it was a companion, a guide, a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, she was not alone. As the night deepened, the wind began to settle, becoming a soft, soothing breeze. Lyra opened her eyes, feeling a sense of clarity wash over her. The answers she had sought for so long were not found in rigid plans or carefully laid out paths. They were found in the ability to embrace the unknown, to let go of control and allow life to unfold as it would. Kiara turned to her with a soft smile. You have learned well, Lyra. The dance of winds is not about resistance. It is about surrendering to the flow, letting go of the need to control, and trusting that the journey will take you exactly where you need to go. Lyra nodded slowly, the weight of Kiara's words settling in her heart. She no longer felt the pressure to have everything figured out, to control every aspect of her life. Instead, she felt a deep sense of peace in knowing that, like the wind, she could bend and adapt, flowing with the rhythm of the world. As they walked back toward the Heartstone, Lyra felt lighter than she had in days. She was no longer burdened by her doubts and fears. She had taken another step in her journey, not by fighting against the winds of change, but by learning to move with them. The stars sparkled brightly above as Lyra and Kira made their way back to the Heartstone, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. The air had settled, and the quiet of the night enveloped them, but there was an odd sense of anticipation in the atmosphere, as though the night itself was holding its breath. Lyra's heart beat a little faster, not from fear, but from something deeper, something that resonated with the vastness of the universe. As they neared the Heartstone, Lyra noticed something she hadn't seen before. The stone, which had once appeared so simple and grounded, now seemed to shimmer faintly, as if touched by an unseen force. The light from the stars above seemed to reach down and caress the surface of the stone, filling the air with a sense of otherworldly wonder. Kira paused, her eyes reflecting the light of the stars. "The stars are calling to you," she said softly, her voice carrying an ancient tone, as though she were speaking to something far beyond Lyra's understanding. Lyra turned to Kira, puzzled. "The stars, calling? What do you mean?" Kira smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "You have heard their whispers before, but perhaps you did not understand. The stars are not just lights in the sky. They are markers of destiny, beacons of the past, present, and future. They hold secrets, ancient knowledge, and the wisdom of those who have come before. They have been watching over you, guiding you in ways you cannot yet see." Lyra's gaze turned upward, following Kira's words. The stars, now twinkling even brighter than before, seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Each one was a tiny point of light, but together they formed a vast, intricate tapestry that stretched across the sky, beautiful, mysterious, and infinite. She felt as though the very cosmos were watching her, and in that moment, she understood what Kira meant. "How do I listen to them?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kira took a step closer, her expression soft. "The stars speak through the silence. You must learn to listen with more than your ears. Close your eyes, breathe in the night air, and quiet your mind. Let the rhythm of the universe guide you. The stars have called you here, to this moment. They have a message for you, a direction you must follow. But you must be still, and you must trust yourself." Lyra felt a strange stillness settle over her. The world seemed to fade away, and for a brief moment, it was just her and the stars, the sky, and the vastness of the night. She inhaled deeply, letting the cool night air fill her lungs, and closed her eyes. The silence was profound, almost as if the entire world had paused. And in that silence, she could almost hear something, a whisper, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It wasn't a voice, but a feeling, a pull, like the gentle tug of a distant star reaching out across the expanse of the universe. Lyra's heart quickened, and she felt an overwhelming sense of connection, not just to the stars, but to everything. She was a part of this great, cosmic dance. Her heart aligned with the rhythm of the world, and for the first time, she understood what Kira meant. The stars weren't just above her. They were inside her, calling her forward, guiding her towards something greater. Kira watched her closely, her face unreadable. "The stars have always called to those with a destiny to fulfill," she said softly. "But not everyone hears their call. You have been chosen, Lyra. Your path is written in the stars, and you are the one who must walk it." Lyra opened her eyes slowly, her mind racing with the magnitude of Kira's words. Chosen? Written in the stars? The weight of those statements pressed down on her, but there was no fear. Only a sense of purpose. The wind stirred once more, as if echoing Kira's words. She looked back at the Heartstone, which seemed to pulse with an energy that resonated with the stars above. "How do I follow this path?" Lyra asked, her voice steady now, the uncertainty replaced by a quiet resolve. You must first embrace the unknown, Kira replied. You will not have all the answers right away, and the journey will not be easy. But you have already begun. Trust in the stars, and trust in yourself. The path will reveal itself, step by step, as long as you are willing to listen, to grow, and to change. Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with a mix of awe and determination. She had heard the call, felt the pull of the stars in a way she couldn't explain, and it was both exhilarating and humbling. The journey ahead would not be easy, but she no longer felt alone. The stars were with her, and she was ready to follow their light. As they stood beneath the night sky, the stars shone even brighter, their light casting long shadows over the landscape. Lyra knew that the journey she had embarked on was just beginning. The stars had called her, and she would answer. The next morning, Lyra and Kira set out toward the next leg of their journey, the morning sun rising slowly behind them, casting a golden hue across the land. The Heartstone was no longer just a relic to be studied, it was a guide, a beacon that had set them on a path that felt as ancient as time itself. With each step Lyra took, she could feel the weight of the stars' call growing stronger, as though the very earth beneath her feet was alive, pulsing with a rhythm only she could sense now. Kira led the way, her steps sure and silent, as though she had walked this path 1,000 times before. Lyra walked beside her, but her thoughts were far away, drifting like the stars in the night sky. What was this destiny she had been called to? What would she have to face along the way? The doubts crept in again, though she tried to push them back. The stars had called her for a reason, and she had no choice but to follow. As they walked, the landscape shifted. The gentle hills that had once greeted them with open arms were now replaced with dense forests, the trees towering over them like silent sentinels. The air grew thicker with each step, and the sunlight, once bright and warm, became dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy above. The shadows between the trees stretched long and dark, and the further they went, the more oppressive the silence became. This is the path of shadows, Kira said quietly, her voice almost lost in the weight of the silence. Here, in the depths of the forest, the true nature of one's heart is tested. The shadows will try to deceive you, to make you doubt your purpose. They will take the form of your fears, your regrets, and your deepest insecurities. But you must not let them take hold. Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. She had heard stories of the Path of Shadows, how it was a place where many had lost their way, consumed by the darkness that lay hidden within. It was said that those who entered with fear in their hearts would be swallowed whole, never to return. But she was not afraid. At least, she told herself she wasn't. I won't let them control me, Lyra said, her voice more confident than she felt. I know why I'm here. The stars have shown me the way. Kira turned to her, her eyes searching. You must remember, Lyra, the stars will guide you, but you are the one who must walk the path. The shadows are not just external, they are within you, too. You will have to face the darkness within your own soul if you wish to move forward. Lyra swallowed hard, the weight of Kira's words sinking in. She had always known that her journey would require sacrifice, but she hadn't expected it to be this personal. She had thought she could simply follow the light, but now it seemed that to reach the stars, she would have to confront the very thing she had always avoided. As they continued through the forest, the shadows seemed to grow longer, the air heavier. The wind rustled through the trees, but it did not carry the comforting whispers of the stars. Instead, it seemed to carry something else, something darker. Lyra glanced around, her senses on high alert. Every movement in the shadows made her heart race. Every sound was amplified in the thick silence. The path ahead began to twist and wind, as though the forest itself was trying to confuse them, to lead them astray. But Lyra was determined. She followed Kira closely, her eyes fixed ahead, but her thoughts kept wandering back to the things Kira had said. The shadows, the darkness within, what if they were stronger than she was? What if the doubts, the fears she had buried deep inside, were too much for her to overcome? What if she wasn't strong enough to face them? As if in response to her thoughts, a voice echoed through the forest. It was soft at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. But it grew louder, more distinct, until Lyra could no longer ignore it. "Why do you continue this journey, Lyra?" the voice asked, smooth and seductive. "You know you cannot succeed. You are not like the others. You are too weak, too broken. You cannot defeat the darkness inside you." Lyra froze, her heart hammering in her chest. The voice sounded so familiar, as if it came from somewhere deep inside her own mind. She had heard this voice before, in her dreams, in her fears, in the quiet moments when she doubted herself the most. "You're wrong," Lyra said aloud, her voice trembling but steady. "I am not broken. I am strong. I know what I must do." The voice laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. "Do you? Do you truly understand what lies ahead? You are not meant for this path. You are destined to fail." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The voice was right. She could feel the truth of its words, the pull of the darkness within her. She had always been afraid, always unsure of her own strength. She had never believed in herself the way the stars seemed to. But she knew now, she couldn't let this voice control her. She had come too far. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, silencing the voice in her mind. She had faced worse fears before. This time, she would face them with the strength she had found within herself. The stars were with her, and that was all she needed. Kiera glanced at her, nodding approvingly. "Well done, Lyra. You are learning to silence the shadows. Remember, they are not to be feared. They are simply a reflection of the challenges you must overcome within yourself." As they moved deeper into the forest, Lyra felt a sense of clarity. The shadows still loomed, but they no longer held the same power over her. She had faced her fear, and with each step, she was growing stronger. The stars were calling, and no matter how dark the path became, she would continue forward. As Lyra and Kiera ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees grew taller, their branches entwining high above like an ancient canopy, blocking out the sunlight entirely. The world around them seemed to shrink as they moved, the dense foliage closing in on all sides, making the air thick and heavy with the scent of earth and moss. The path beneath their feet had all but disappeared, replaced by uneven ground and roots that twisted in every direction, as if the forest itself were alive, shifting to test their resolve. The silence that had once enveloped them now felt oppressive, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Lyra could feel the weight of it pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. The only sound was the soft crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot, but even that felt too loud in the stillness. She tried to shake the sense of unease, but it lingered like a shadow, ever present. "We're getting close," Kiera said, her voice breaking through the silence. "The heart of the forest is just ahead. This is where the true test begins." Lyra nodded, though her heart was heavy with uncertainty. She had always felt a pull toward this place, a sense of destiny tied to the forest, but now that they were here, the weight of it all felt overwhelming. What awaited them in the heart of the forest? What challenges would they face? She had learned to trust in the stars, but there were still so many unknowns. As they pushed forward, the air grew cooler, and the trees began to open up, revealing a small clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone, its surface smooth and glowing faintly with an ethereal light. The stone was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen, it seemed to hum with power, as though it were alive, its presence both ancient and timeless. It was here, in the very heart of the forest, that Lyra felt the pull of the Heartstone most strongly, the connection between her and the stars becoming undeniable. "This is it," Kiera whispered, her eyes wide with awe. "The Heartstone's twin. It is said that the Heartstone and the heart of the forest are bound together, that they share the same power, the same purpose. This is where you will learn what you are truly meant to do." Lyra approached the stone cautiously, her heart racing. As she reached out to touch it, a surge of energy shot through her, a brilliant flash of light that nearly blinded her. She staggered back, her breath catching in her throat as the world around her seemed to warp and shift. The forest faded, and in its place, she found herself standing alone in a vast, starry expanse, the night sky stretching endlessly above her. The stars, so close now, seemed to call her name, their light brighter than ever before. Lyra, a voice echoed through the space, soft and calming. You have come far, but there is still much for you to understand. The journey you are on is not just about the stars or the Heartstone. It is about you, about your heart, your choices, and the path you will forge. The voice was familiar, yet not of this world. It was the voice of the stars themselves, their presence surrounding her like a gentle breeze. Lyra looked up, her eyes wide with wonder. The stars above her seemed to shift and dance, forming shapes and symbols that were impossible to understand, yet at the same time, they felt deeply familiar. You have been chosen, the voice continued. But being chosen is not enough. You must choose, too. You must decide who you are, who you will become, and what you will fight for. The darkness that lingers within you, within all of us, is not something to be feared. It is something to understand, to transform. Only then will you have the strength to face what lies ahead. Lyra stood still, her mind racing. The stars had always seemed so distant, so unreachable. But now, standing here in the heart of the universe, they felt so close, like old friends waiting to reveal their secrets. And yet, the challenge they posed was daunting. She had always known that her journey would require more than simply following the light. But now, the weight of it all seemed so much heavier than she had anticipated. You must let go of the past, the voice whispered again, this time more insistent. You must forgive yourself and those who have wronged you. Only then can you move forward, only then can you step into the light that awaits you. Lyra's heart clenched at the words. The past, the regrets, the fears, the mistakes, had always been her burden. She had carried them for so long, too afraid to let go, too afraid to move on. But now, standing here in this starry realm, she felt a stirring in her heart. Perhaps it was time. Perhaps the stars were right. Perhaps it was time to let go. I understand, she whispered, though she was not entirely sure she did. But there was a certainty in her voice, a resolve that had not been there before. She had come this far. She would go farther still. The stars above her seemed to shimmer in approval, and with a final flash of light, the vision faded, leaving Lyra standing once again in the clearing. The Heartstone before her still glowed softly, as if waiting for her to make the next move. Kiera was by her side, her face a mask of concern and awe. Are you all right? Lyra nodded slowly, her mind still processing the vision, but her heart lighter than it had been in days. I think I understand now. Kiera smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. Good. The path ahead will not be easy, but you are ready. We will face it together. And with that, the two of them turned, ready to continue the journey that would change everything. As Lyra and Kiera left the clearing behind, the forest seemed to shift around them. The air was no longer as heavy with anticipation, but there was a palpable sense of change. The forest had heard Lyra's decision and was reacting to it, alive, aware, and ever watchful. The way forward seemed clearer now, the path winding through ancient trees that whispered secrets as they passed, their branches swaying with a rhythm that felt both deliberate and ancient. Do you feel it? Kiera asked, her voice low, almost reverent. Lyra nodded. Yes, the Heartstone's power, it's with me. But there's something else, something I can't quite grasp. Kiera's eyes gleamed with understanding. That's because the Heartstone is just the beginning. Now you must face the trials of the forest, tests that will challenge your resolve, your strength, and your spirit. The Heartstone's power isn't enough on its own. You must prove that you can wield it, that you can carry its burden. Lyra's heart raced at the thought. She had felt the power surge within her when she touched the Heartstone, a deep and almost overwhelming force. But she had also felt the weight of it, the responsibility that came with it. Was she truly ready? Could she face the trials that lay ahead? As if in answer to her unspoken question, the forest parted before them, revealing a wide, open space. In the center stood a towering stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the soft light filtering through the trees. The air here felt different, charged, almost electric, and Lyra could feel the pull of the archway, the connection to something greater. "This is it," Kiara said, her voice a mixture of awe and caution. "The first trial. The archway of the past." Lyra stepped forward, drawn to the archway by an unseen force. As she approached, the carvings on the stone seemed to come alive, twisting and turning, forming shapes and symbols that felt deeply familiar, yet alien at the same time. It was as if the archway held the answers to questions she had never asked. "The archway of the past will reveal your greatest regrets, your deepest fears," Kiara explained. "It will show you the moments in your life that shaped you, the choices you made, and the ones you wish you could undo. The trial is not about avoiding these memories, it's about confronting them, facing them, and moving beyond them." Lyra hesitated. She had never been one to dwell on the past, but it was undeniable that her past had shaped who she was. The memories of her family, her home, the mistakes she had made, could she face them all? Could she bear to relive those painful moments? But then, as if to answer her doubts, the carvings on the archway began to shift, forming a doorway that beckoned her forward. Lyra took a deep breath and stepped through. The moment she crossed the threshold, everything around her shifted. She was no longer standing in the forest, but in a place that felt distant and familiar at the same time, a place that existed only in her memories. The air was heavy with the scent of old wood and the distant sound of laughter. She turned to find herself standing in the courtyard of her childhood home, the house she had left behind all those years ago. She stood there for a moment, stunned by the vividness of the scene. It was as if the past had come alive before her eyes. She could hear the laughter of her younger self, the voice of her mother calling her to come inside for dinner, the warmth of the sun on her face as she ran through the garden. It all felt so real. But then, like a shadow falling over the scene, the memories shifted. The laughter faded, replaced by the cold silence of a room that no longer held warmth. She saw herself standing there, older now, but still burdened by the same regrets. The same mistakes. The same pain. Her mother's face appeared, but it was no longer full of love and encouragement. Instead, it was a mask of disappointment, of loss. Lyra felt a pang of guilt deep in her chest. She had left. She had chosen this path, chosen to seek something greater, but in doing so, she had abandoned those she loved. Had it been the right choice? Was the journey worth the sacrifice? "Lyra," a voice called out, soft and familiar. It was her mother's voice, gentle but firm. "You can't run from the past forever. You must face it. You must forgive yourself." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes as she looked at the image of her mother. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought I had to leave. I thought I had to do something bigger, something important. But now I don't know if it was worth it." Her mother smiled, a sad but understanding smile. "You are meant for greatness, Lyra. But that greatness doesn't come without pain. It doesn't come without sacrifice. The past will always be with you, but it doesn't define you. You define yourself by the choices you make today, and every day that follows." With those words, the vision began to fade, and Lyra felt the weight of her regrets lift from her shoulders. She had been so focused on what she had lost that she had forgotten to see what she had gained, the strength, the wisdom, and the love that had carried her this far. Her mother's words echoed in her mind as the memory dissolved completely, leaving Lyra standing once again in the archway of the past. Kiara was standing beside her, watching her with an expression of quiet understanding. "The past is a part of you, but it doesn't control you," she said softly. "You've faced it. Now you can move forward." Lyra nodded, her heart lighter than it had been in a long time. The past no longer held her prisoner. She was free to choose her path, to shape her future. And with that freedom, she knew she could face whatever trials lay ahead. As the archway behind her faded into the trees, Lyra felt a renewed sense of purpose. The trials had only just begun, but she was ready to face them, one step at a time. Lyra's heart still pounded in her chest as she stepped away from the archway of the past. Her mind echoed with her mother's words, and for the first time, she felt the weight of her choices lift. But the sense of relief was short-lived. As the forest closed in around her, the air grew thick again, but this time with a sense of challenge. The light seemed to dim, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The path ahead was cloaked in mist, and Lyra felt a growing pressure that seemed to press against her very soul. Kira, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The next trial is the trial of the heart. It is not about your strength or your intellect. It is about your ability to remain true to yourself when everything you hold dear is at stake. This is the trial where you will be tested by your emotions, your desires, and your fears. You must confront your own heart. Lyra nodded, understanding that this was a trial like no other. The past had shown her painful memories, but this trial promised to go even deeper, to the very core of who she was. Could she remain steadfast in the face of overwhelming temptation and doubt? Could she trust in herself and her purpose, no matter how difficult the journey became? The mist thickened, swirling around her feet as she stepped forward. Each breath felt heavier, more labored, and the air grew colder. The path ahead twisted and turned, and Lyra could no longer see clearly. But then, just as the uncertainty began to overwhelm her, the mist parted, revealing a bright clearing. And in the center of that clearing, a magnificent tree stood, its branches sprawling high above, its roots deep in the earth, as if it had been there for centuries, watching over the land. At the base of the tree stood a figure. It was a person, though their face was hidden in shadow. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she realized who it was, someone she had not thought of in years. It was him. Her first love. His presence was so real, so vivid, that it took everything in Lyra's power not to call out to him. The shadowed figure slowly turned, and Lyra felt a jolt of warmth in her chest, a familiar ache she had buried for so long. His eyes, those eyes, locked with hers, and the world around her seemed to fall away. Everything felt so right, so comforting. Lyra, his voice came softly, like a whisper of a dream. I knew you would come back to me eventually. We could have everything again, just like before. You don't have to face this alone. You can walk away from the trials. You can forget all of this and come back to me. I've missed you. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She had never expected to face him here, in this place of trials. She had spent so many nights wondering what might have been, wishing things had turned out differently. The temptation to step toward him, to leave behind the burden of the heartstone and the weight of the trials, was almost overwhelming. But something deep inside her stirred, a quiet voice urging her to remember her purpose, her mission. Don't you see? The figure continued, stepping closer. You don't need to do this. You can come home. Everything will be the way it was, if you just turn back now. Forget about the heartstone. Forget about all of this. Lyra's heart clenched. She longed to take his hand, to surrender to the warmth of the past. But she knew that doing so would mean abandoning everything she had worked for, everything she had learned. The heartstone was calling her, its power still pulsing within her, urging her forward. With a shaky breath, Lyra stepped back. I can't, she said, her voice trembling but firm. I can't go back. What we had, it was beautiful, but it's not enough. I've changed, and I can't let my heart make decisions for me anymore. I have a greater purpose now. The shadowed figure's face twisted, a look of sadness mixed with anger. You've changed? You're leaving everything we could have behind for this? You don't even know what you're walking into. I know enough, Lyra replied, her voice stronger now. This path isn't about comfort. It's about sacrifice. It's about facing the future, no matter how uncertain it may be. And I have to trust that the choices I make now are the right ones. For a long moment, there was silence. The figure seemed to fade, his image flickering like a candle in the wind. Lyra stood her ground, her heart aching with the weight of what she had to let go, but also filled with a new sense of resolve. And then, as if to confirm her decision, the mist began to clear. The tree in the center of the clearing shifted, its leaves turning from a dull gray to vibrant green. Light flooded the space, and Lyra felt the pressure on her chest ease. The trial had tested her, but she had passed. She had confronted her heart and chosen the path she was meant to walk. Kira appeared beside her, a quiet smile on her face. You did it. You faced the trial of the heart. You've proven that you can remain true to your purpose, even in the face of temptation. Lyra exhaled a deep breath, feeling lighter than she had in a long time. The trial was over, but she knew that there would be more challenges ahead. She wasn't sure what awaited her, but one thing was certain, she was ready. She had faced her heart, and now, nothing could stop her from reaching the end of this journey. Lyra stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart still racing from the emotional battle she had just fought. The mist around her had lifted, but a new challenge loomed ahead. The air felt heavy again, but this time it was not the weight of temptation, it was the pressure of something far more insidious. The trial of the mind, Kira had called it. Lyra could feel the tension in the air, the sense that something unknown was about to unfold. Are you ready for what comes next? Kira asked, her voice soft but steady. She had been by Lyra's side through each trial, but this one felt different. There was an urgency in her eyes, a hint of concern that Lyra hadn't noticed before. I think so, Lyra replied, trying to steady her breath. But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Kira nodded gravely. This trial is not about your strength or your emotions. It's about your mind, your thoughts, your beliefs, and your perceptions. You will face illusions, challenges that will make you question everything you know. But you must remain grounded. Trust in what you know to be true, no matter how real the doubts may seem. The trees around them shifted, and Lyra felt the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly. The mist swirled again, forming into a dark tunnel that seemed to beckon her forward. Without another word, Lyra stepped into the mist, Kira following silently behind. The world around her shifted, becoming indistinct, as if she were walking through a dream. Suddenly, the mist cleared, revealing a familiar scene, her childhood home. The old stone house, with its ivy-clad walls, stood at the edge of the forest, bathed in the warm golden light of the setting sun. It looked exactly as it had when she had left, but there was something wrong. The air felt oppressive, as though the house was holding its breath. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't thought about this place in years. It had been where her journey had begun, where the whispers of the Heartstone had first reached her. But now, the house seemed to loom over her, its windows dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring back at her. Why are we here? Lyra whispered, her voice trembling. She couldn't explain why, but standing in front of the house filled her with a sense of dread. Kira's voice cut through the tension. This is the trial of the mind. This place represents your past, your memories, your beliefs. You must confront it, but not let it define you. Lyra stepped closer, her hands shaking. As she approached the front door, the sound of laughter echoed from within the house, laughter she recognized all too well. Her parents. They were waiting for her, as if nothing had changed. She pushed open the door, stepping into the familiar entryway, the scent of baked bread and fresh flowers filling the air. But as she walked further inside, everything began to distort. The walls seemed to close in on her, the light flickering unnaturally. The laughter that had once been so comforting now seemed hollow, as if it was mocking her. Her parents' faces became blurred, their voices distorted and indistinct. Lyra! Her mother's voice called out, but it wasn't her mother. It was a twisted, warped version of her voice, one that carried an edge of accusation. You left us. You chose the Heartstone over your family. You chose power over love. What have you become? Lyra recoiled, her heart aching as the words hit her like a physical blow. The room around her shifted again, and she found herself standing alone in the middle of the room. The walls were closing in, and the floor beneath her feet felt unstable, like it could crumble at any moment. Her mind screamed for escape, but she knew that there was no running from this trial. She had to face it. With a deep breath, she steadied herself and looked around, trying to regain her focus. "You're not real," Lyra whispered, though her voice trembled. "This isn't real. These are just illusions." The distorted image of her mother flickered and twisted, its eyes narrowing as if it were studying her. "You think you can escape your past so easily? You've always run from the truth. You think you're stronger than this?" Lyra's chest tightened, the weight of the words sinking in. She had run from her past, hadn't she? She had left behind the people she loved, chasing after something she thought would give her power and purpose. But now, standing in this twisted version of her home, she realized something important. The past was part of her, but it didn't have to define her future. She didn't have to be the person she was before. She was Lyra, the one who had walked through the trials, the one who had faced her heart and made choices for the future. "I am not defined by my past," Lyra said, her voice gaining strength. "I am defined by the choices I make today. I am not the person I was, and I will not be held back by these illusions." The distorted image of her mother screamed in frustration as the house around her began to fade. The walls crumbled away, the shadows retreating into nothingness. Lyra stood alone in the clearing once more, the mist swirling around her feet. The trial of the mind had tested her, but she had faced it head-on and emerged stronger for it. Kiera stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with pride. "You've passed the trial. You've learned that the mind can deceive, but the truth lies within you. The past is not a cage, and neither are your fears." Lyra took a deep breath, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The trials had been harder than she could have ever imagined, but each one had brought her closer to the truth she sought. She had faced her heart, her mind, and now, whatever came next, she knew she would be ready. Lyra stood tall in the center of the clearing, the faint hum of magic still vibrating in the air from the trial of the mind. The mist had dissipated, and the sun was beginning to set on the horizon, casting long shadows across the land. Her heart, though heavy with the weight of her journey, felt lighter than it had in days. She had faced the darkness of her past and emerged unbroken. But she knew the final trial, the trial of the spirit, awaited her. Kiera, who had remained silent beside her, now stepped forward. There was no need for words. Lyra could feel it in the air, the trial was about to begin. The trees around them seemed to bend and shift, as though bowing to an unseen force. The ground under her feet pulsed with energy, and for the first time, Lyra realized just how deeply the trials had connected her to the very essence of this realm. "You are ready, Lyra," Kiera said softly, her voice carrying a note of finality. "This trial is unlike the others. It is not about confronting the past or defeating illusions. It is about confronting the deepest part of your being, your spirit. The trial will test your faith, your resilience, and your ability to remain true to yourself, even when faced with overwhelming darkness." Lyra nodded, her pulse quickening. She could feel a storm gathering on the horizon, a storm of emotions and challenges she could not yet fully understand. But she was ready. She had to be. Without another word, Kiera stepped back, and the mist enveloped Lyra once again. This time, the world around her did not distort, it melted away entirely, leaving her standing alone in an endless void. The silence was deafening, and the lack of any solid ground beneath her feet made her feel as though she were floating in a vast, dark ocean. There was nothing to hold on to, nothing to guide her. Just darkness. Suddenly, a bright light pierced the void, shining directly in her eyes. She squinted, trying to adjust to the sudden illumination, but it was too intense. The light began to expand, engulfing her entirely, and in an instant, she was no longer alone. A figure stood before her, radiant and powerful. It was not Kiera, nor any being Lyra had seen before. This figure was pure energy, brilliant, shimmering, and impossibly vast. Its presence was both comforting and intimidating, like the calm before a storm. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice of the figure boomed, not with words, but with a feeling that resonated deep within her chest. "But now you must face the trial of your spirit. You will be asked one question, and your answer will determine your future. Are you prepared?" Lyra swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the moment settle into her bones. She had faced so much already. But this, the trial of her spirit, was different. This felt like the true test of who she was. "I am ready," she said, though her voice trembled slightly. The figure's form shimmered, and suddenly, a vision appeared before Lyra. It was her. She was standing at the edge of a great chasm, looking down into a swirling abyss. The winds howled, threatening to pull her in. But there was something else, something that was both her and not her. It was her greatest fear, her deepest insecurity. "You are here, Lyra," the figure said, its voice now calm, "because you must confront the one thing that has always held you back, your doubt. You have come so far, but you still fear the darkness within yourself. You fear your own failure, your own weaknesses, and your own potential for destruction. But you must choose, Lyra. Will you fall into the abyss of your doubts, or will you rise and embrace your true power?" Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She could see herself, her doubt, her insecurities, her fears, personified as a shadowy figure at the edge of the abyss. The darkness within her was real. It was a part of her, but it didn't have to define her. She could feel the weight of that darkness pressing in on her chest, suffocating her. But then, she remembered the lessons she had learned, the power of her choices, the strength she had gained in the trials, the love she had for those she cared about. She remembered Kiera's words, "Trust in what you know to be true." "Darkness does not define me," Lyra whispered, her voice trembling but growing stronger. "I define myself. I am not the sum of my fears. I am the sum of my choices. I choose to rise." As she spoke those words, the darkness before her began to dissipate. The abyss began to close, the winds calming, the chaos fading away. The shadowy figure, her greatest fear, began to disintegrate, its form crumbling like dust in the wind. The bright light around her pulsed in response, and the figure that had spoken to her now shifted, taking on a more familiar shape. It was Kiera, but not quite the Kiera she knew. This version of Kiera was radiant, her eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. She smiled warmly, and Lyra felt the weight of the trial lift from her shoulders. "You have done it," Kiera said, her voice now soft and filled with pride. "You have confronted your spirit, faced your greatest fears, and embraced your true power. You are no longer just the person who walked into these trials. You are something more." Lyra's heart swelled with relief and pride, but a part of her still felt unsettled. The trials had tested her in ways she had never imagined, forcing her to confront things she had long buried within herself. But now, as the final trial came to a close, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, knowing that she had emerged stronger than she had ever been before. "You are ready," Kiera said softly, her smile deepening. "The trials are complete. What comes next will be yours to choose. But remember this, the trials do not end here. You will face challenges again, both within and without. But you now carry the strength, the wisdom, and the power to overcome them." Lyra nodded, feeling a sense of finality wash over her. She had come so far. And now, she was ready for whatever lay ahead. Lyra's heart raced with anticipation as the world around her began to shift. The bright light that had enveloped her began to fade, and the void she had once stood in was replaced by the familiar sight of the clearing where her journey had begun. Kiera stood beside her, a knowing smile on her face, as if the trials themselves had been a mere stepping stone in a much grander adventure that lay ahead. For a moment, Lyra simply stood there, letting the sensation of the trials wash over her. She had faced her past, her doubts, and her own fears. She had fought through darkness, not only within the world around her, but within herself. The weight that had once burdened her chest now felt lighter, as though a part of her had been freed, transformed. But the question lingered in her mind, what now? You've completed the trials, Lyra, Kira's voice cut through her thoughts. But the real journey is just beginning. Lyra turned to Kira, her brow furrowed with curiosity. What do you mean? I've passed, haven't I? You've passed the trials of the mind, the heart, and the spirit, Kira explained. But now, you must use what you've learned to shape the world around you. You must forge a path forward, not just for yourself, but for everyone you will encounter along the way. Lyra's gaze drifted toward the horizon. The land stretched out before her, vast and untamed. It was the same land she had wandered through in the early days of her journey, but now, it felt different, almost alive with possibility. The path was no longer a mere road to be traveled. It was a living, breathing entity, awaiting her next move. Are you ready? Kira asked, her voice laced with both encouragement and a quiet challenge. Are you ready to take what you've learned and create something new from it? To walk forward, not as someone defined by the past, but as someone who can define the future? Lyra's chest tightened with both fear and excitement. She had always been someone who sought answers, who looked for guidance, but now, the time had come for her to be the guide. She had to create the future. But how? She thought back to the trials, the lessons they had imparted. The trial of the mind had taught her the power of perception, how the world could shift depending on how one chose to see it. The trial of the heart had shown her the strength that came from embracing love, connection, and the bonds that held them all together. And the trial of the spirit had revealed the truth within herself, the power that lay dormant in the deepest recesses of her being, waiting to be awakened. Now, it was time to weave all of those threads together. I'm ready, Lyra said, her voice strong, despite the uncertainty that still swirled within her. I may not know exactly where the path leads, but I know that I will face it with everything I've learned. I will use my mind, my heart, and my spirit to build something that will carry the lessons of the trials with me. Kira smiled, her eyes shining with pride. Then it is time to begin. Your path is your own to choose. The world is waiting for you, Lyra. Go, and create the future. With a final nod from Kira, Lyra stepped forward. The earth beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy as if welcoming her newfound resolve. The horizon stretched wide before her, full of promise and uncertainty, and she took her first step into the unknown. She didn't know where her journey would lead, but for the first time in a long while, she felt something deep within her, an undeniable sense of purpose. She was no longer just a wanderer, drifting in search of answers. She was someone who had the power to create change. The path ahead was hers to carve. As she moved forward, the land around her seemed to shift, as if responding to her resolve. Flowers bloomed in her wake, and the wind whispered softly, carrying with it the promise of a brighter future. The world was alive, waiting for her to bring forth the change she had learned to believe in. And so, Lyra's journey continued, no longer bound by the trials, but free to chart her own course, guided by the strength she had found within herself and the lessons of the past. As Lyra walked forward, the first step of her new journey felt unlike any she had taken before. There was no map to follow, no guide to point the way. For the first time, the horizon was entirely blank, and it was up to her to fill it with meaning. Every step she took seemed to echo with potential, each footfall reverberating through the earth as if the world itself was listening, waiting for her next move. She walked for hours, lost in thought, her mind swirling with all the lessons she had learned. She thought of the people she had met along the way, the struggles they had faced, and the bonds they had formed. Those memories were not mere echoes from the past, they were the foundation of something new, something that could bring light to the darkness she had once seen in the world. But how? Her feet brought her to a small clearing, and she stopped to catch her breath. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the land. It was peaceful here, almost serene. Yet, in the stillness, Lyra could feel the weight of her task pressing down on her shoulders. She wasn't just walking for herself anymore, she was walking for everyone who had ever needed hope, guidance, and change. I've learned so much, Lyra murmured to herself, but now I must do something with it. As if in answer to her thoughts, a soft breeze stirred the leaves around her. The wind seemed to carry a message, one she could not quite hear, but somehow understood. It was a reminder that change could begin with small actions, with simple decisions that rippled outward, spreading far beyond what one could see or comprehend. Lyra knelt in the grass, her fingers brushing the soft earth beneath her. In this moment, she felt a deep connection to the world around her, as though she was part of something much larger, something greater than herself. The trials had taught her that all things were interconnected, that every action, no matter how small, had an impact. The knowledge was both a gift and a responsibility. A distant sound caught her attention, soft, but growing louder. It was the sound of movement, of voices, of something approaching. Lyra stood and turned to face the direction from which the sound came. In the distance, she saw a group of people, travelers like herself, moving slowly along the path. They were walking toward her, uncertain, just as she had been when she first set out on her journey. Without thinking, Lyra took a step toward them. As Lyra walked toward the travelers, the wind seemed to carry a sense of urgency, a calling that beckoned her to take her place among them. Her heart quickened with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Who were these people, and what stories had they carried with them? She didn't know, but something deep within her stirred. These were not just any travelers. They, too, were on a journey, one that intertwined with her own. As she drew closer, the figures took shape. There were 5 of them, each of a different age, each with their own air of quiet determination. A man with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with wisdom walked at the front, leading the group with calm confidence. Behind him, a young woman with a fierce look in her eyes walked with purpose, carrying a satchel full of supplies. A child with a bright smile followed, skipping with a carefree spirit, while an older woman with a gentle smile walked beside the child, offering comfort and care. The last member of the group, a middle-aged man, carried a long staff, his expression thoughtful, as if lost in deep contemplation. They all seemed to notice Lyra at the same time, their eyes meeting hers with a mixture of curiosity and recognition, as though they had been waiting for her to join them. It was as if they, too, had felt the stir in the air, the same pull, the same invitation that had drawn her toward them. The silver-haired man was the first to speak, his voice carrying a quiet authority. "You've come," he said with a knowing smile. "We have been waiting for you." Lyra stopped a few paces away from them, her heart pounding in her chest. She had not expected such a greeting, but there was something in the way he spoke that made her feel as though she had always been meant to meet them here, in this very moment. "We?" Lyra asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Who are you? And why were you waiting for me?" The man's smile deepened, and he gestured for her to join them. "We are travelers, just as you are. Each of us has come from a different place, with different experiences and burdens. But we share one thing in common: we have all faced the trials, and we are all seeking a path forward." Lyra took a hesitant step forward, still unsure of what this encounter meant, but trusting in the same intuition that had guided her every step so far. She had learned to listen to the whispers of the world around her, and right now, the world was telling her to trust these people. "We were called here," the young woman said, her voice sharp with determination. "Called to find something that only the 5 of us can uncover. We need you, Lyra, just as much as you need us." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. How did they know her name? She hadn't spoken it aloud, not even to herself in recent days. Yet, it felt right. This moment, this gathering, was not by chance. It was something more. The silver-haired man continued, his voice calm but filled with the weight of ancient knowledge. "The trials have not ended, Lyra. They were only the beginning. You now stand at the crossroads of a greater purpose. Together, we must walk a path that will shape not only our futures, but the future of the world itself." Lyra stood still for a moment, absorbing his words. The weight of responsibility pressed against her chest, but this time, it felt different. It was not a burden. It was a calling. She turned to face the group, a sense of clarity rising within her. "What do we do now?" she asked. The older woman stepped forward, her gaze filled with compassion. "We journey together," she said softly. "We walk toward the unknown, each of us bringing what we've learned to the table. But we will not be alone. There is strength in numbers, in unity. Together, we can face whatever lies ahead." Lyra looked at each of them in turn. She could see the weight of their own stories in their eyes, the challenges they had faced, the pain they had endured. They were not strangers to suffering, but they had made it through, just as she had. And now, they stood at the threshold of something far greater than themselves. With a deep breath, Lyra nodded. "I'm ready. Let's walk this path together." And so, the group, once strangers, now bound by a common purpose, began their journey as one. The road ahead was uncertain, but with each step, they grew stronger. They were more than just individuals, they were a gathering of souls, united by the trials of their past and the promise of the future they would create together. The world stretched out before them, filled with both danger and possibility. But Lyra no longer felt afraid. She had found her place, and with these companions by her side, she knew they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the group moved forward, the landscape around them began to change. The earth seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a subtle vibration that matched the rhythm of their footsteps. The sky above them was painted with hues of amber and violet as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched across the land. In that moment, it was clear to Lyra that they were not just traveling through a physical world, but also through something much deeper, an invisible realm of connections, stories, and destinies. The path was winding, sometimes clear, other times obscured by dense trees or rocky terrain. But no matter the difficulty, the group moved with a quiet determination. There was no need for words, their shared purpose bound them in a way that was both comforting and powerful. They understood each other without speaking, and in that silence, Lyra began to realize something profound. The trials she had faced alone, the burdens she had carried in solitude, were no longer hers to bear. The group was a new kind of strength, one that came from unity, from sharing the load and lifting one another up when the road became too difficult. The silver-haired man, whom they had come to know as Kalen, led them with steady confidence, his footsteps sure and deliberate. He had a calm presence, but Lyra could sense the weight of his wisdom, as if his very soul had been forged in the fires of time. She found herself drawn to him, not in awe but in a quiet understanding. Kalen wasn't just a leader, he was a guide, someone who had walked through darkness and come out with a deeper understanding of the light. As the evening wore on, they made camp beside a small stream. The fire crackled in the center of their circle, the warmth of the flames comforting after the chill of the night air. Lyra sat down beside the others, the flickering light casting soft shadows across their faces. The child, a boy named Eamon, was the first to speak. "I've never traveled this far before," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "It's so much bigger than I imagined." The young woman, whose name was Mira, smiled softly at him. "The world always feels bigger when you start walking. But it's not the distance that matters. It's the people you walk with." Eamon looked up at Mira, his eyes full of curiosity. "And what happens when we find what we're looking for?" Myra's smile faded just slightly, and she glanced at Kalen, as if seeking guidance. Kalen met her gaze with a knowing look before speaking. "When we find what we're looking for, we may realize it's not the destination that matters," he said slowly. "It's the journey itself, the choices we make along the way, the lessons we learn, and the way we grow. We are all searching for something different, but in the end, we will all find what we need." Lyra listened intently, the weight of Kalen's words settling in her heart. She had always thought of the journey as a means to an end, a path that would eventually lead her to some final answer. But now, with the group gathered around her, she understood that the journey itself was the answer. The struggles, the victories, the shared moments, they were what truly mattered. These were the things that shaped them, that transformed them into who they were meant to become. The fire flickered, sending sparks into the night air as Mira passed around small portions of food. They ate in companionable silence, the warmth of the fire and the food adding to the sense of peace that had settled over the group. The older woman, whose name was Celine, spoke next, her voice gentle yet filled with strength. "Each of us brings something unique to this journey," she said, her eyes scanning the group with affection. "We are all pieces of a larger puzzle, and together, we can create something whole. Lyra, you've already shown us your courage, your willingness to face the unknown. But you will also teach us something about the power of compassion, of listening, of leading with the heart." Lyra blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected such words, and yet, they resonated deeply within her. She had never thought of herself as a leader, never believed she had the power to guide others. But here, with this group, she realized that leadership didn't come from position or title, it came from action, from the willingness to stand up for what was right, and from the ability to inspire others to do the same. "Thank you," Lyra said softly, feeling a warmth rise in her chest. "I don't know if I'm ready for all of this, but I will try my best." "You already are," Celine replied with a kind smile. "The fact that you're here, that you're willing to walk this path with us, shows everything we need to know." As the night deepened and the stars twinkled brightly above them, Lyra lay back, her body weary but her spirit alight with the realization that she was not alone. The group, this gathering of souls, had become her family, her strength. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead, and in their unity, they would find the answers they sought. The path ahead remained uncertain, but for the first time, Lyra felt at peace with the unknown. Whatever came next, she was ready, because she no longer walked alone. The dawn broke slowly, painting the sky with shades of gold and pink, as the group packed up their camp and prepared to continue their journey. The air was crisp, the world still, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Lyra could feel the subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though something was drawing near, something that would test their resolve, their unity, and their commitment to the path they had chosen. She glanced around at the others. Mira, Eamon, Kaelin, Celine, they all seemed calm, as if they too had sensed the change. "Today will be a day of choice," Kaelin announced quietly, breaking the silence as he stood by the edge of the camp, looking out toward the distant mountains. "We will come across a fork in the road, one that will lead us into the unknown. There are risks on both paths, but together, we will decide which is best. Remember, the choice we make today will affect us all." Lyra felt a knot tighten in her stomach. The journey had felt like a series of steps forward, each one leading them closer to the answers they sought. But this? This was different. This was a moment of uncertainty, a point where their decisions would shape the future. She wanted to ask questions, to know more, but she understood that sometimes, the answers only came when you took the first step. As they continued down the trail, the landscape slowly shifted. The trees, which had once been thick and dense, began to thin, revealing a broad expanse of land ahead. The ground was covered in dry, cracked earth, and in the distance, Lyra could see a series of jagged peaks rising from the horizon. The air felt heavier here, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Something ancient lingered in this place, something that had witnessed many choices, many journeys, and countless outcomes. Soon, they reached the fork in the road. The path to the left was dark and narrow, surrounded by towering stone walls that seemed to close in on themselves. A cold wind blew from the direction of the path, and a distant rumble echoed from within the shadows. The air felt thick with tension, as though something was lurking, waiting for them to make the wrong choice. The path to the right was more open, but it was lined with dense thorns and brambles, and the sound of rushing water could be heard in the distance. It seemed treacherous, with its own dangers, but the light that filtered through the branches made it appear more inviting than the dark, oppressive path on the left. Kaelin stepped forward, his voice steady but filled with a quiet urgency. "The path on the left will lead us quickly to our destination, but at great risk. The darkness there is not just physical, it tests the mind and spirit. The path on the right is slower and more difficult, but it holds its own set of challenges. It is a path of endurance, of perseverance. We must choose." Lyra looked at the others, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision. The tension was palpable, each member of the group silently weighing the options. Mira was the first to speak, her voice soft but firm. "I believe we should take the right path," she said, her gaze focused on the thorns that lined the way. "It may be harder, but it feels more like a challenge we can face together. The other path, it feels like a shortcut that could lead us astray. We've already learned that nothing worth having comes without effort." Eamon nodded in agreement, though his voice trembled slightly. "The thorns might hurt, but we can help each other through them. I'd rather face something real than something that hides in the dark." Celine, who had remained silent until now, spoke with quiet authority. "There is wisdom in your words, both of you. The darkness often holds more danger than we realize. Sometimes the most difficult path is the one that builds our strength the most. But we must trust that we can face it together." Lyra felt a surge of gratitude for the unity they shared. This was not a decision to be made alone, and the support of the group was more valuable than any single answer she could have come up with. As she looked at Kaelin, she saw the same understanding in his eyes. "Then it is decided," Kaelin said, his voice filled with quiet resolve. "We take the path to the right. Together, as one." With that, the group began to move toward the thorn-lined path. Lyra's heart raced as she stepped forward, the weight of their choice settling over her. But as she felt the thorny branches brush against her skin, she realized that the discomfort wasn't the enemy. It was the resistance, the struggle, that would forge them into something stronger, something capable of facing whatever lay ahead. The path was indeed treacherous. They climbed over rocks, twisted through thorns, and waded through streams, their progress slow but steady. At one point, the group had to help Eamon, who had slipped and twisted his ankle. They stopped, providing support and encouragement as they treated his injury, before continuing on their way. It was clear that this journey would not be without its trials, but with each step, Lyra felt the bond between them growing stronger. As they reached a small clearing, the sun began to set, casting a soft glow over the group. They had made it through the first test, and though the journey ahead was uncertain, Lyra felt something profound stir within her. This was not just a journey of survival, it was a journey of transformation, and they were all changing, becoming something greater than they had been before. She looked around at the group, her heart swelling with gratitude. They were not just allies. They were family. The night settled in with an eerie quiet, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves in the distance and the soft murmur of the stream nearby. The fire crackled in the center of their camp, providing warmth and a flickering light that danced across their faces. The group huddled close, each lost in their own thoughts as they tried to rest, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges. Lyra lay awake, staring at the stars above, her mind racing. The journey so far had felt like a test of strength, both physical and mental, but there was something deeper, something she couldn't quite shake. It was as if the very lands they were traversing was alive, watching them, waiting for the moment when it would unleash its true power. She could feel it in the air, thick and heavy, like a storm brewing just on the edge of perception. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the fire with a hiss. The group sprang to their feet, their instincts immediately on alert. The air shifted, turning colder, and a low rumble echoed from the mountains. It wasn't thunder, it was something else. Something darker. Kaelin was the first to speak, his voice low but commanding. "It's coming." Eamon, who had already moved to the edge of the camp, narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" Kaelin didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "A storm," he said, his tone heavy with foreboding. "But not just any storm. This is the storm of shadows. It has been known to test those who wander too far from the light, to expose their deepest fears and darkest secrets." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. She had heard whispers of such a storm, of how it could consume a person from within, driving them to madness if they weren't careful. It was said to be a force that preys on the mind, a tempest that fed on doubt, fear, and despair. "We can't fight it directly," Kaelin continued, turning to face the group. "But we can face it together. We must hold our ground, trust in each other, and stay true to our purpose." The storm will try to make us question everything, to turn us against each other. But we must not let it. Mira stepped forward, her face resolute. We've made it this far together. We can face whatever comes, as long as we don't let fear tear us apart. Celine nodded, her eyes calm but filled with a quiet strength. We must remember who we are, and why we're here. The storm may shake us, but it cannot break us. Lyra took a deep breath, the weight of their words settling in her chest. The storm of shadows was unlike any enemy they had faced so far. It wasn't something they could see or touch. It was a battle of willpower, of inner strength. She had to believe in herself, in the group, and in the mission they had set out to complete. As the first dark clouds gathered overhead, the wind began to howl, tearing through the trees and sending the branches swaying violently. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and Lyra could hear a distant, haunting sound, like whispers or voices, carried by the wind. We need to move, Kalen ordered, his voice cutting through the rising chaos. Find shelter, keep close, and don't let go of each other. The group scrambled to gather their belongings, working quickly but without panic. They knew that any hesitation could cost them dearly. As the storm began to descend, the air grew thick with shadows, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Lyra could hear her own name being called out, but she didn't turn around. She knew it was a trick, a part of the storm's game, trying to lure her into the darkness. The group pressed on, their steps heavy but determined. The shadows seemed to follow them, swirling around their feet, tugging at their minds, pulling them toward different directions. Lyra's thoughts were clouded with doubt. What if they weren't strong enough? What if they couldn't make it through this storm? She could feel her own fear rising, threatening to take control. But then she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Mira, her expression steady and calm. We're in this together, remember? Don't let the storm inside you. We're stronger than it. The simple words cut through the fog of fear in Lyra's mind, reminding her of what they had accomplished together. They had faced countless challenges, and each time, they had emerged stronger. This storm would be no different. As the group continued, the storm seemed to grow in intensity. The winds howled louder, the shadows thicker, and the whispers more pressing. Lyra's breath came in shallow gasps as she fought to hold onto her thoughts, to keep the darkness from taking root. But she wasn't alone. She felt the strength of the others around her, their determination to stay united. They pressed on, their steps synchronized, their resolve unwavering. They could feel the storm pushing back, but they did not falter. With every step, they fought against the fear, against the darkness, and with each step, they moved closer to the heart of the storm. In the distance, a faint light flickered, shining through the darkness like a beacon. It was the light of hope, the light of their shared purpose. And as they moved toward it, the shadows began to recede, the whispers growing faint, until they were nothing but a distant echo. The storm of shadows had tested them, but they had passed. Together, they were stronger than any storm. The storm began to wane as they approached the faint light, its glow becoming brighter and more distinct with each step. The shadows that had clung to their bodies seemed to dissipate, as if the very light was chasing them away. It was a small light at first, like a flickering candle, but as they moved closer, it grew larger and more powerful, flooding the darkness with its warmth. Lyra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, as if the very presence of the light was healing the wounds the storm had inflicted on their minds. The whispers faded, leaving only the sound of their footsteps and the rustling of the wind in the trees. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to reach the source of the light. As they drew closer, they saw that the light was emanating from an ancient stone archway, standing tall and proud in the middle of the clearing. The archway seemed to pulse with energy, its surface etched with symbols and runes that glowed softly in the dark. It was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen before, majestic and mysterious, as if it had stood there for centuries, waiting for them. Kalen stepped forward first, his expression one of awe. "This is it," he whispered, his voice reverberating with a sense of reverence. "The gateway." "The gateway?" Lyra repeated, stepping closer to the arch. What is it? Where does it lead? It's said to be a passage, Kalen explained, his eyes fixed on the glowing symbols. A doorway between worlds, between the realm we know and the place where our destiny awaits. But it is not something to enter lightly. The gateway tests those who seek to pass through it. It asks for something in return. Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. The weight of his words hung in the air, thick and unspoken. What does it ask for? Kalen looked back at the group, his expression conflicted. A sacrifice. A piece of your soul. A willingness to let go of something precious to you in exchange for the power you seek on the other side. The group fell silent. The storm had passed, but a new challenge awaited them. The light of the gateway was alluring, promising answers, power, and the fulfillment of their quest. But the cost, what would it cost them to enter? Mira was the first to speak, her voice steady despite the tension that crackled in the air. We have already given so much. But we're still here. We've come this far. We must keep going. Celine nodded in agreement. We must face the truth of the gateway. We can't fear what lies ahead. We've survived the storm, we can survive whatever comes next. Lyra stood at the threshold of the archway, her heart racing. The pull of the light was undeniable, but she knew that this moment was a turning point. They couldn't go back. The journey had led them to this very moment, and to turn away now would be to deny everything they had fought for. The gateway pulsed again, as if beckoning them forward, and Lyra took a deep breath. She had faced the darkness, battled her own fears, and come through the storm stronger. She would not let the fear of what lay beyond hold her back now. I'm ready, she said softly, her voice resolute. I've come this far. I will face whatever comes. Kalen gave her a solemn nod. Then we all will. Together. One by one, the group stepped forward, each of them standing before the archway, their resolve unwavering. They had come to the end of one trial, but ahead of them lay another, one that would demand more than just strength. It would ask them to confront their deepest selves, to make a choice that could alter the course of their journey. As the last of them passed through the archway, the light enveloped them, warm and bright, until the world they had known vanished, and they found themselves standing in a new realm. The world they found themselves in was unlike anything Lyra had ever imagined. The air was thick with magic, humming softly as it swirled around them. The sky above stretched out in hues of deep purple and gold, as if it was a canvas in constant motion, ever-changing. The landscape before them was a tapestry of rolling hills, vast lakes that shimmered with an ethereal light, and towering trees that seemed to whisper secrets with every breeze. The ground beneath their feet felt soft and alive, as if the earth itself was breathing. For a moment, no one spoke. They were too overwhelmed by the beauty and mystery of the place. The light from the gateway was fading, but the glow of the realm remained, casting everything in a surreal, otherworldly glow. Kalen took a step forward, his eyes scanning the horizon. This is the realm of possibilities, he said, his voice filled with awe. It is a place where everything is possible, where the boundaries of reality are blurred, and where the very fabric of destiny can be rewritten. But it's also a place where choices are magnified. Every decision you make here carries weight, and each path you take leads to a different future. Lyra felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She had come so far, endured so much, but now, standing in this place, the gravity of their journey felt even greater. The realm seemed to pulse with potential, as if every step forward could unlock a new path, a new life. Where do we go from here? Mira asked, her voice filled with curiosity. What do we do? Kalen looked at her with a quiet intensity. The gateway was just the beginning. This place will challenge you to look inward, to confront your desires, your fears, and your choices. The key to unlocking the next stage of your journey lies within you, but you must first understand the true cost of what you seek. Lyra frowned, sensing the weight of his words. The realm of possibilities was not just a place of opportunity, it was a place of reckoning. A place where they would face the consequences of their deepest desires. She had come seeking answers, seeking power, but she now realized that what lay ahead could demand more than she was prepared to give. "What do we need to do?" Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty she felt inside. "You must choose," Kaelin replied simply. "Choose the path you wish to walk. It will not be easy, and it will not be without sacrifice. The realm of possibilities is not about giving you everything you want. It's about helping you understand what you truly need." The words resonated deeply with Lyra. She had always believed that her path was clear, that the power to save her world, to fulfill her destiny, was all that mattered. But now, standing in this realm, she realized that the choices before her were not as simple as she had once thought. Each decision would shape not just her future, but the future of everyone she cared about. "You have the power to change things," Kaelin continued. "But remember, the more you change, the more you risk. Every action here creates ripples that can alter the course of not just your life, but the lives of those around you. Are you willing to bear that responsibility?" Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. She had always sought to change the world, to fight for what was right, but the weight of that responsibility felt different now. The stakes had never been higher. "We must face the truth," Celine said quietly, her voice filled with determination. "We can't shy away from our choices. We've come this far. Now we must choose the future we want, even if it means facing the unknown." The group stood in silence, each of them deep in thought. The realm of possibilities had given them the opportunity to shape their destinies, but it was a power that came with a price. There was no going back. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of the decision before her. She could feel the pull of the future, so many paths, each one leading to a different end. She could see herself as a leader, a protector, a force for change. But she could also see the cost of that power, the sacrifices, the risks, the inevitable consequences. With a deep breath, she opened her eyes. "I'm ready. Let's face the truth together." Kaelin nodded, his expression serious. "Then the choice is yours." "What will you choose, Lyra?" As the realm around them shimmered and shifted, the path ahead was revealed, not just for Lyra, but for all of them. The future was no longer a mystery, it was something they could shape. But the question remained, what kind of future would they create? The air around them seemed to grow heavier, as if the very atmosphere of the realm of possibilities was waiting for an answer. The trees, which had stood tall and silent, now rustled gently as if whispering their own secrets. Lyra could feel the weight of the moment pressing in on her. The path forward was unclear, a fog of potential futures stretching before her, each one a possibility, each one with its own price. Her heart raced as she looked at the faces of her companions. Kaelin's expression was unreadable, his eyes dark and serious. Celine, ever the calm presence, seemed to be lost in thought, her brow furrowed as she weighed the consequences of their next move. Mira, on the other hand, looked both excited and apprehensive, eager to step forward but unsure of what awaited them. "What do we do now?" Myra's voice broke the silence, her words sharp with anticipation. Lyra turned to her. There was a fire in Myra's eyes, the same fire Lyra had once felt within herself, a desire to change the world, to make things right. But Lyra now understood that this wasn't just about change. It was about understanding the cost of that change, the sacrifices that would need to be made. "I need to make a choice," Lyra said, her voice steady but filled with uncertainty. "I've always thought I knew what was best. I thought the world needed saving, that I had the power to make things right. But I don't know if that's the right path anymore." Kaelin took a step forward, his eyes never leaving hers. "You're not alone in this, Lyra. The realm of possibilities doesn't just offer choices for one person, it offers choices for all of us. But you must decide what kind of future you want to create. Power is easy to seek, but the responsibility it carries is heavier than you know." Lyra's gaze shifted to the shimmering horizon, where the sky met the land in a soft, glowing embrace. She could feel the pull of her own desires, the need to prove herself, the desire to change the course of history, to save the ones she loved. But now, standing in this place of endless possibilities, she realized that those desires could lead her down many paths. Some of them might not be the ones she wanted to walk. Sometimes, Celine spoke quietly, her voice tinged with wisdom, we get so caught up in what we think we need that we forget to ask ourselves what we're willing to sacrifice to get it. The future isn't something that's handed to us, it's something we carve out with every choice we make. Lyra nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of those words. She had been so focused on the end goal, on the vision of a better world, that she had never truly considered what she might have to give up along the way. The power to shape the future was not a gift, it was a burden. And with that burden came responsibility, a responsibility that extended far beyond herself. What if we choose wrong? Mira asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if the future we create is worse than the one we're trying to escape? It's a risk we all take, Kaylin said. But if we don't choose, we remain stagnant, trapped in the possibilities that never come to fruition. Lyra's mind raced as she thought about the choices before her. She could choose to wield the power that had been offered to her, to change the world in ways she had always dreamed of. But what would that cost her? What would it cost the people she loved? Or, she could choose a different path, one that wasn't as certain, but one that might offer a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. A path that didn't promise easy answers, but one that might lead to a future that was shaped by wisdom rather than power. The realm of possibilities had shown her many futures, but none of them felt completely right. They all came with shadows of doubt and fear, with consequences she couldn't yet see. Finally, she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She felt the weight of her choices pressing in on her, but she also felt something else, a sense of peace. This was her decision. It wasn't about what the world expected of her. It wasn't about what she thought she was supposed to do. It was about what was true to her heart. I've made my choice, Lyra said, her voice steady but filled with conviction. I choose to trust in the journey, not the destination. I choose to embrace the unknown, to shape the future with my heart and not just my power. The air around them seemed to shift, the realm responding to her words. The glow of the landscape deepened, the sky above them swirling in response to her decision. Kaylin nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. The future is never certain, Lyra. But the path you choose will always be your own. As the realm settled around them, Lyra felt a sense of clarity she had never experienced before. The weight of her decision still lingered, but now, it felt like a burden she could bear. They weren't just walking into the future, they were creating it, step by step. And with that, they took their first steps forward, ready to face whatever the realm of possibilities had in store for them. The decision had been made, but the journey was far from over. The landscape around them shifted as they took their first steps into the unknown, each footfall echoing with the promise of new beginnings. Lyra could feel the pull of the unseen path, a trail not marked by the familiar, but by something deeper, something intuitive that guided her forward, urging her to trust in herself and the choices she had made. The realm of possibilities was no longer a place of endless options and paths to choose from. It had transformed, now a living entity that responded to the very essence of their decisions. The sky shimmered with colors that hadn't been there before, casting a soft, golden light across the ground beneath their feet. There was no road to follow, no trail to blaze, just the openness of a world waiting to be shaped by their will. Celine walked beside Lyra, her steps graceful and calm, as if she had already accepted the uncertainty of the journey ahead. Sometimes, the hardest part isn't making the decision, she said, her voice a steady comfort in the silence. It's walking the path after. We're no longer in a world of certainty, Lyra. We're in the realm of the possible. Lyra nodded, the weight of Celine's words sinking in. She had chosen this path, but it wasn't going to be easy. There would be no clear answers, no promises of success or safety. There would only be the journey, and the courage to face whatever came next. Mira was walking a little ahead, her eyes scanning the shifting horizon, her face filled with excitement and fear in equal measure. What if we're walking into something worse? She asked, her voice tinged with doubt. What if this choice we made isn't the right one? Then we adapt, Kalen replied, his voice low and reassuring. The future isn't about being right or wrong. It's about growing and evolving with every step we take. The key is to keep moving forward, no matter what. Lyra could see the truth in his words. The future wasn't a place to be reached, it was a series of moments to be experienced, each one shaping the next. There would be no perfect answers, no guarantees of safety. But there would be freedom to choose, to change, and to grow. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to shift once again. The golden light of the sky darkened, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple like water. A soft breeze began to blow, carrying with it the scent of something new, something unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. "What is this place?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the threshold," Celine replied, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "The place between the known and the unknown. Where the past fades away and the future begins to take form." They moved forward, stepping cautiously, knowing that they were walking into a realm of endless possibilities, where the only certainty was uncertainty. The path they were on was not marked by signs or directions, it was a journey they would have to define for themselves, with every choice they made, every step they took. And yet, despite the uncertainty, Lyra felt a sense of peace. This was her path. This was the journey she had chosen, and she would face it with courage, with strength, and with the hope that, in the end, the path they were walking would lead them to a future worth fighting for. As Lyra and her companions continued along the ever-changing path, something began to shift in the air, a subtle vibration that seemed to hum just beneath the surface. It wasn't the usual energy of the realm of possibilities, but something deeper, something more ancient. The further they ventured, the stronger the pull became, until it was impossible to ignore. Something was calling to them, drawing them forward with an almost magnetic force. "There's something ahead," Mira said, her voice tinged with awe. She had stopped, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. "Do you feel it?" Lyra looked ahead, straining her eyes to see through the thickening haze. At first, it was just a blur, a shape that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. But as they moved closer, the form became clearer, a massive tree, its branches stretching up to the sky, its trunk wide and ancient. It radiated a soft, otherworldly glow, casting ripples of light across the darkened ground. "It's beautiful," Kalen whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "But what is it?" Celine stepped forward, her expression solemn as she approached the tree. "This is the turning point," she said, her voice heavy with meaning. "The place where everything you've known begins to unravel, and the choices you've made lead you to your destiny." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. She had heard of such places, legends spoken of the turning point, a place where paths converged, where all that came before was weighed against the decisions to be made. Here, time didn't flow in the same way. The past, present, and future all merged into a singular moment. "Are we ready for this?" Lyra asked, her voice faltering slightly. She wasn't sure what to expect, but she could sense that this moment was crucial. Whatever happened here, it would shape the rest of their journey. Celine looked at her with a knowing smile. "The turning point doesn't ask if you're ready. It simply asks if you're willing." Lyra took a deep breath and stepped forward, the others following closely behind her. The air around them seemed to hum with an energy that made her skin tingle, and as she reached out to touch the glowing bark of the tree, a rush of visions flooded her mind. She saw flashes of her past, the moments of doubt, the fears that had held her back, the mistakes she had made. But there were also moments of triumph, of courage, of love, and of the strength that had carried her this far. The visions shifted, and she saw glimpses of the future, too. Paths that stretched out in countless directions, each one shaped by the decisions she had yet to make. "Don't be afraid," Celine's voice whispered in her ear, a gentle reminder in the chaos of the visions. "You are the one who shapes your future, Lyra. Not the past, not the mistakes. You." Lyra blinked, clearing the haze of images from her mind, and found herself standing before the tree once again. The others gathered around her. The world felt still, as if waiting for her next move. "Now, the question," Celine said, "is which path will you take?" Lyra stood in silence, her heart racing. She had come so far, but she had not yet reached the end. The path before her was uncertain, but she had already made the most important decision of all, to choose to move forward. And in that moment, she knew that the turning point was not just about a single choice. It was about everything that had brought her here and everything that lay ahead. It was about the power of her own will and the trust she had in herself. With one final deep breath, she made her decision. She would walk forward, no matter what awaited her. "I choose to move forward," she said, her voice steady. "I choose to shape my own destiny." And as she spoke those words, the tree seemed to respond, its glow intensifying. The air around them shimmered with energy, and the path ahead became clear. The turning point had passed. Now, the real journey was about to begin. As Lyra's words hung in the air, the world around her shifted in an instant. The tree's glow flickered once, then expanded into a brilliant light that bathed everything in its path. The hazy mist, which had clung to the ground, began to dissipate, revealing a vast landscape unlike anything Lyra had seen before. Before them stretched a winding road, bordered by towering cliffs on either side. The path was narrow, its edges lined with strange, luminous flowers that seemed to pulse with life. The sky above was an ever-changing swirl of colors, from deep indigos to brilliant oranges, as if the very atmosphere itself was alive with the energy of creation. Celine stepped forward, her eyes scanning the horizon. "The path has been revealed to you," she said softly. "But what lies ahead is shaped by the decisions you make now. This is not a road to be traveled blindly. It is a journey that requires your heart, your soul, and your deepest convictions." Lyra's heart raced as she looked down the path. It seemed endless, stretching out before them, disappearing into the unknown. She could feel the weight of the choice before her. Each step would lead them closer to an uncertain future, one that held both promise and peril. Mira, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "But how do we know which direction to go? How do we know we're choosing the right path?" Lyra turned to look at her friend, her mind heavy with the same question. The path ahead wasn't clear, and the weight of her decision felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on her chest. Kaelin, ever the optimist, placed a hand on Myra's shoulder. "The right path isn't always the one with the clearest signposts," he said with a smile. "Sometimes, the best way to find your way is by trusting your heart. You have to listen to the whispers of your soul and know that wherever you go, it will lead you somewhere important." Lyra nodded, grateful for Kaelin's reassurance, but her mind was still clouded with doubt. The path before them was beautiful but intimidating. What would it ask of them? What challenges would they face? "Remember," Celine's voice broke through her thoughts, "the road ahead is not just a path to walk, it's a place where you will grow. The obstacles you face will not be in vain. Every step, every choice, will reveal a deeper understanding of who you are and who you are becoming." Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. It was true that the journey was never meant to be easy. The challenges, the doubts, the moments of fear, all of these would shape her. And though she didn't know what lay ahead, she knew she couldn't let fear hold her back any longer. "Let's move forward," Lyra said with newfound determination. "One step at a time." With that, she began walking, her footsteps light yet purposeful. The others followed, each one of them walking with the same resolve, the same quiet understanding that this journey was theirs to make. They didn't know where it would lead, but they knew it was a path they had to take. As they walked, the landscape around them seemed to respond to their movement. The flowers on the side of the path swayed, the air grew warmer, and the sky above them shifted from dusk to dawn. It was as if the world itself was alive, changing with their every choice, guiding them forward as they shaped their own destiny. Lyra's heart still fluttered with uncertainty, but the fear was no longer paralyzing. She had chosen this path, and now it was up to her to make it her own. The journey would not be easy, but she was ready for whatever it would bring. The path revealed itself not just in the land around them, but in the hearts of each traveler: Mira, Kaelin, Celine, and Lyra. Together, they would face the unknown, and together, they would discover the true meaning of their journey. The air grew thick with a sense of anticipation as Lyra and her companions continued down the winding path. Each step seemed to bring them deeper into the unknown, and yet, there was an undeniable feeling that they were on the cusp of something significant. The journey was no longer just about reaching a destination, it was about embracing the path itself, every twist and turn along the way. The landscape shifted again. The towering cliffs that had framed their journey gave way to a vast, open field, bathed in a soft, golden light. It seemed like a peaceful place, a place where they could catch their breath and gather their thoughts. But Lyra's instincts told her that this serene calm was not to be taken lightly. She knew that something was about to challenge them, something that would test their resolve. As they ventured deeper into the field, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. A distant rumble echoed through the air, and the sky above darkened, the once soft light replaced by a harsh, unnatural glow. Suddenly, the earth before them cracked open, and from the chasm that appeared, a shadowy figure emerged. Its form was tall and imposing, a silhouette cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with a fiery red hue. "This is the first trial," Celine said, her voice steady but filled with an unmistakable weight. "It is the trial of fear. This creature feeds on your doubts, your uncertainties, and it will twist them into weapons against you. To overcome it, you must face your deepest fears." The creature loomed before them, its gaze shifting from one companion to the next, as if it were sizing them up. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. This was it, the moment she had been anticipating. She had come so far, but the thought of confronting her fears in such a tangible form terrified her. "Do not fear," Celine continued, her calm presence a reminder that they were not alone. "The trial will be different for each of you. Only by facing what you fear most will you be able to move forward." Lyra took a step forward, the weight of Celine's words pressing heavily on her mind. What was her greatest fear? She had faced loss, had battled against the shadows of self-doubt, but now, she wondered, was her greatest fear something she had yet to fully understand? The creature's red eyes fixed on Lyra, and it opened its mouth, its voice a low, guttural growl. "You fear the unknown. You fear the loss of control. You fear what you cannot see." Lyra's breath hitched. It was true. She had always feared the unknown, the uncertainty that lay just beyond the horizon. Her journey had been one of discovery, but even now, she still feared what awaited her, the challenges she couldn't foresee. But then, something shifted within her. The words of her companions, the encouragement of Celine, echoed in her mind. She had come this far not by running from fear, but by embracing it, by choosing to move forward, despite it. "I will not be afraid," Lyra said, her voice growing steadier with each word. "Fear will not control me. I choose to face what lies ahead." The creature snarled, its form flickering like smoke. "You cannot defeat me. Fear is a part of you, it will never leave." Lyra stepped forward, her heart steady and her resolve unshaken. "You're wrong. Fear is not a part of me. It's something I can overcome." The moment Lyra spoke those words, a brilliant light enveloped her, and for a fleeting moment, she felt the weight of every doubt, every fear, fall away. The creature recoiled, its form unraveling under the power of her confidence. The dark shadow that had consumed it began to dissipate, and with a final, defiant roar, it vanished into the air. The field fell silent. The darkness lifted, and the golden light returned, brighter and more vibrant than before. Lyra stood tall, her breath still steady, her heart beating with an unfamiliar sense of power. "You've done it," Celine said, a proud smile on her face. "You've passed the first trial." Lyra's mind raced as she processed what had just happened. The trial had not been a battle with the creature itself, but with the fear inside her. She had faced it, acknowledged it, and moved through it. Her companions stood beside her, their expressions filled with admiration. Mira, Kaylin, and Celine had also confronted their own fears during the trial, and now, together, they were stronger for it. "We are one step closer," Lyra said, her voice filled with determination. "The trials ahead will only make us stronger." With the first trial behind them, the path ahead remained unclear. But Lyra now knew that no matter what came next, they would face it together, with courage in their hearts and the will to overcome whatever fear awaited them. The path ahead stretched out before them, still uncertain, but now, Lyra felt a deeper sense of purpose. The first trial had been a significant challenge, but it had also unlocked something within her, a strength she hadn't known she possessed. Now, as they walked through the serene landscape, the feeling of unity among the group was palpable. They had proven that together, they could face the shadows that sought to tear them apart. The further they walked, the more the surroundings began to shift. The vibrant, golden fields gave way to a dense, mist-filled forest. The air grew heavy, and the sunlight dimmed, as if the trees themselves were blocking out the light. The silence in the forest was unnerving, broken only by the sound of their footsteps on the soft earth. "There's something off about this place," Mira whispered, her voice barely audible as she glanced around, uneasy. Celine's gaze remained steady, her eyes scanning the trees as if she were seeing beyond them. "This is the second trial, the trial of the past. The forest is alive with the echoes of memories, of things long forgotten. It will show you your own past, the things you've buried deep inside. It will try to make you relive the mistakes you've made, the regrets you carry. Be ready." Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine. The past, something she had always tried to outrun. But how could she be ready to face it? She had left so much behind in search of a future, and now, the very forest seemed to be calling her back to those forgotten places. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, the mist seemed to thicken, the trees growing closer, their branches twisting like ancient fingers trying to grasp at them. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, and she could feel the weight of something intangible pressing down on her. A sudden gust of wind blew through the trees, and before Lyra could react, the mist parted, revealing a clearing up ahead. In the center of the clearing stood an old stone well, its surface cracked and weathered by time. The air around it was thick with an eerie, otherworldly energy. "This is where the trial begins," Celine said, her voice softer now, almost as if speaking to herself. "The well, it is a place where the past is drawn out, where you must face what you've left behind." Lyra stepped cautiously toward the well, the echo of her footsteps the only sound breaking the heavy silence. The air felt charged, and she could sense that something was about to unfold, something beyond her control. Suddenly, the mist around the well began to swirl, and a vision appeared before them. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, but as the vision grew clearer, Lyra saw herself, young, vulnerable, standing in a place she hadn't thought about in years. It was the old village she had once called home, a place she had fled from long ago, seeking to escape the pain of her past. She watched as a younger version of herself stood by the edge of the village, staring out at the distant mountains. There was sadness in her eyes, a sense of loss that Lyra had long buried. In the vision, the younger Lyra seemed to hesitate, as if on the brink of a decision that would change everything. "Why did you leave?" The voice was soft at first, but it grew louder, piercing through the mist like a sharp whisper in her ear. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. It was the voice of her mother, the same voice she had heard 1,000 times before, but this time, it was different, filled with sorrow, regret, and an unmistakable pain. She wanted to look away, to turn and leave the vision, but she couldn't. The past had a grip on her, pulling her in, forcing her to confront the unresolved feelings she had carried all this time. She had left the village, left her family, because of her father's anger, because of the way the village had treated her as an outsider. But deep inside, she had always wondered if she had made the right choice. The vision shifted, and now Lyra saw her mother, older, standing in the same village, tears running down her face as she searched for her daughter. The pain in her eyes was unbearable. Lyra could feel the weight of those years of separation, the wounds that had never healed. She had left to find a place where she could belong, where she could escape the pain of being unwanted. But seeing her mother like this, seeing the agony in her face, it broke something inside Lyra. Do you regret it? The voice asked again, softer now. Leaving, abandoning her? Lyra's heart ached as the truth of the question sank in. She hadn't allowed herself to feel this before, had buried it deep down, thinking that the distance between them was the only way to move forward. But now, faced with the raw emotions of the past, she wasn't sure. I didn't know what else to do, Lyra whispered, her voice trembling. I was trying to protect myself. The vision before her faded, and the clearing grew quiet once more. But the feeling of loss, of unresolved sorrow, lingered in the air. Lyra stood frozen, her heart heavy with the weight of her past. This is the trial of the past, Celine said softly, stepping forward. It is not about the choices you made, but about accepting them. Forgiving yourself and moving forward, knowing that the past does not define who you are. Lyra took a deep breath, the weight of the visions slowly lifting from her shoulders. The past would always be a part of her, but it no longer had the power to control her. She had made choices, some painful, but they had shaped her into the person she was today. And now, she was ready to let go of the guilt, ready to move forward with the understanding that she was not defined by the mistakes of her past. The mist began to dissipate, and the forest grew lighter, the trees no longer looming ominously around them. Lyra looked at her companions, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of peace. We are stronger for having faced the past, she said, her voice firm with resolve. With the second trial behind them, they turned back to the path ahead. Whatever awaited them, they would face it together, knowing that the past had been laid to rest. The path ahead stretched on, but this time, it felt different. The dense forest that had once been filled with shadows and echoes of the past was now brightening with a soft, golden light. The air was lighter, the tension of the trials lifting, yet a new sense of uncertainty lingered. Lyra could feel it in her heart. The next trial would not be one of memories or external forces, but one that would test the very essence of who she was. The companions walked in silence, each of them lost in their thoughts, still processing the echoes of the past they had just faced. Mira, usually so lively and full of energy, walked with a contemplative expression, her gaze far off as if searching for something just out of reach. Celine, ever the guide, remained steady, her presence a constant reminder of the journey they were on. But it was Lyra who felt the weight of the trial ahead pressing against her chest. She had faced her past, but her heart, was the final frontier. Lyra, Myra's voice broke the silence, soft and uncertain. Do you feel it too? Like the path we're on is leading us to something deeper? Something within ourselves? Lyra nodded slowly, her breath caught in her throat. I do. I feel it. The trials so far have been about facing external challenges, things we could confront with courage and strength. But this feels different. Celine's eyes glinted with understanding. The next trial is the trial of the heart. It is the most personal, the most difficult, because it forces you to confront what lies deepest inside. Not just your fears, but your desires, your hopes, and your wounds. It's a journey into your very soul. Lyra felt her chest tighten. The heart, the part of her that had been guarded, locked away behind walls built of pain, pride, and fear. She had been running from the truth within her heart for so long. Now, it seemed that she would have no choice but to face it. Could she do that? Could she let go of the very thing that had kept her safe all these years? As they continued walking, the air around them began to shift once more. The golden light that had brightened the forest seemed to pool around them, becoming warmer, gentler. Lyra could feel her heartbeat quicken as they approached a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a single, massive tree, its branches wide and reaching, its trunk ancient and strong. This is it, Celine whispered, her voice a mere breath in the stillness of the air. The heart of the trial. Lyra felt a pull, as though the tree was calling to her. Without a word, she stepped forward, drawn to it by an unseen force. Her feet moved on their own, each step feeling more purposeful than the last. When she reached the tree, she placed her hand on its rough bark, feeling its deep, steady pulse. It was as if the tree had its own heartbeat, a rhythm that resonated with her own. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing, gentle and familiar, yet entirely unexpected. "Lyra, do you know why you are here?" Lyra froze, her heart racing as she recognized the voice. It was her mother's voice, the same voice she had heard in the forest, but now it was calm, soothing, as if trying to guide her through the uncertainty. Lyra began, her throat tight with emotion. "I don't know." The voice was gentle but insistent. "You are here because your heart has been broken, torn in so many pieces, that you no longer know who you are. You've tried to protect yourself by closing off, by running, but deep down, you've always known that healing is found in the heart. The trial now is not to overcome external obstacles, but to rebuild your heart, piece by piece, until you can see the beauty in what has been broken." Lyra's knees weakened, and she sat down beneath the tree, tears welling in her eyes. She had never thought of her heart in such a way. To her, it had always been a place of weakness, of vulnerability, something she needed to protect at all costs. But the tree, the voice, the very air around her seemed to tell her that healing could come through embracing the brokenness, through accepting that she could be whole again. "You've always believed that to love, to truly open your heart, was a risk too great to take," the voice continued. "But what if it is through love, through opening your heart to others, that you find your strength?" A memory flashed through Lyra's mind, the last time she had seen her mother, standing in the doorway, her eyes filled with hope and sadness, her arms reaching out. Lyra had run then, convinced that she couldn't bear the weight of her mother's love, afraid that it would hurt too much. But now, as the tree's steady pulse resonated in her chest, she realized that the fear of being loved had always been what kept her from healing. It wasn't the love that hurt, it was the rejection, the self-doubt, the refusal to believe she was worthy of it. "I've been so afraid," Lyra whispered, the weight of the truth settling in her heart. "Afraid that if I let myself love again, I'd lose everything. Afraid that if I opened my heart, it would shatter all over again." The voice softened, almost like a sigh. "You are stronger than you know, Lyra. Love is not a weakness. It is the very thing that binds us, that makes us whole." Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the words. She had spent so much of her life running from the truth, hiding from the very thing that could heal her. Now, for the first time, she allowed herself to feel it, the love that had always been there, waiting for her to recognize it. As the tree's pulse quickened, Lyra closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the moment envelop her. She opened her heart to the healing, to the possibility of love without fear. When she opened her eyes again, the clearing was bathed in sunlight, the mist that had clouded her heart gone. The forest around her seemed brighter, more alive. Her companions were watching her, their faces filled with understanding and support. "You've passed the trial of the heart," Celine said, her voice full of quiet pride. "Now, you carry the strength of love with you, a strength that will guide you through the trials ahead." Lyra stood, her heart lighter than it had been in years. She knew the journey wasn't over, that there would be more challenges to face, but for the first time, she felt ready to meet them with an open heart. The trial of the heart had been difficult, but it had revealed the greatest truth of all: love, in its purest form, was not something to be feared. It was the force that would carry her forward, through every darkness, every trial. Together, they moved forward again, the path ahead no longer daunting, but a promise of the strength they would all find in one another. The journey continued, and with it came a quiet shift in the air. The atmosphere was charged with a new kind of energy, a sense of anticipation, mixed with something else. Lyra felt it in her chest, like a whispering wind that urged her onward, but also made her pause in the stillness of the moment. It wasn't the weight of the trials she had already faced, nor the unspoken fears of what was yet to come. It was the undeniable presence of trust, something that had always been elusive, but now beckoned her to embrace it. The forest around them, which had once seemed ominous, was now beginning to change. The shadows that had clung to the trees were softening, as if they too were acknowledging the progress they had made. The trials they had faced so far had all been about confronting the external, first the past, then the heart. But Lyra knew, deep down, that the next trial would test something even more fundamental: trust. "Do you feel it?" Mira asked, her voice barely more than a murmur. Like the ground beneath us is shifting? Like we're walking towards something that asks more of us than we've given before? Lyra nodded, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. It was not a question of strength or courage anymore. It was a question of belief, believing in the journey, in each other, and in the unknown path that lay before them. She could feel Celine's steady presence beside her, but even Celine, who had always seemed so certain, appeared to be contemplating something in the silence. The path narrowed as they moved forward, and the forest began to thin. The trees grew farther apart, and the light grew brighter, almost blinding in its intensity. It was as if the very world was asking them to move past their own fears, to trust that they could walk into the unknown without hesitation. Suddenly, the path before them split into two, each way equally veiled in light and shadow. One path was wide and well-traveled, a trail that seemed to have been walked many times before, while the other was narrower, darker, and less inviting. Lyra paused, looking at the two roads that lay before them. "Which way do we go?" Mira asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Celine stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the narrower path. "The path less traveled is the one that requires trust. Trust in yourself, trust in each other, and trust that the way forward, though unknown, will lead us to what we need." The words hit Lyra like a wave, and she took a deep breath, feeling the weight of them settle in her heart. Trust. It was one thing to have strength in battle, to overcome the trials of the body and mind, but trust, it asked for something deeper. It asked for surrender, for belief in something greater than oneself. "Are we ready?" Celine's voice broke through her thoughts, and Lyra turned to see the others waiting for her to lead. They were all waiting, not for a sign, not for some certainty that the path would be easy, but for Lyra to take the first step. It was her trust that would guide them now. With a sense of calm settling over her, Lyra stepped forward onto the darker path, the unknown road that would lead them into the heart of the trial ahead. She felt the others fall into step behind her, each of them trusting not only in her, but in the path itself, in the belief that they would not falter if they walked together. The air around them seemed to change again as they moved down the path. The shadows grew deeper, but with each step, Lyra felt a greater sense of clarity. The path was not just dark, it was rich with possibility, filled with the potential of what they could become if they only trusted themselves, each other, and the journey. "Do you know," Mira said, her voice full of wonder, "that the hardest thing to do is trust? To surrender to what we cannot see or control?" Lyra smiled softly. "I'm beginning to understand. Trust isn't about certainty, it's about faith. Faith that the journey is worth it, even when the road is unclear." Celine nodded, her eyes reflecting the flickering light around them. "And faith is not something you can force. It must be nurtured, allowed to grow naturally. The trials so far have prepared you, and now it is time to trust in that preparation." Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the weight of their words sink in. She could feel the trust between them, palpable in the air. It wasn't just about trusting the road ahead or the companions who walked with her. It was about trusting the process, trusting the lessons, and, most importantly, trusting herself. As the path ahead began to curve, the light became softer, more diffused. The shadows that had once seemed so oppressive now appeared like friends in the distance, casting long, gentle patterns on the ground. Lyra could see now that the darkness was not something to fear, but a necessary part of the journey. It was through the shadow that they would find the light, and through trust that they would find their way. With every step, she felt more at peace, her heart steady. She knew now that the journey wasn't just about conquering the trials that lay before her, it was about embracing them with open arms, trusting that everything they faced had a purpose. And so, as they moved forward, Lyra knew one thing for certain: the path of trust was the path that would carry them through the unknown, not with certainty, but with the belief that no matter where it led, they would face it together. As the road stretched ahead, the shadows began to shift and twist, revealing a new horizon, one that sparkled with the promise of insight. The air around them seemed to hum with a deeper kind of energy now, as if the very land was speaking, not in words, but in the silence between their footsteps. The path was no longer just a trail through the forest, it had become a gateway, and the horizon beyond it gleamed with the mysterious light of wisdom. It was as though the very ground beneath them was whispering ancient truths, waiting for them to listen. Lyra felt a pull within her, a call to understand, to see beyond what her eyes could comprehend. The trust they had built so far had led them here, to this moment, and now it was time to open their hearts to a new kind of challenge, the challenge of wisdom. Wisdom, she realized, was not something that could be simply learned or obtained, it was something that had to be understood deeply, something that could only be grasped when they truly listened to the quiet lessons of life itself. "Can you feel it?" Mira asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's like the earth itself is trying to tell us something." Lyra nodded, her mind racing with the depth of what they were experiencing. There was an undeniable force at work, one that was gentle yet firm, guiding them forward with an unseen hand. This wasn't a trial of physical strength or even emotional endurance. It was a trial of awareness, of perception, of truly seeing things as they were, not as they wished them to be. They continued on, the path narrowing yet again, the trees around them growing taller and more ancient. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the soft rustling of leaves seemed to carry a message. Lyra reached out, brushing her hand against one of the towering trunks, feeling the deep connection between the land and her spirit. This was a place of learning, and she knew that every step they took brought them closer to the wisdom they needed to move forward. The path eventually opened into a clearing, and at its center stood a stone monument, a massive, intricate sculpture, its surface carved with symbols and runes that Lyra could not decipher. It was ancient, the stone worn by time and yet untouched by decay. She could feel its power emanating, a quiet yet potent force that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the earth itself. "This is it," Celine said softly, her eyes fixed on the monument. "This is where wisdom begins to reveal itself." Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding with anticipation. The monument was calling to her, and as she neared it, she could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her. She reached out, her fingers grazing the surface of the stone, and immediately, the air around her seemed to shift. The ground trembled lightly beneath her feet, and the symbols on the monument began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. A voice, not from anywhere around them but from within the stone itself, echoed in Lyra's mind. It was not a voice she recognized, yet it felt like a presence ancient, wise, and understanding. "To know wisdom is to understand the balance of all things," the voice whispered. "It is not about seeking knowledge alone, but about embracing the harmony between knowledge and humility, strength and gentleness, light and shadow. Wisdom is not a destination, but a journey, one that must be walked with an open heart and a willing spirit." Lyra closed her eyes, letting the words sink into her soul. There was a deep truth in them, wisdom was not something to be grasped or owned. It was something that flowed through life, constantly shifting, always moving. It was not a simple matter of gaining facts, but of understanding the world in its fullest form, seeing the interconnectedness of everything. Mira stepped forward, her expression one of awe. "I've always thought of wisdom as something you learn in books, something you find by searching for the right answers. But this is different. It feels like wisdom is about being aware of the world around you. About listening, not just hearing." Celine nodded, her eyes thoughtful. "True wisdom comes when we stop searching for answers and start listening to the questions. Life itself is full of questions, and in those questions, we find the deepest truths." Lyra looked at her companions, her heart swelling with a sense of understanding. The journey they had undertaken had taught them so much already, about courage, trust, and love. But now, they were being shown the true path of wisdom, which was not about certainty, but about acceptance. Acceptance of life's mysteries, its unpredictability, and the quiet moments of revelation that could only be understood when they were truly present. The monument's glow faded, but the air around them still hummed with energy, as if the very world had shifted in response to the truths they had just witnessed. Lyra felt a deep peace settle in her chest. They were no longer just seeking answers, they were learning to embrace the questions. With a final glance at the monument, Lyra turned to her companions. "We've learned something important today. Wisdom isn't about knowing everything. It's about being open to the unknown, trusting that the answers will come when we are ready for them. Mira smiled, her face glowing with newfound understanding. And sometimes, the most important thing we can do is to trust ourselves to see things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Celine nodded, her gaze steady and serene. The journey is not about the destination. It is about how we walk the path, and the wisdom we gain along the way. Together, they continued down the path, now aware that the journey was far from over. Wisdom would continue to reveal itself, not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of understanding that would come with each step. And as they walked forward, they carried with them not just the lessons they had learned, but the wisdom of knowing that the journey itself was the greatest teacher of all. The final stretch of the journey lay before them, a vast expanse of open land stretching into the horizon. The path ahead was less defined, almost as if the earth itself had relinquished its boundaries, leaving them to walk freely into the unknown. The trees that had once framed their journey now stood farther apart, and the landscape had shifted from dense forest to wide meadows, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. It was here, in this expanse of open space, that Lyra and her companions could feel the final lesson of their journey unfolding. The air felt lighter, freer, as if the very fabric of the world was welcoming them home. Lyra's heart swelled with a mixture of anticipation and serenity. Everything they had experienced, every trial, every discovery, every moment of doubt, had led them here, to this place where the only thing left to understand was the most important truth of all, the power of the heart. The heart, Lyra whispered aloud, her voice barely audible over the soft rustling of the breeze. It is the source of everything. All the lessons we've learned, all the wisdom we've gained, it all leads to this. Celine, who had been walking in silence beside her, nodded. The heart is where true strength lies. It is the core of who we are, and it is through our hearts that we find the courage to move forward, no matter the obstacles. Mira smiled, the soft light of the sunset reflecting in her eyes. It is also where compassion resides, she added. The love that connects us, the understanding that allows us to walk together despite our differences, this is the gift of the heart. They continued to walk in silence, each of them reflecting on the deep truth of those words. The heart was not just the seat of emotion or the source of their physical being, it was the center of their entire journey. It was where their courage had been tested, where their fears had been faced, and where the bonds of friendship had been forged. It was through the heart that they had navigated the trials they had encountered, and it was through the heart that they would face whatever came next. As they moved further into the meadow, they came upon a small, tranquil pond. The water was still, mirroring the sky above, reflecting the beauty of the world around them. The gentle ripples of the water seemed to dance with the fading light, and for a moment, Lyra felt as though time had slowed. It was as if the entire universe had paused, allowing her and her companions a moment to fully absorb everything they had learned. "This is it, isn't it?" Lyra said softly, her gaze fixed on the water. The final lesson. It's not about where we go next, or what we achieve. It's about who we are, what we carry within us, and how we share that with the world. Celine knelt beside the pond, dipping her hand into the cool water. "Yes, it is," she said, her voice steady and sure. "It is about understanding that we are all connected, through our hearts, through our shared humanity, through the love and wisdom that we give and receive." Mira sat down on the soft grass beside them, a peaceful smile on her face. "Our journey has always been about more than just reaching a destination," she said. "It has been about discovering who we truly are and learning to live in harmony with the world and with each other." Lyra looked out over the landscape, the golden light of the sunset now deepening into shades of pink and purple. It was a breathtaking sight, one that filled her with a sense of profound peace. In this moment, she understood that the journey was not just about finding answers or achieving greatness. It was about becoming whole, embracing all the pieces of oneself, and learning to move through the world with an open heart. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, Lyra closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She felt a quiet joy settle within her, a sense of completion and fulfillment. The path of wisdom had led them here, to this moment, where they could finally see the truth, that the most powerful force in the world was the heart, and it was through the heart that all things were made possible. "Are you ready?" Mira asked, her voice filled with a quiet, knowing confidence. Lyra smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Yes. I think I finally understand. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey, and the love we carry with us along the way." Celine stood and offered her hand to Lyra, pulling her to her feet. "The path of the heart will always guide us," she said. "And no matter where it takes us next, we will walk it together." With a final glance at the tranquil pond, the three of them began to walk once more, the night sky now fully settled above them, a sea of stars stretching endlessly into the unknown. They knew their journey was far from over. The world was vast, and there was much more to learn, much more to discover. But as they walked together, they carried with them the most powerful gift of all, the wisdom of the heart, and the unwavering bond of love and friendship. And so, with each step, they moved forward into the future, knowing that the path ahead would always be guided by the light of their hearts. Thank you for joining us on this journey. We hope you enjoyed the story. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you.